Okay, I would like to welcome everybody to the 2025 Quantum Summit in Cisco. Here in Cisco Quantum Research, we are very honored and happy to host leading researchers from industry and academia to brainstorm the latest progress and share the latest progress on the quantum networking and computing. With this short introduction, I would like to introduce Vijay Pandey, our SVP and General Manager for Incubation and Outshift, to open the session.
Thank you, Reza. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for spending the time and effort to come here. I'm sure it will be invaluable. I'm sure it is for me. This is our fourth Quantum Summit, but I think this is the first one in person. So we are pretty excited to have you all here, and I think it's going to be a pretty awesome day of conversations and ideas being exchanged. So I run Outshift, which is our incubation group at Cisco, and we look at technologies that are a little bit further out, quantum being a prime example, where things are happening and are about to pivot to something pretty awesome pretty soon. So the way we think about quantum right now is we're waiting for the ChatGPT moment in quantum. I mean, it's been in research and it's coming, and it's been coming for a while, but we can now see that any moment now there's going to be that step function, which will make everybody go into panic mode. And I think what we all want to do here, and especially at Cisco, is be prepared for that step function jump that when it happens. And from Cisco's perspective, we are a networking and security company primarily. Of course, we do collaboration, observability are the other two businesses that we are a part of, but we want to make sure that we are driving the networking and the security pieces of quantum networking, as well as how we bridge the quantum and classical worlds together as well, and make sure that it's quantum safe when we talk security above that. So when you think about distributed quantum computing, we want to be at Cisco at the front of the space, and make sure that we have products in this area and patents and IP and all of the good stuff in this space before the world gets it. And so here, Reza, we've been lucky to have Reza. He's joined us recently. It's been almost a year, I think, Reza. And we are about to open our Quantum Lab, which I know this is being broadcast, but pretty soon we'll have good news around what the Quantum Lab is doing back in Santa Monica. There's a lot to talk about then, but in the meantime, let's open this up. There are 60 people plus in this room and more than 700, I think, online listening to this conversation. And I'm hoping we have a good exchange of conversations and ideas moving forward. With that, I'd like to invite Bill to give us our first keynote.
Joy, and thank you all for being here. We really appreciate those of you that are attending in person and those that are attending remotely as well. My name is Bill Gartner, and I have responsibility for the optical systems and optics businesses at Cisco. And just to echo what Vijay said, first of all, I want to start with a disclaimer. I am not the quantum expert in this room, but the interest I have is very much related to what Vijay said. We have a keen interest to make sure that Cisco is getting good insights about what's happening in quantum and how this industry is evolving, and we do not want to be in the chat GPT moment where we're caught by surprise as it relates especially to networking. And so that is my interest. I'm sort of the business unit contact to our fantastic research team here. And we'll bring in other business units as needed, things like our security business unit, our routing business, but we definitely believe there's a play with our optical business as well. I started my career at Bell Labs. I was on the business unit side working on DWDM systems, worked very closely with our researchers, so I have very good understanding of what it takes to work from an incubation environment in research to a product environment. I moved from Bell Labs into a startup. So for those of you in the audience that are working with startups, I'm empathetic of what problems you're trying to solve and some of the challenges you face. And I've been at Cisco now for 16 years running the optical and optics businesses as well as Acacia. So I'm going to start with just a little bit of Cisco's journey here. We actually have been considering some of the issues around quantum for quite some time now, well over a decade, as we looked at what is the issue our customers are going to face in the post-quantum security world. And so this is an area that our security teams, our routing teams, and optical teams have really been thinking about for well over a decade. And we have contributed to standards efforts for things like PQC, and we're supporting customers who have more urgent needs. But I would say that for the majority of our customers, something like PQC is probably going to be an adequate solution rather than an entanglement-based solution. And there certainly are going to be applications for entanglement. But for many of our enterprise customers, our million enterprise customers, a PQC solution will likely be adequate as it relates to security. Obviously, as we've looked at quantum, we've gotten a lot of insights about the power of quantum and some of the problems it will solve, and that goes well beyond security. And we're going to talk about some of those today and hopefully hear from some of you about those issues as well today. Now, as we look at the landscape, I'm sure it's much more complicated than this at the next level, but at the highest level, quantum computing obviously is attracting a lot of industry attention. And the reason it's attracting a lot of attention is that the prospect of a quantum computer is spectacular in terms of some of the problems it can take on that classical computers cannot. It can also be a threat in many ways that we have to consider as we think about things like breaking security algorithms that are being used today. Quantum sensing is a very interesting area in terms of doing sensing with orders of magnitude more precision than what we can do with classical sensors, electromagnetic systems, gravity systems, time-based systems. We think there's massive potential for what quantum sensing can do in terms of new applications, oil and gas and things like that. And the common thing that both we believe quantum computing and quantum sensing will require is a network at some level. And that's really our primary interest. I don't think Cisco is going to go build a quantum computer. I don't think we're going to go build quantum sensors, but we are going to be intimately interested in how do you now network those devices and what are the implications for networking. So we're not alone, obviously, and the people in this room are not alone. There's been an enormous amount of investment in this space. And I was just talking with the CEO of one of the startups that's in the room, and we talked about sort of the hype factor, Schrodinger's cash you can think of going into this industry. Over 400 startups that we're aware of that have been funded in this industry. And we are trying to maintain a relationship through either investments or just monitoring startups that we feel have potential to really break through in this industry. And then billions of dollars of investment at just the startup level. And obviously this is not reflecting what's happening in university research, what's happening in industrial research as well. So many, many billions are going into this industry. And there will be a ChatGPT moment in this industry. We can debate, and I'd be very interested in hearing from many of you when you think that moment will be. As we look at a quantum computer, the very exciting thing is that the quantum computer has the potential to solve problems that classical computers just simply cannot do, and especially those problems where there's massive permutations required. In those cases, a classical computer just cannot even be contemplated to go solve that problem, whereas a quantum computer certainly can. And that really then opens up possibility for many, many applications that are just beyond the reach of classical computers today. As we think about some of those applications, we look at things like logistics and supply chain management, managing warehouses, managing route optimization for logistics organizations, cryptography, obviously, and security, and both the threat and the opportunity that quantum presents there. AI and ML doing much more real-time natural language processing, for instance, for ML systems. Financial management, we know that many banks and private equity firms are highly interested in quantum for the promise it offers for doing better risk assessment, doing better financial management, financial modeling, fraud detection. There are many, many applications in the finance sector alone that will drive the need for quantum computing. And then there's applications like improved weather forecasting or climate modeling that are just simply beyond the scope of a classical computer today. So drug design and what can happen in the medical industry is a fascinating area and a very hopeful area for where quantum can have a very significant and positive role in our lives. And the problem that we have today is that all of these problems are of such magnitude that the time required to solve the problem is really exponential as the number of variables grows, as the parameters grow for the model. It's an exponential time that is required for a classical computer beyond the reach of most classical computers. It could take years or hundreds of years to solve some of these problems, whereas a quantum computer brings that back to what looks like linear time. So we have great hope that quantum can really help change the world in a very positive way, although there will be some bad actors there that obviously take advantage of quantum, as all new technologies have both a positive and negative side. There are a number of competing technologies being developed today in the area of qubit processing or qubit generation. And many very significant companies, as well as startups behind each of these superconducting technologies that rely on Josephson junctions, ion traps, neutral atoms that rely on optical tweezers, silicon spin, a little closer to classic semiconductor technologies, guys like Intel behind that, and then photonic technologies. And the challenge, I think, for all these technologies, and by the way, we're not picking a winner. We are monitoring this to see how this evolves over time. But the challenge in all of these is the number of qubits that can be generated effectively with that technology. And today we're anywhere from tens to hundreds, moving maybe to thousands of physical qubits with most of these technologies. Some offer the promise of much greater, up to 1 million, but some very significant challenges that still remain to get there. And so we're thinking like in the next few years, maybe getting to thousands of physical qubits. And the real question is, well, how many qubits do you need to go solve those interesting problems that I just talked about? And our assessment is we probably need a few thousand logical qubits in order to solve those problems. And I think it's been estimated you need about 4,000 logical qubits to solve Shor's algorithm for RSA 2048. So we're in the thousands of logical qubits. And in order to produce thousands of logical qubits, we need hundreds of thousands or millions of physical qubits in order to produce fault-tolerant qubits. And so how are we going to do that? Well, most of the technologies that we see are not going to scale monolithically to produce hundreds of thousands or millions of logical qubits. That looks beyond the reach of most of those technologies, and we'd be very happy to hear from those of you that may disagree with that. But our view is the way you solve that problem is basically by networking the smaller qubit generators, the smaller QPUs, and doing that within a small environment, within a data center, and extending the power of a single QPU that may generate 1,000 or more qubits into one that can generate several thousand qubits or millions of qubits, physical qubits. And therein lies the Cisco interest in that becomes a networking problem. And even if this is networking on a tiny scale, like what might be required to network a few of these QPUs together in a data center, we believe that there will be learnings that come out of this that will be of interest to us in building larger scale networks that are really our interest. I mean, Cisco, we like to claim that Cisco really helped build the internet. And we certainly don't want to be left behind in the next generation of this internet, which may be quantum-based. And so looking at the networking problems is really an area of focus for us. And as we think about what problems have to be solved. There are numerous problems that have to be solved, but we certainly need a quantum switch. We need very sophisticated measurement capabilities for Bell state measurement. We need entanglement sources, and we need quantum memories as a minimum. We also need things like quantum repeaters if we're going to extend this beyond the four walls of a data center. Our interest at this point is primarily on the protocols that would be required to manage that entanglement process and to manage a network of those QPUs. I don't think Cisco is going to be competing at the level of which QPU, which qubit technology is the right technology. I'll never say never, but that's not our primary focus at the moment. And now as we look at those applications, we see distributed quantum computing, probably initially within the four walls of a data center, but again, offering very significant potential for solving some of these application problems that have never been solvable with classical computers. Distributed sensing, also some fascinating applications that we believe will emerge with these very sophisticated high precision sensors that are taking advantage of quantum technology, but now require a network to transmit that quantum information in a reliable way. And ultimately blind compute relying on quantum networks where a user, and this is a classic challenge for our customers, our enterprise customers who may not want to own technology, whether today it's storage or compute capacity. They may want to rely on that technology being delivered by a service provider or an Amazon, a Google, a Microsoft, but need to access that in a quantum safe way. And that again would require a quantum network. So in conclusion, I would say that we will be enabling PQC on our portfolio, and that will be a good enough solution for many of our customers who are looking for a highly secure solution that is post-quantum safe. We are very excited about the potential for quantum computing. We think it's going to be disruptive technology, but it's going to enable some really spectacular applications that will do good for the world. And that is definitely one of Cisco's values, is we want to do good for the world. Our focus is on quantum networking primarily, and we see networking as an accelerant for quantum computing. Again, we don't see quantum computers scaling monolithically, but we expect that they will require a network at some level. And then finally, quantum sensing and cloud or blind quantum computing will become possible extensions, really now moving outside the data center into what is more classically the wide area network. And these are the things that are driving Cisco's interest. Again, I thank you all for being here today. We have an incredible set of luminaries in the audience here and attending remotely, and we're very proud to have all of you here. We look forward to your engagement, and thank you very much for spending the time with us.
Any question for Bill? If not, then we can swiftly move to our next session, which is a panel and talk about major national programs in US and UK. Please.
All right, we are actually ahead of schedule, which is a good thing usually, because I know that we want to provide as much time for our speakers to actually talk about their content as so this is really good. I'm super excited to actually be here. My name is Ramana Kumpella. I lead Cisco Research, and quantum research has been one of the major pillars for Cisco Research, along with, of course, AI/ML, cybersecurity, networking, distributed systems, what have you. But quantum is really like, I would say, the most far out technology, but really with a huge potential for Cisco and just everybody out there in terms of what it can do to the digital infrastructure that we know of and we can anticipate in the future. With that, I'll not take too much time. We have a distinguished set of luminaries coming in for this panel to talk about major national research initiatives and projects. I would like to first invite Dr. David Avshalom. David is the Liu Family Professor and Vice Dean for Research at the University of Chicago. I don't think he really needs an introduction to the audience here, but I'm just going to go through anyway for the few that don't know David. So he's also a scientist at the Argonne National Laboratory and director at the Cisco Quantum Exchange. Sorry, Chicago Quantum Exchange. Freudian slip, my folks. Just to wake you all up. Well, Cisco is actually proud to be part of the Chicago Quantum Exchange as well, so we are super excited to be part of that. He's also the director of QNext, a US DOE Quantum Information Science Research Center. He works in spintronics and quantum engineering, studying the behavior of electrons, nuclei, photons, and semiconductors and molecules for quantum information processing. And he's a member of pretty much all the big institutions that you know of: American Academy of Arts and Sciences, National Academy of Science, National Academy of Engineering, European Academy of Sciences. So with that, David, please take it away.
Thanks very much. Half of that would have been enough for my mother. Well, thanks very much for inviting me here today. I think it looks like an amazing group of speakers, and I'm looking forward to learning a lot. To tell you a little bit about the Cisco Quantum Exchange. We'll talk about what that means from a funding perspective, maybe at the break. So let me just say, one of the reasons that we launched this effort was realizing at the very beginning of this field as a group of physicists that the only way we could move this forward from the start was to work very tightly with industry. And the way we built this effort in Chicago was literally from day one, from the very first faculty we hired, make it clear we're not building an academic program, we're building a research and engineering program in partnership with companies. So, okay. So when we started, we decided what we really needed are people, and we were platform agnostic. So we built research efforts, Mike, you heard in the very nice keynote presentation, covering different types of systems, different types of materials, thinking about how we can engineer quantum interactions in different types of matter. In the back of our minds, thinking whatever we do, at the end of the day, is going to have to be scalable. And it's going to have to be robust, which means we really have to understand the science very deeply. One thing is to publish a science paper, which people like me enjoy, but is largely useless in some sense. A much harder problem is to make things that are very robust and scalable. So we thought about communications, we thought about computing, we thought about sensing, but appreciating, much as we heard right now, that at the end of the day, all of this relies on the network. It's very hard to disentangle a network from computing. In fact, I personally think it's all the same problem. So what have we done? We've thought about different materials platforms, and as we heard in this very nice introduction, it's a little bit like an early horse race. It's hard to know who's going to win, but our sort of guess about this is that there'll be different applications for different platforms, like in today's technology. So it's not so much choosing a winner, it's seeing where these things will have an impact in what applications fields. And a lot of the underlying science is the same. So whether it's superconducting devices, neutral atoms, semiconductors, even molecules, which may seem like an odd choice right now, but it's a very rapidly growing area to build quantum bits from the bottom up, right? Something that's inexpensive, that's scalable, that can be engineered. And very shortly, for example, there'll be an announcement to build quantum bits out of proteins that can be genetically engineered as sensors that can be entangled and put in cells and be targeted. So I'd say 3 or 4 years ago, that would have been thought as a crazy project, but now it's turning out to be surprisingly robust. So I think all of you know about these areas, and so what I'd rather do is spend is this timer actually right? Do I have 5 more minutes than I was told? That's good, I'll go with that. Maybe that's the benefit of the Cisco Quantum Exchange.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, I'm stuck with this for a while. So when we launched this again, we thought really, really hard to listen to industry. And to be clear, I used to work at IBM for quite some time on the research division before moving to California and then to Chicago. So at least at that time, I began to appreciate the really deep value of this integration. So we now have 7 member institutions across the area. We have 5 international members, which I'll show you in a moment, where again, we picked initially international members that could help us build our workforce, that were thinking in, I would say, common ways that we could work with very closely. So now in our ecosystem, at least from the universities, we have over a few hundred scientists in quantum science and engineering. We have over 50 corporate partners and nonprofits that help us in very different ways. And it took about 8 years to get to this point. So the core universities are on the bottom of the screen and listed here, but we were also, through some serendipity, we have been very fortunate to have two basic science national laboratories nearby, Argonne National Lab and Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory, which gave us a pretty interesting insight into the application space from the Department of Energy and also some of the other federal agencies. What were their technical challenges? For example, the DOE hosts the supercomputing systems for the United States. We were interested in what are the limits that they see coming forward, how hybrid systems could play a role with quantum technologies, something that was extremely valuable to us and really opened our eyes to where this field might move forward. Our international partners, it's a bit of a rogues gallery of odd fellows, you might say here. But I think you all can recognize the depth of the quantum programs in these institutions. You might note that Ohio State is not an international partner. In some ways it is. I've been told not to discuss politics, so I want to. I've been told not to. But it is one of the largest engineering programs in the nation. They also have launched a very big space technology program, which a lot of our partners like Boeing are leaders in. And we've been working with them thinking about the next generation space station, for example, and how Earth to space encrypted technologies could play a role and what you could do that's advantageous compared to what's done today. So this is somewhat of an advertisement. I did want to share with you, and you can see this on the website, the breadth of international partners. And the idea isn't to show the numbers, but what's been very exciting for me is to see the breadth of industries that have been joining, not the numbers. It's easy to build a roster of names. It's harder to build a roster of names that can provide insights. So as you know, I mean, Cisco it's very important to us to have them as a partner. IBM and Boeing were two of our initial very key partners in helping us think about these efforts. What's been interesting to us is to watch the growth of the financial firms, which clearly, as I'm sure Cisco knows far better than I do, are early embracers of communication, right, and encrypted technologies, hiring some of the leading theorists in the world in these institutions to think about it. So watching JP Morgan develop, JP Morgan was a very early partner with us. Again, understanding problems like fraud. And the increase in fraud, partnering with the FBI, for example, to understand what some of the national interests are and where quantum technologies could play a role. So these are seemingly odd bedfellows when you think about building a quantum science and engineering program. But I just wanted to proselytize the fact that it's been extremely helpful both from our science directions, to understanding where in this vast space we should be thinking, and also where we could address fascinating scientific problems that would attract the best students in the world to come and really move this forward. Because at the end of the day, I'm curious what Cisco's view and your views are on this, but we really feel the key variable in this that will make us successful is getting the most talented workforce. And I say that not just as a university person, but just thinking from every aspect of building startups, right, to attacking technology problems. We need to get the very best and most creative people to work with all of us. And that's sort of our hidden agenda. Even in the way, as I'll show you in a moment, we're attracting new students are through new industrial programs, not the academic programs. So this way of collective and collaborative thinking, I think, has been modestly successful for us. When the National Quantum Initiative was announced, that a number of us, and I know a number of you in the room, worked very hard to get going. The intent was to launch 10 national centers at that time. And at the end of the competition, I don't think it's an accident that 4 of the 10 landed in the Midwest and in Illinois. And I would like to believe it's because people thought we were smarter. We're not. I can say with great confidence, we're definitely not. But I do think what's unique is that we think very collaboratively and thinking about projects that we prioritize on group interactions with industry. Frankly, it's because it pushes the science faster, but also, to be perfectly blunt, I would say in the current times, it attracts the very best graduate students to the universities. By far, our top student choices every year are the students that look at these, I'm concerned, look at these internships with industry. So in the spirit of this workshop, you say QNext, which I know a bit more about than the other centers, focuses on communication, entangled networks, and sensing, a little bit less so on computing. We also are involved with an NSF center at the University of Illinois that focuses on building networks with hybrid systems, using different technologies together, and one called Cube. And there's not much interest, I think, today maybe by people in this room with biosensing, but one of the most rapidly growing groups of people we see interested in this are the pharma industries, which admittedly tend to think about, this is recorded? Okay.
And live
Yeah, David is recording.
Okay, I know what that means. Don't say what I'm about to say. Which often buy technology in lieu of research, but what's interesting for me to watch right now is how deeply engaged they're becoming on watching the rapid advances of building entangled biosensors for use, for example, in pushing MRI, maybe 10 orders of magnitude in resolution, looking at early pathogen detection, things that maybe were sound bites 3 or 4 years ago, but now are looking very, very promising and honestly, remarkably inexpensive by taking advantage of the massive industry on the West Coast that's genetically engineering protein sensors. So I want to say just a minute or two about how I think people in this room and industry might be able to interact with these national facilities. So I just wanted to make it clear, part of the intent of these national centers and the labs is to engage industry. And many of the facilities are free. They're free. Just want to reiterate that. So for example, after $1 billion upgrade at Argonne, the synchrotron now is one of the brightest sources for X-ray imaging in the nation, which means if you want to look at interfaces with atomic resolution in real space, not in K-space, you can do that, right? You can look at strain with atomic resolution when you're trying to look at materials and devices. So if you're not familiar with some of these facilities, I would encourage you to have a look and just see if there might be interest on your end. The quantum foundries have been established that make materials like silicon carbide, diamond, materials that typically come from overseas, now we can do locally, relatively rapidly, even to the point that now one can make very thin membranes of these quantum materials. And I don't know how many material scientists or physicists are in the audience here, but this has been a very big challenge in the field. Can you take a few 100 nanometer slice of a material and create and maintain robust quantum properties in that material? And now you can. So this is really changing how one might imagine hybrid technologies. For example, with diamond, diamond is also one of the best thermal conductors on the planet. So it's of great interest for heat dissipation for electronic devices. And now one can make beautiful quantum membranes with these to make silicon carbide hybrid technologies. That's been an outstanding problem in industry for, I would say, 30 years. And it's a bit of a surprise that the quantum world has been able to surpass that obstacle. So again, in the case of QNext, there are 2 foundries. There's one on the West Coast, not so far from here, out at Stanford and SLAC, which makes superconducting devices and superconducting sensors for people who are interested, from applications from cosmology to arrays of qubits. And on the Argonne side, it's for semiconductors. Projects with Intel, for example, you heard a little bit about in the introduction. They're modest-sized quantum machines, but the rate of progress in this has been very staggering. From, I would say, 3 years ago to a fabrication process that was being recorded, right? Yeah. Maybe 1 out of 3 devices would work to now 99% success. So it's, again, the reason one can rapidly ascend these curves is because of the industrial engagement. Now, I know we're interested here in networks, so I wanted to briefly mention a test bed that we built many years ago. That's the Chicago Quantum Network. Initially, it was around the city of Chicago and Argonne. It had about a 60 or 70 mile multi-node system. It's just been expanded to Champaign-Urbana, so it's about a 400-kilometer network with actually now 8 nodes, meaning it can be reconfigured in different orientations for different types of experiments, different topological configurations. You can see, for example, some test data that shows in the middle of the winter. For those of you here from California, let me just remind you there is winter in parts of the country. I'm not happy to say that, but there is winter, which means there are large temperature swings in the course of the day, and that's presented interesting challenges for us for synchronous timing for these networks, right, for entanglement distribution, and how to modulate that and control it. So this is something that we've been working very hard on. with partners like Boeing and partners like Toshiba, thinking about their QKD systems. The other thing I'd like to say is having networks like this is an amazing training ground for students and a way to get more people engaged. Much like today's internet has brought students into the world, quantum networks are a remarkable way to engage students and get them excited from areas where they may not locally have the technology. In this example, for example, we're very lucky to have one of our nodes in a office building in the south side of Chicago in Hyde Park, and it just happened to be one floor away from the Obama Foundation. So we just asked if President Obama would be interested in checking out the network. Surprisingly, he did. So for the students, it was much more interesting than we were. But there was an example of a quantum voting demonstration. Would it be possible to cast votes for a high school, knowing the principal, knowing you had voted, but not knowing ever how you could vote, what your vote was. So it was a way to bring 100 students into this quantum world very quickly. Several of them now engaged in our quantum program. So I encourage you to think about networks also as reaching out tools to communities. So what happens when you work with industry? I wanted to share a few examples which I think are network related. One is a project with Applied Materials and HRL, thinking about some early work with silicon carbide, which came out of a theory project. Could you build scalable semiconductor qubits in industrial materials beyond diamond? Silicon carbide was the top material on the list at the time. We worked very closely to develop this in commercial wafers that came from Norstel. And you can see now this data from single electrons and single nuclei in commercial wafers. It's pretty nice. Not quite atomic data, but that's not rescaled. That is basically the data that comes out of the experiment. Wouldn't have happened so well without these partners helping us, understanding how you could then use these quantum technologies in hybrid high-speed electronic systems and make them scalable. And next month, you'll see an announcement about these record-breaking coherence times that actually are now larger than 20 seconds. So they're, we'd like them to be longer. We've learned a bit why, but again, it came from a partnership from companies interested in 5G technology, sensors for hybrid vehicles, and satellite technologies. Another thing that we heard about, and don't worry about the detail in this slide, is what we heard in the introduction. Quantum memories are important for networks. There are lots of fantastic systems. Solid-state systems, I say, are pretty far behind because they're messier, they're harder to deal with. But a startup company that spun out of some of the research here called MEMQ has come up with a very clever way of integrating rare earth ions into silicon and silicon carbide technologies. Again, this was done through discussions with other companies using the characterization facilities of the national labs. But they've actually now broken pretty much every record for direct telecom output from photonic resonators, integrating erbium ions into the silicon and silicon carbide structures. So these are all made with commercial foundries. They're measured, in the research labs, but it's a full industrial process. So I like this example because it shows I think, this nice symbiotic relationship between industry and research that can really solve some technical challenges. It's not there yet, but it's moving very, very fast. And I'd be happy during the panel or afterwards to chat with you about MEMQ. I have no financial connection to that. It would be remiss if I didn't say a little bit about the quantum workforce with my academic hat, and I think it's because at the end of the day, all of you hire 90% of the students that leave us, right? And it's sort of sad for me to have to admit this, recorded or not, but it's by and large the very best students are most attracted right now to research jobs in industry. So it's a remarkable opportunity for all of you, but it's good to increase the awareness. What we find is that since students rarely hear about this in high school, and they hear about it in many universities, but not all universities, it's important to come out with ways to get the word out, to realize that most of the jobs are in industry. And I have to tell you, this is a big barrier right now. A very small percentage of students know that places like Cisco are building efforts like this. So it's part of our mantra to do this. We have different efforts, largely internship programs with industry every year around the nation. We have programs that even build quantum games and run them around the world, from Japan to India to the UK and to Switzerland, and certificate programs where we bring people from industry who are fantastic microwave engineers and electrical engineers, may not be so familiar with the quantum space, but we've created a boot camp where we pack an academic quarter into 5 days. It's not that bad. It's actually pretty fun. You should try it. And gives them a good sense of both what this field is about, where they can have an impact, and then there are other certificates that go into slightly deeper modes. And we've patterned this after the successful modes that computer science has used to generate coders, and simply followed their path to raise the number of people in industry with quantum awareness. All right, I want to just end with a couple of things about economic impact. So I think many of you may have heard of what we've done with the state of Illinois, meaning what the governor's done.
I'm sorry, David.
No, I just worry that that's like censorship or something. The timing has been disturbing to me. With Governor Pritzker, who's been a remarkable champion of our efforts, where the state of Illinois has committed $500 million for a new quantum park, which I'm sure you've heard about, and another $200 million to build joint laboratories in the building next door to us for university industry collaborative laboratories. So these are dedicated for joint partnerships with companies. So it's a public-private partnership, a very new experience for the state. I think you've heard about the park. The Block Tech Hub is another project we've done as part of the Department of Commerce, EDA Tech Hub. And I think these numbers speak for themselves. The area's done really, really well. We can talk about this during the panel about the projected economic impact in the Midwest, and this came from a Boston consulting group. We brought them in and asked them, if we keep going and the federal investment remains the same, where might this be in the next 5 to 10 years? Are we doing things right? Should we correct? And the numbers were pretty impressive. You know, where they project, well, you know, they're projections, so I'm an experimentalist, there are error bars here. But they're impressive numbers, and based on the growing number of startups, we heard the numbers that you heard growing up, but the number that are seeding an area that essentially had none is impressive. On the order of 30 startups now growing in the Chicago area, seeded by Duality, which is the first and largest startup engine for quantum technologies in the nation. So I'm going to stop here. I think I've run out of time. You've heard about the quantum park. You know, it's 120 acres of land where the U.S. Steel site used to be in the south side of Chicago. So it's a reinvestment program. PsiQuantum is the anchor tenant. DARPA has the proving ground there. IBM is building its National Quantum Algorithm Center there, which is 40 to 50 people. Jerry may talk about that. And there'll be some announcements in the next few weeks about a few more companies that are opening up quantum centers there. So thank you very much. I think I'll stop here and look forward to the panel.
Okay, probably we have like time for maybe 1 or 2 quick questions. You know, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
We can also take it in the panel, but we have like allocated 5 minutes for. Oh, there's a question there.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was great. Shai Phillips. I'm with Search. We're a quantum technology executive search firm. I have some questions for you about your corporate partners. Some of them it's very easy to figure out or make assumptions of, or even find public information about how they're working with you or what they're doing. PsiQuantum, IBM, it's not, you know, it's easy to figure out. But some of them, they're a little bit more opaque. I was actually going to ask you about applied materials today, but you covered that, so that's great. But there's another couple of questions I have. First of all, on 1 or 2 like applied materials and Corning, it'd be nice to know what they're doing. So for example, with Corning, if you could provide some insight into how they're working with you, that would be an interesting insight, if you're able to.
Yeah, sure. So just to be clear, everything that we do, we view the Chicago Quantum Exchange as a demilitarized zone. Okay. Yeah, as a way that we view it as a pre-competitive environment, so everything is open. And so what those companies do, they're typically 3 modes companies work in. One is just awareness. They're companies that are, I say, quantum adjacent, that are trying to rapidly learn what's going on in the field. They don't have much inside knowledge. The second is networking, seeing how different companies can interact amongst themselves, where we essentially play no role. And the third is bringing technology challenges or software challenges to us, like questions of quantum data centers. Could you increase the rate of transmission through teleported networks? What does it really mean to think about people having quantum encryption? What level of safety does that really mean? So in the case of Corning, we're thinking about optical fibers, you know, new technologies for increasing bandwidth in optical fibers, how to reduce scattering, right, to obviate the fact that repeaters aren't available today for quantum systems, but could we build robust metropolitan scale entangled networks and cover the majority of the population? So that's what Corning is largely a materials program right now.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. And then
If I may, I think we should probably take follow-on
okay,
questions
that was my main
in the
question.
panel.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks, David.
Oh, sure.
All right. Thank you, David, for that big description of the CQE stuff. Over to the next talk. It's my pleasure to introduce Inder Monga, who's actually the Executive Director of Berkeley Lab Scientific Network Division, and he's also the Executive Director of Energy Sciences Network, called ESNet. This is the Department of Energy's high-performance network user facility, and he has a lot of, there's a lot of stuff, but I think it's probably better for Inder to briefly talk about ESNet and all the quantum efforts happening in that space. With that, over to you, Inder.
Inder, would you mind try to solve the beep problem?
Okay, sure. So I just want to say thank you, David and Bill, for introducing on the quantum networking stuff. So ESNet is a DOE user facility, and he talked about the synchrotron and how it is free to use. So DOE, ESNet as a user facility provides high-speed networking, classical networking to all the national labs, very much, I would say, for free, but also in tackling some of the scientific problems. So that stuff is more classically in Cisco space. So I just wanted to do a brief introduction. Let me go to the next. Okay. So I'm going to talk here about QUANT-NET, which is what I call a distributed quantum computing testbed. I did not, first I had only 15 minutes. I did not put any slides on ESNet or the classical side. I'm a PI for this project. This project is funded by DOE Advanced Scientific Computational Research Division, and I want to share more about it. So I'm the lead PI, but we have partners with UC Berkeley, Caltech, and Innsbruck, which is in Austria. So when we started 3 years ago, some of these things that I have cut and paste from the web were not available then. But since then, there seems to be a lot of momentum that the future of quantum computing is distributed. So you've seen Google looking for proposals, IBM talking about stringing quantum computers together, and I guess they're here. They may talk about that. Even in UK, New Quantum talking about distributed quantum computing system, and Quera talking about the future of quantum computing is expected to be distributed. Now, I just chose a wide variety of companies, different qubit technologies, just to give an illustration, but there's a lot more articles out there. So then you are curious, what is QUANT-NET and what is it doing? So basically what we're building a 3-node testbed in Berkeley. One of the nodes is at Berkeley Lab. It's in building 66 for those people that are familiar with it. The other node is at Campbell Hall, and we have a color center node that is being built up in Corey Hall. So and they're connected by fiber that was pre-existing, laid in the ground, as you can see, going next to the stadium. So I'm sure when there is a game going on, it'll be very interesting to see how everything works. So in the QUANT-NET research project, there are 4 focus areas. We're building a repeater-friendly ion trap quantum computing node. We're working on native telecom photon source and quantum memories, spin memories that David also talked about, using silicon color centers. Of course, for longer distances, we need quantum frequency conversion into telecom frequency. So we're working on technologies for efficient quantum frequency conversion, and then building the network stack that goes along with it for both in terms of architecture, control, and the management plane. In interest of time, I'm not going to go into detail on the silicon color centers, but there are slides on that in the backup. But if there is extra time, I will try to address that as well. So then the question is, why is our approach unique and important? And I think part of these reasons have been already given, but I will just speak it out in order to make sure what our perspective is. So obviously, we think that distributed quantum computing is going to be the scale-out architecture within the data center with entanglement distribution and networking to kind of combine quantum computers to do kind of what DARPA is calling utility scale quantum computing. The primary research focus of our project is to improve the fidelity and rate, because that is very critical. The way I say it is we are in the 100 baud modem world as far as the quantum networking goes, and we want to increase the baud. And I don't know if any of you remember the modems of the old time and what 300 baud and 5600 baud, 56K baud was at the state of the art at some point in time. Now, we do have a broader research agenda to look into quantum repeaters and entanglement across hybrid platforms, that is interfacing color centers with ion traps, but that is not the prime focus. The testbed approach we have taken is provide an end-to-end research prototype. So rather than just focusing on how to distribute quantum state in networks for long distance, we have the computing node, the networking, and all that capability for an end-to-end proof point. And also that will become a place where we can insert new technologies, new ways to do, say, polarization control or stabilization. And that kind of becomes a way we can take out technologies and add new ones as they get developed by so many research centers around the world. And what we are doing is taking a systems approach. That means we're building the software stack along with the hardware platform. And the way we are building our software stack is that software stack should seamlessly integrate with simulation platforms as well, because to build a really scalable hardware is very expensive and not something that can be typically funded by research funds. So we are kind of making sure that whatever software stack we build that runs the testbed can also run with simulation platforms, so we can have some ways to scale it up and actually explore different options. So that's kind of in a nutshell, the philosophy and the approach behind the testbed. So I'll give you some more details. So the first thing is about building the quantum node at Berkeley Lab. Of course, it looks messy, but I'm sure all of the people that actually go into lab will resonate with this picture. There are multiple lasers, stable reference cavities, an ion trap apparatus with 2 Arctic-based control systems, and both fiber and free space BSM with SNSPD. So that's kind of an essence of what one node looks like at this point in time. The fun part was that this ion trap node was actually built and designed completely by graduate students. And so you can see some of the engineering AutoCAD diagrams that we did and to incorporate cavities to increase the fidelity and the rate. The ion trap we use is microfabricated. It's a 3D ion trap. And then all of this design was done as, I think, a pioneer implementation in this ion cavity system. From design, it was actually built in the lab in UC Berkeley by students and then moved to LBL and installed at the lab at LBL. So that's kind of one of the nodes. And again, I think the most fun for me has been to watch these grad students tackle engineering problems, come across challenges and actually solve them. And that has been the fun part of this project as well. So then we started ion trapping with this 3D micro trap. You see kind of a notional diagram of the trap, how it is laid. It is an inverted trap and ions. And then the first image, now this is not very clear. I'm sure the physicists in the room are saying this image can be better. This was taken before the imaging system was optimized. And I wanted to show the learnings that went along with the grad students as they kind of did the trapping of the ion. It took a month to debug, so that was also, I think, a challenging time, but something that the students moved through successfully. One of the other projects we are doing and did and published is on how do you increase the rate. So multiplexing is one great way to increase the rate. So we did an experiment with 9 ions, 9 trapped ions. You can see them on the top left corner here. And shuttle them so that you don't have to wait for the entire cycle before you do another entanglement. So you can have multiple photons coming from different ions, and you can address them with this laser so you can get single ions before you actually you kind of go through the whole system, and then some of them will entangle successfully and some won't, and so you can increase the rate of entanglement. So we have published a paper on that, on how to use multiplexing to increase the rate of entanglement. The efficient conversion to telecom frequency is important. In the data center, it may not matter as much, depending on how many nodes you have and how big the data center is. But if you ever want to go outside the data center, I think conversion to a telecom frequency is important. So this is the system we are building. It is going to convert because we use calcium ions, convert 854 nanometers to 1550, which is telecom frequencies. Our targeted efficiency is greater than 50%. We have a system in the lab that we are testing right now. And two more important things of this system is low noise operation and preservation of the polarization state, as they're using polarization state qubits. You can see kind of a reference diagram and also some people in the room that will probably recognize the implementation of this system. One of the things that we are working on is what should be the right control level framework to support sync operations. And what we are thinking is more on the synchronized operation. I don't know why that picture is not showing up. So it may be Google slide to PowerPoint conversion error here. But there is an animation on the right side that is not showing up. So on the left-hand side, what you see our quantum network technology looks like. So we have a two-level scheduler, one at a global level and one at a local node level. And we are doing this synchronized operations to make our life simpler. Of course, this was something which the old optical networks did, and over time, they have become more packet-based and more asynchronous. But for current state of the system, we are looking at a scheduled approach. We are building a framework, a software framework that is modular and extensible, and this is something we hope to open source in the next quarter or so. And this allows for people to build their own schedulers, their own routing, their own protocols, and with a plug-and-play architecture. So while we may have an implementation of our own that works for our system, we do realize that the number of qubit technology systems are very different. Number of people using different ions and ion traps are also very different, and they may require changes. So what we're building is kind of a software framework that we hope to release and hope that people will try it in their test beds as well. And as I mentioned, we're designing it to work with real-time control, like ARTIC-based control in the lab, as well as a simulation platform. So you can take your favorite simulation platform and plug it in, but use the same software stack that you can use in the network as well. So this allows for dynamic insertion of new services, new functionalities into the control plane. This just gives you more details on the northbound interface in terms of what the features are existing and something which I talked about, local scheduling, device monitoring, and a pluggable agent command interpreter to kind of talk to the real-time control. So in the lab, what we're doing is bringing all the layers together. So the hardware layer, from the ion traps, the two ion traps, from cavities on ion traps to increase the rate and fidelity, from QFC, bell state measurement, and then build a software stack that can reflect and bring this whole system together as a hardware and software system that works. And that is what the project is doing. We have just started the 4th year of the project, and we hope to have more and more results. There are some papers that have been published, and more are on the way. So in summary, this QUANT-NET is a network testbed. I don't call it a physics experiment. I think David mentioned it really clearly. It's a research and engineering approach rather than a paper publishing or a Nature paper publishing approach. Obviously, we are working on telecom frequency, single photon source, and quantum memory with T-centers. I did not talk about that in detail in interest of time. I may have some time to sneak that in. High rate, high fidelity entanglement generation, that is from the ion traps perspective, which is both using cavity enhanced ion photon interface. High fidelity, high efficiency quantum frequency conversion. It is a challenging problem, and we have made some strides, not exceeded the 50% yet, and that's something we are working on. And a modular extensible control framework that we hope to release as open source within the next quarter and hope to get feedback from the whole community. You can learn more about us at quantnet.lbl.gov. That has also a list of papers published, and about the research team, which is both across Caltech, Berkeley Lab, Hartmut, Alp, and Maria in Caltech, and Tracy at University of Innsbruck, who are the PIs. Plus, we have a large team of postdoc students and researchers that are working on this. I'm going to pause if there is time. I think there is 7 minutes. I can move on to some of the silicon photonics stuff. So I'm hearing a nod. So these were my if time permits slides. So one of the things that we're looking at from a silicon photonics is how do we get native telecom frequencies, and using T-centers is something that we have been exploring, and that includes building waveguides and materials at Alps or Sipahigel's group at UC Berkeley. So we are leveraging silicon integrated photonics and long-lived spin levels for storage of remote entanglement. So we can get some kind of a memory function along with the telecom frequency as well. These wavelength multiplex memories, so you can have multiple T centers to get multiplexing as well, very similar to the ions. That way you could move the ion chain and get multiplexing and get more single photons. And so we are exploring this approach as well in terms of time-resolved single photon emission across different wavelengths using the multiple T centers that can be built into a waveguide. And in terms of memories, you can also see that with hydrogen nuclear spin and silicon nuclear spin, you can have different coherence times. Some of them, these measurements are there. They are going to be published shortly. So these are unpublished numbers. And this system is suitable for kind of atom photon entanglement. And again, these hydrogen and silicon spins can be coupled for quantum gates as well, like a CNOT gate. 5 more minutes, I can keep going.
Yeah, 1 minute actually.
Oh, 1 minute? Okay. So I just want to say that in modeling and simulation, we are exploring the future of all photonic quantum repeaters and networks on how do you use, graph states and use that for quantum repetition. What does it mean? That is not something technology that can be implemented at the moment, and we're exploring that from a modeling and simulation perspective, and building that with initial results that will be actually presented at the OFC in March. I'm sorry, I forgot the name of the conference. And then we are looking at some of the existing results and papers to do 1G quantum repeater simulation as well that is being coupled with our control plane framework. So that is, I guess, enough time. So if there are any questions, or am I over time?
No, you're perfectly on time. Actually, we have allocated till 9:35, but I think just in the interest of maybe we should just proceed with all the talks.
Okay, thank you, Inder. The next talk is by Professor Gerald Buehler. He's the director of the UK's Integrated Quantum Networks Hub, a multi-university collaboration established in 2024. Was until recently the principal investigator of the UK's Quantum Communications Hub, and also a past holder of an EPSRC established career fellowship. He's based at Heriot-Watt University in Edinburgh. Over to you.
Thank you.
Hey, I hope you can hear me okay. Thank you. My name is Gerald Buehler. I'm at Heriot-Watt in Edinburgh, and I'm here to represent the Integrated Quantum Networks Hub. Now, this is a new hub. It has only been going since the 1st of December, so 7 or 8 weeks old. But we work on the back of 10 years of the Quantum Hub network in the UK. We have a total of 13 universities plus the National Physical Laboratory in Teddington and RAL Space. The basic vision is to establish quantum networks at all distance scales, from local networking right up to national entanglement distribution, and even through global networking through ground-to-satellite QKD. So Peter Knight will discuss the British strategy in an hour or so. There are 5 missions that have been defined by the government. Our mission is to, well, as you can probably just about read, a very ambitious goal of by 2035, in 10 years' time, to have deployed the world's most advanced quantum network at scale. Now that's ambitious to come to California and say that, but on the other hand, there's nothing wrong with a bit of ambition. We have followed up the 10 years of the Quantum Communications Hub, which was a hub that was led by York University, Tim Spiller in particular, and that established a great deal of work in the UK. One example was the UK Quantum Network, which you can probably see is a link which goes approximately from Cambridge to Bristol. There are metropolitan networks in both Cambridge and Bristol, and there's a few other connections along the way. So this was just straightforward trusted node QKD. It's over 400 kilometers in 4 trusted node links. It's not a particularly good graphic, but that thing in green shows the secure key rate measured over an entire year. So a lot has been established there, and it had key rates of secure key rates in the region of about 2,000 bits per second in the presence of classical data. There's an awful lot of other things that the QComms Hub did. I'll try and mention them as I go along, but clearly the establishment of a national network is kind of important. Getting back to the Integrated Quantum Networks Hub, which is about to begin, it's very important, just like, as David said earlier, to have this partnership with industry. And we have a collection of over 40 industrial partners. Diplomatically, they are given in alphabetical order, as you might know, and not in terms of size. There's obviously some very large companies in there, and of course, relatively recent startups as well. They've pledged something like $30 million in support of one kind or another. The important thing is to get the partnership going, working with jointly funded students, internships, and trying to get advice from them as we go along. The program itself is split into 6 work packages. In the Quantum Communications Hub, we didn't do any work in memory over the last 10 years. Some of that was done in the QCS Hub you'll hear about in a moment from Dominic O'Brien. But quantum memories become a very important part of what we're trying to do. And we'll come to them in a moment. We're going to continue our work in dynamic networking and entanglement distribution, going from the metropolitan to the national scale. Quantum communications in space is something that we've been doing for the last 5 years. In the other hub, we're going to continue that work with a satellite launch in October of this year. Quantum components remains a key part, as most of you will appreciate. Again, we'll look mainly at sources and detectors. I'll describe some of them in a moment. Quantum protocols and networking theory obviously works alongside everything above. And the National Physical Laboratory will lead some of our work in standardization and integration of post-quantum cryptography into our quantum communication systems. We're obviously talking about a generic heterogeneous quantum network of some kind. We want memories, entanglement sources, measurement, and so on, as one would expect. We need to go and distribute entanglement over very, very long distances. To do that, we'll need quantum memories. We are going to look at a whole range of quantum memories. We can categorize them as either solid state or gas phase, and either isolated qubit or ensembles. And of course, there's a whole range of characteristics that we need to study to then down select the ones that are most suitable for our eventual goals. Defects in diamond remain a prime candidate, and we will also be looking at silicon carbide as well. Atomic ensembles like rubidium and cesium atoms have recently been worked in, well, there's been some work in the UK about storage and retrieval at telecoms wavelengths rather. Rare earth ion crystals offer a solid state possibility, and conveniently work at the telecoms wavelengths as well. And of course, trapped ions. There's been some excellent work in DI-QKD from David Lucas at Oxford. I believe Dominic is going to talk a little bit about that in a moment. So in terms of dynamic networking, there has been a lot. A great deal of it, particularly in Bristol, that Reza was involved in. We're going to look at, but going forward, we're going to look at blueprints for networks, dynamic entanglement distributions, and excuse me, I'm getting a little dry. I've been through a Scottish winter. I got off the plane in California and caught a cold. So excuse me if I'm a little bit slow here. Anyway, obviously teleportation is part of this, and of course multi-partite entanglement as well. And we're going to use a metro scale entanglement test beds. The Bristol Metropolitan Network, some of you may be familiar with, some of the work that Reza and his colleagues were doing over the last few years. And there was the first demonstration of a QKD, secured network visualization with software-defined networking control. Also, local multi-user bipartite entanglement-based quantum communications with multiple users. Multi-partite work has proceeded over the last 5 years. Again, it's mainly laboratory-based and looking at things like conference key distribution, but some interesting possibilities remain in, well, in fact, some of the work included fourfold entanglement at about 1 kilobit per second. And of course, this could be developed using high-dimensional entanglement states for reconfigurable distribution. In fact, I say that because I think the first paper from the new hub has just arrived, and here, 2 local networks of 4 users were connected together and routed using with entanglement swapping. This used relatively straightforward components, but of course it uses the spatial distribution and some basic SLM technology. However, not a bad start for 7 or 8 weeks into the project. Another aspect of this is, of course, repeaterless links and twin field QKD. And again, there's been a lot of work in Toshiba and at York University. York have demonstrated about 600-kilometer links. Ultimately, we want to do that probably between Bristol and Cambridge. Of course, you don't have to be a keen student of geography to realize that this is only a small part of the UK, probably the more affluent part in the south of England, but in the dark north in Scotland and so on, we'd love to connect up there. There's already some plans to connect Edinburgh and Glasgow and the 4 major universities there that are in the hub, and of course some of the places in between. It's very important. NPL is going to be linked. As I said, the Scottish links are in discussion at the moment. And of course, we're going to upgrade the Cambridge and Bristol metro networks to more, to be much more about entanglement networks than QKD themselves, and teleportation added as well. If we can connect Scotland, that brings us to our next work, which is our space mission. We are going to launch a satellite in October. It is going to have a payload which consists of a shortwave infrared continuous variable source and a near infrared BB84 discrete variable protocol. Obviously, it's our first venture in this. We call the mission the Single Photon Optical Communications, Optical Quantum Communications Mission, or SPOC. It's very hard. We keep running out of acronyms with a Q in it, but you can get the idea. It's going to be a CubeSat mission. You can probably see myself and Tim Spiller, the former head of the QComms hub, posing beside a model of the satellite. So we have a 12U satellite. It's going to be at a 500-kilometer altitude. in a sun-synchronous polar orbit, so it goes overhead once a day. Obviously, we've made the payloads within the consortium in academic groups, but of course, it's been put together by RAL Space and a commercial supplier. In terms of I don't know if I can show you this. We made a time-lapse video of our ground station being put together. So that's a 700 millimeter aperture telescope inside this clamshell dome. That's in the outskirts of Edinburgh on the campus of Heriot-Watt University. You can probably see they're just about to lift the telescope in there. Good thing about this is that we've got dark fiber connections which go straight to our quantum technology laboratories. Ultimately, that's going to allow sources, memories to be connected, perhaps not with this mission, but maybe with other international missions which are either planned or are in the planning stages or very early planning stages. Okay. In terms of quantum components, there's some key issues we're going to look at. One of them is quantum dot sources. And in this case, you can see a 1550 source in a photonic crystal cavity for enhanced efficiency. And also, much of our work does rely on SNSPDs or superconducting nanowires, cryogenically cooled. One of the things that we have been working with in the last 5 years has been detecting single photons in the shortwave infrared with silicon-based avalanche photodiodes. And of course, that can be done by the inclusion of germanium, the narrow gap semiconductor. It's got a very favorable semiconductor characteristics, which mean that we got close to 40% efficiency by only absorbing 50% of the light. So the possibility of getting 80 or 90% in a proper configuration, like a waveguide configuration, could be pretty good. And of course, this would be well above cryogenic temperatures. Also, we need to look at routing switches. These are thermally activated ones, which are compatible with entanglement. We see here on the left a silicon-based approach that Cambridge developed, and then the conceptual one, which is going to be in silicon nitride for reduced loss. Moving on, the UK has a pretty good track record in quantum network protocols and use cases, and we are going to gather together some of the best experts in the UK to work on this, and of course, carefully work with the work packages that I've described before. Quantum safe communications requires a detailed understanding of the landscape in cybersecurity, quantum communications, and post-quantum algorithms. This work package will be led by the National Physical Laboratory and again, work closely with the other work packages. For example, with the space work package, for example. So, the plan is that we will work on those 6 areas for the first 2.5 to 3 years of the project, because obviously these kind of projects are planned. We wrote this proposal 18 months ago, and of course it's only just started, so time will go on. We will have to decide what our final objectives are, but I think these 3 possibilities are pretty good, idea of what's likely to happen. Obviously, we want to get multiple nodes in a metropolitan network. Second one is to build a truly national entanglement network that could cover large parts of the United Kingdom. And of course, linking entanglement networks in some way into space has to be an ultimate goal. Okay, so I appreciate that we have a limited set of industrial partners. Not everyone And since we started this project, at least 5 other companies want to work in partnership with us. We're very happy to talk to them. There's ways that we can work together. Just talk to me today or email me in advance, or try this email address, which I know looks suspicious, but it will not go to spam folder. It'll go straight to me, and we can talk about working together over the next 5 years and beyond. I think that's all I want to say for now, so thank you.
All right, moving swiftly along, our next talk is by Dominic O'Brien from the University of Oxford. He's a professor of engineering science at Oxford, leads the optical communications group, and he's the director of the Hub of Quantum Computing, Integrated and Interconnected Implementations, QCI3, and that's what he's going to talk about. And his research is broadly in optical wireless communications. What do you think?
Good morning, everybody. Thanks very much for the invitation to speak here. I'm Dominic O'Brien, and I'm at the University of Oxford, and I'm going to talk about the QCI3 Hub. Now, you've had a brief introduction to the national program from Gerald Buller, my colleague, who talked about the IQN Hub. So Peter Knight will tell you a bit more about our national program and how the hubs fit together a bit later on. My job is to give you a very brief overview of the work the hub will do, focusing a bit on quantum networking, because that's the theme of today. So who are we, first of all? Well, we're an 18 research institution partnership. The lead partner is the University of Oxford. NPL is one of our partners, but those research institutions, those universities, cover all aspects of quantum computing, from software, hardware. We've got people working on responsible research and innovation, so it's a very broad church. There are more than 50 investigators, and we have 27 industry partners. It was very interesting to see the first Cisco slide, because many of the startups that you saw on that first Cisco slide involved in quantum networking are smaller companies, startups who are industry partners in the QCI3 Hub. So it's a very broad range of industries, big corporates, small startups, some government labs as well. The key thesis behind our structure is that bringing together a broad academic coalition is what you need to do to solve some of the critical research challenges around quantum computing. We're not here to build a quantum computer. That's being done fantastically by a large range of very well-funded groups, very well-funded industries. So our role is really to look at where the challenges are, where we can really make a difference. So we work around these 3 themes. I'll briefly go through each one of them, and then I'll talk a bit about the networking aspects, the history of what we've done in networking and how that feeds into this particular hub. So our first theme is integrated quantum demonstrators. That's taking small-scale NISQ machines of different types, NISQ demonstrations, looking at how they'll integrate with HPC, and working out how we can get quantum advantage for certain problems in the nearer term. So, for instance, we're working with photonic processors. Orca Computing is one of our partners. As an example, there are other partners too. We're interested in neutral atoms. We're interested in building small test beds that researchers can try out problems on in the cloud. As access to machines becomes more sort of black box access, there's a real need to have these small demonstrators and test beds that people can really get their hands on and use. That's one of our aims. So that's our first theme. The second theme, which is really the one most relevant to networking, is around interconnected quantum computing systems. So that's looking at the actual networking of a quantum computer, looking at the transduction elements that you might need, for instance, microwave to optical conversion, looking at ions, looking at superconductors, looking at optical systems. So that's a bit about the technology around the connection, but we're also interested in the applications that you can make once you've got that entanglement connection. I'll show you a bit more detail on that in a second. So things like blind quantum computing, distributed quantum computing and more broadly distributed entanglement. Those two themes are all driven by our third theme, which is quantum computing-enabled science and applications. So we've chosen a few areas where we think there's real traction and early gains might be obtained, both in computing and simulation. So looking at things like material science, looking at chemistry, looking at fluids. Now, to evolve our thinking, we've actually got experts in fluid mechanics, experts in material science, quantum chemists, to make sure that the work that we do in the hardware, the algorithms, is all aligned to the needs of the real scientists in the area. The other thing we're doing is grouping industries in those particular domains, so we get a nice vertical integration for people doing hardware, software, the application scientists, and the industries that might want to use things in those applications. So that's a real focus to us, to try and get industry pulling the knowledge through and us pushing the knowledge towards industry. The other thing we're doing is more general things like quantum machine learning, all the things you might imagine in a broad coalition of people doing quantum computing. So those are our themes. They're underpinned by this sort of tools element you see in the middle, which are things like error reduction, verification and benchmarking has been a decadal-long project for us in the previous hubs, looking at techniques to verify increasingly big systems where any verification needs to be very fast and efficient. So that's a key theme for us. And then the other thing is looking at qubit optimization. We have a broad range of technical knowledge across different qubit families. And what we've discovered is sharing the knowledge of how you optimized even a different physical kind of qubit is actually quite useful to you. So that's another aspect of what we do. But this is a networking summit, so I'll show you some networking and how that's being built upon in this hub. So first, it's useful to talk about where this stuff has come from. So we've had more than a decade now of hubs doing quantum computing in the UK. It started in 2014 with a hub called NKIT, which was Networked Quantum Information Technologies. So we were kind of early to the networking quantum computers game, as it were. And that ran for 5 years. That was run by Ian Walmsley from the University of Oxford. The Quantum Computing and Simulation Hub, which finished at the back end of last year. That took those ideas forward, and we're now in the QCI3 hub running till the end of this decade. So let's look back. So back in, yes, so Peter is laughing in the audience. This is a very old diagram. So this was the concept back in November 2014, this idea of connected ion traps connected by some magic optical fiber with some detectors. And you notice the no control lines and the rather nice replication of the processor. The reality, of course, at that stage was something that looked much more like this. So this is my colleague David Lucas in the Oxford Ion Trap Quantum Computing Group. So you have two ion traps, and they're actually, I think at that stage, they were probably not entangled between them, but there are two ion traps in the process of being built for entanglement. With strontium ions in each of the traps, the strontium provides the optical interface there. So strontium produces some, from an engineering perspective, very inconvenient blue wavelengths that one entangles. So it's an interesting question to me, actually, what color you use to connect quantum processors together. But in this case, it was blue. There was good reasons for that. And it uses those Sandia traps that you can see at the bottom there. Now, a decade of work pretty much on. And this is the sort of entanglement state of the art. This is, again, one of David's slides. And you've got fidelity up the vertical axis, the rate in some logarithmic scale along the bottom. And clearly what you'd be like is right in that top right-hand corner. High rate, very, very high quality. There's another few things to go on here as well. But generally, we're a long way away from where we used to be, would like to be. People talked about multiplexing and how we increase the rate, and somebody talked about a few hundred baud. Well, that's not far off what this stuff is. But the quality and the rate does allow you to start doing applications with this. Somebody talked about QKD. I'm not going to show you the QKD that David's team did, but QKD was demonstrated between those two traps. I'll show you a couple of things. These are networks of atomic clocks. So you can see the two traps on the right-hand side. They've both got strontium ions in them. And strontium in itself, because it's an ion, is some elementary atomic clock. You can think of it as such. And by entangling, you can reduce measurement uncertainty to below the standard quantum limit. So it's the quantum connection that allows you to get greater accuracy. You can see the paper at the bottom if you want to read more about it. And this is now being pursued within a fellowship. People like NPL, our measurement laboratory, are very interested in this sort of thing, of course. So we've heard about blind quantum computing. That's the other thing that I wanted to show you. If you look at the top, the server in this case is an ion trap which has a network ion, which is a strontium ion. So remember, that's the blue photons coming out, and a memory ion, which is a much quieter, longer-lived type, if you like, which is a calcium ion. So you can shift information from the strontium ion to the calcium ion by some gate operation. As those blue photons are kicked out to the client steers the state of that strontium ion by making measurements, but the server doesn't know what the measurements were and what the state is. So you get this blind relationship between the client and the server, and by various series of steering operations, you can actually carry out an algorithm. So this is a blind quantum computing demonstration. Early days, but the quality is there to be able to do these sorts of demonstrations. So where's this stuff gone? So the blind quantum computing, which was done within the previous hub, is moving into the QCI3 hub. So that's a quantum computing task. The ion trap group is both in the quantum networking hub and the quantum computing hub with different emphasis for each one. We've also worked on other technologies relevant to networking. Again, this is probably work that's gone on for about a decade. So on the left-hand side of the diagram, you see an NV center writing system. This is work at the University of Oxford. These are this diamond, and you can see the dots are deterministically written NV centers. And that's a dynamic writing system. It actually measures the fluorescence as you write to make sure you only get one defect. And you can really control that to a very high degree now. Now, of course, they have to go into cavities. And on the right-hand side, you'll see some work. I think this is joint work from the University of Oxford and the University of Warwick, who have a lot of experience in diamonds. So the top is the etched surface of the diamond. The bottom right is a cavity design based on that etched diamond. The latest work in this regard is looking at putting layers in that cavity to allow the length and the actual resonant frequency to be tuned. So electro-optic layers. It's insufficient just to make a cavity without any tuning. It simply wouldn't work. That's not the only approach to cavities. So there's been a lot of work of cavities, so both the theoretical modeling of the tolerancing, University of Southampton are experts in that area. This is work from the University of Oxford, looking at how you should design a cavity, what shape it should be, what about the engineering tolerances of it. On the left-hand side, a big effort has been engineering components to be able to create an integrated ion trap where cavity integration is built into the design. So this is the components are actually printed in glass and then coated. So that's what you're seeing on the left-hand side. So you can see the sort of bottom right of those four is actually an oven for an ion trap. And then there's some flexure mounts and things for the ends of cavities. So you can see the engineering is going on to try and work out how to put cavities in. Cavities are going to be an absolutely key technology to improve the rate of entanglement between nodes, whether they be networking or quantum computational nodes. So that's a quick run through of the sort of heritage we have, what the hub is going to do. The other thing I'd like to say is that we sort of sit in this much wider landscape, and you'll hear from Sir Peter Knight a bit later about the wider landscape. Of course, we draw the landscape with ourselves at the center. Where else would we draw ourselves? So that's the diagram that you see there. We work closely with our National Centre for Quantum Computing, the NQCC, But we see ourselves as this bridge between enabling quantum science and industry, higher TRL innovation, those sorts of things. We work closely with different communities. Now, people talked about, for instance, the banks. So we have the banks, we work with the banks, but we also work with the financial regulator. So we're interested in that sort of boundary between business and government, where government can respond to make the environment the right environment in which we want, we want this stuff to flourish. So we do, and we have that neutral academic voice, which really helps in that regard, I think. The other thing we do is quite a lot of work in responsible research and innovation. We've undertaken public dialogues to watch what the general public think about quantum or quantum computing, because we want to create a landscape where there's a rational debate about what the risks, what the rewards are, but also one where the community can decide whether this is stuff they really want to use or not. The sort of distrust of technology is something we don't want to happen with this. So we're trying to understand and have a continuing dialogue with that. We've done quite a lot of work in that regard. With that, I shall leave it and say, come and speak to us. We'd really love to hear from you. We've got a great team of scientists. We're developing a new workforce, and we'd really love to hear from you. Thank you very much.
So we have a 15-minute break, and we have a couple more talks after that, and then we'll go to the panel. So, 15-minute break.
Yes, the break is outside, all the coffees and pastries.
To realize quantum computing's full potential, we need systems that can run large-scale computations, meaning deep quantum circuits with many logical qubits. This requires many high-quality qubits that remain stable over longer periods of time, seconds and minutes, rather than milliseconds they are capable of now. There are two major hurdles to overcome when we speak about the hardware needed for this transition. To extend the duration of quantum computations, we'll need to rely on a process called quantum error correction, which involves encoding information in hundreds, if not thousands, of physical qubits. A qubit is the fundamental unit of information in a quantum computer. It operates based on the principles of quantum mechanics to exist simultaneously in multiple states, enabling vastly more complex computations than traditional bits. To achieve the desired number of logical qubits, say thousands, we will need to connect many quantum chips, each having tens of logical qubits, which will effectively give us millions of physical qubits. To make this happen, we need a distributed network of quantum computers, as a single monolithic system is impractical. Our focus at Outshift is on developing a network that can support various types of quantum computers, ensuring seamless communication and efficient error correction. To this end, we are pioneering the development of quantum networking. Our work includes creating quantum switches and networking protocols, innovating data center designs for efficient interconnectivity, and building orchestrators for optimized distributed quantum computing. For example, we envision two types of quantum communications in the data center network, where for short distances, like on a single rack, quantum communication occurs at the native frequency of qubits. However, for long distances, like networking between racks, communication runs at the telecom frequency range.
As quantum computers become a reality, they pose a significant threat to current cryptographic systems. Powerful quantum computers could potentially break widely used encryption protocols such as RSA and Diffie-Hellman, exposing sensitive data. This threat underscores the urgent need for enhanced security measures. Quantum encryption, specifically quantum key distribution, or QKD for short, offers a solution. QKD leverages the principles of quantum mechanics to create secure communication channels. By using the inherent properties of quantum mechanics, QKD ensures that any attempt to intercept the key exchange process is immediately detectable, maintaining its confidentiality and integrity. At Cisco Research, we are pioneering the development of scalable quantum networks to support these advanced security measures. Unlike traditional point-to-point QKD systems, our approach aims to build a general-purpose quantum network capable of supporting multiple applications simultaneously. This network will not only facilitate enhanced QKD, but also power distributed quantum computing. Our research focuses on various layers of the stack to invent solutions that make it significantly harder for attackers to succeed. This includes post-quantum cryptography, which aims to develop new cryptographic algorithms resistant to quantum attacks, and innovative key distribution methods to further secure communications. Additionally, we are investing in quantum random number generators to generate truly random encryption keys. Unlike traditional pseudo-random number generators, quantum random number generators leverage quantum mechanics to generate numbers which are truly random, providing an extra layer of security. The convergence of these technologies, quantum computing, quantum networking, and quantum encryption, will redefine our approach to data security. By integrating quantum encryption into our network infrastructure, we ensure robust protection against future quantum threats, securing sensitive information for governments, enterprises, and individuals alike.
Quantum technology holds the promise of profound advancement for all humanity. In the next 5 to 10 years, we can expect emergence of major quantum computers capable of groundbreaking achievements. Imagine rapid drug discovery, the development of cutting-edge materials, precise weather forecasting, and giant leaps forward in AI. However, to unlock the full potential of quantum computing, it is not enough to build a few large quantum computers around the world. We need to scale this system to make them accessible to everybody. This approach opens the door to a much wider range of applications and helps solve current technical issues in quantum computing. By interconnecting small quantum computers through a network, we can achieve scalability and accessibility necessary for widespread use. The impact of classical computers on humanity grows exponentially once they are connected to the internet. Quantum networking aims to create a quantum internet, making quantum computing accessible to everybody. In our labs, we are developing the hardware, the software, and protocols for scalable quantum networks to connect quantum computers. This distributed approach overcomes individual limitations and unlocks the world-changing potential for quantum computing. We are collaborating with academic institutes and industrial partners to bring this vision to life. As we move forward to a future powered by quantum technology, the potential for innovation and social impact is boundless. At Outshift, we are committed leading this transformation and building the networks that will define the next era of computing.
watching Cisco TV. Cisco TV. Connect here. watching Cisco TV. Cisco TV. Connect here.
we are ready to begin the next session. So it's my pleasure to introduce Eden Figueroa. He's the of NSF's National Quantum Virtual Laboratory. So Professor Eden Figueroa was, he was awarded his BSc in Engineering Physics and MSc in Optical Engineering at Monterrey Tech, Mexico. And his PhD thesis was on quantum memory for squeezed light. And starting in 2013, he has been a professor and group leader of the Quantum Information Technology Group at Stony Brook University. And he has also a joint appointment with the Instrumentation Department and Computer Science Initiative at the Brookhaven National Laboratory. And yeah, he's going to talk about, the talk title is actually not there. Coming up. So over to you, Eden.
Thank you. Hey, I hope everybody's doing well in this wonderful day here in San Francisco. I would like to very kindly thank the organizers for inviting me, so then we can show you a little bit the quantum network research activities that we're doing on Long Island. So then you can see several of the experiments that I want to show you. I also want to kindly thank the previous speakers that already show a lot of the introduction and why we're all here talking about quantum networks. This will then allow me to focus a little bit more on the specific science of the projects that we're doing. So then you can see where we are and then why we believe that this is the beginning of a wonderful era for quantum networks. So let me just walk right into it, right? And then basically tell you a little bit about what we're doing in our experiments. I would like to show you a few actual technical results of what we're building in this quantum network testbed on Long Island. But first, I want to tell you a little bit what is our grand vision that we had already for about a decade or so. So you heard it in the talks this morning, right? A very important component of long-distance quantum networks is to build quantum repeaters, right? In which then you can increase the distance in which usable entangle is then available. So the figure that you see there in the slides, right? It's a little bit of a depiction of what is called a second-generation quantum repeater. And then you see there some of the very important components that are necessary to build this. Of primary importance is the development of entanglement sources, right? That are a high repetition rate, but not only that, they're also compatible with the atomic units or quantum processing units that are down the network line. So then this tunability of entanglement sources is very important, right? The development of quantum connection links that can preserve entanglement and quantum coherence with high fidelity is of paramount importance. You will see examples of this in my next slides. And then you see these blue components in there, quantum memories, right? This is what is called absorptive quantum memories. The difference being that these memories actually absorb the photons when they get to the end line. And it's very important that then you can map, for example, the polarization state of the entangled photons that you're transmitting into long-lived atomic coherences in these memories. And then they will allow you then to buffer the information. And then all the measurements that establish, for example, entanglement swapping, so then you can do long-distance entanglement distribution, are based on the fact that you have to do synchronous measurements, right? So then the memories allow you to, even though the photons don't arrive simultaneously to the nodes, then you can wait for it and then actually do the simultaneous measurement. So what I will show you in the next slide is an example, and I think we believe is the first example of a system of two quantum memories that are actually used to enable a quantum measurement, right? So when you see here on the left, right, is basically the histogram of photon arrivals, and then you see basically the quantum memory performance, right? So what you see here on this side is basically two quantum memories that are receiving these photons from two independent links, and then what we do is we change the storage time of the photons, and then you see that then we can make them separated in time, or we can make them simultaneously, right? That's exactly what you see there. So then the physical basis to do Bell state measurements and entanglement swapping is to actually observe high indistinguishability of the photons that are coming out of the memories, right? And you know, for the experts of the audience that we have here, the way we do this, the way we evaluate this is through a Hongo-Mendel interference measurement. So then what you see here on this side of the slide is a Hongo-Mendel interference measurement using two atomic quantum memories that are made of rubidium atomic vapor, and we're developed in conjunction with our spin-off company, QNEC Incorporated, that you will hear from them later today. And the most important thing about this, and you can read more about this in this paper that is listed there, that is new from this year, is that now we can achieve high visibility measurements with the memories, which then verify the indistinguishability and thus open the possibilities to now start doing memory-assisted entanglement swapping experiments. So please check out this paper. My students work hard on this, and I will be very happy that you actually have a look at it. So now what I'm going to do in this other part is think about now how we're going to build these, what we call physics-centrics, telecom-based quantum networks. We call them physics-centrics because now are going to be based on these quantum devices, right? For example, these quantum memories or these entanglement sources that are tuned to operation with quantum memories. So then a lot of the work that has happened in the last few years is to go from the infrared normal transmission lines of these systems and then really explore if they can work at favorable telecom wavelengths that then you can put into fibers and then make long distance networks out of these systems, right? And then so hence the telecom part of this. So in 2019, right, I got a joint appointment with Brookhaven, and then we started building already a long distance quantum network. So basically the task was to build a second laboratory in BNL that will have quantum measurement capabilities, right? And then this experiment here that we been working already for a few years, you have already seen this in some of the other presentations by the Berkeley group and our UK colleagues. You see here, the purpose of this experiment is to entangle two atomic systems. That's what you see here on the side. These are exactly the same atomic systems, rubidium, vapor, quantum memories that were used in the Hong-Mandel experiment that I showed you before. And then what we're exploring in these experiments is to operate them now at telecom wavelengths, right? And then so you see it, and then the spirit of this experiment is very similar to the other ones that have been shown, right? Where you have two independent systems, and then you send these photons in independent quantum communication channels, and then you do a measurement at the end, and because that measurement then erases the which part information of which memory produced the photons, then you actually create entanglement, right? The difference here in this experiment is like now we want to do it at very long scales, right? So for example, you see here at the bottom, we are using deployed fiber that is provided by a fiber company there on Long Island. And then this gives us a capability to have two independent 70-kilometer links where we can do our experiments, right? So just very briefly, because of time is short, I can tell you that now we have shown that our quantum memories can operate at telecom wavelengths. Here we use some fundamental principles that are called four-wave mixing in a diamond scheme that then allows to receive infrared photons and then convert them into telecom wavelengths. Of particular interest is the 1324 rubidium transition, which is in the O band. So then it actually has very low dispersion. You will see that this becomes very useful in other experiments as we go, right? You can read more about this in our paper that is now in the archives, which is really a long paper where many of these principles are discussed. So what I want to show you here is just the highlight of these experiments. What you actually see here is how these experiments are built along the spirit of many of the things that were discussed today, which are basically just a nested set of optical networks working together. We have a quantum network here where the memories and the photons and the measurements are done. On top of that, we have what we call the quantum enabling network that then allows to have time synchronization in the order of 100 picoseconds across the 140-kilometer node, and also to maintain the polarization state of the photons, so then the interference can be done with high visibility. And then on top, we have the classical network, right, that is quantum aware, so then it allows them to drive all the experiments from a single node of the network. The most important result that we have here, and this is very similar to the one that I show you with the quantum memories. Now with the quantum memories working at telecom, we evaluate the indistinguishability of the photon interference at the measurement node, right, over a 140-kilometer network. And then you can see that the visibility is actually almost perfect, right, for the conditions of the experiment that we're doing. And this is telling us that hopefully in the near future, we're going to be able to entangle these atomic systems across these 140 kilometers, right? So these are all great news. The next set of highlights that I want to show you here, we have spent a long time actually now building entanglement sources that are tuned, right, as I was just telling you, with the wavelength of operation of these telecom quantum memories at 1324 nanometers. We use a spontaneous parametric down conversion in a double crystal configuration that allows them to produce polarization entanglement, right? We then assist the creation of this polarization entanglement with cavities, so then we can tune the frequency and the emission rate of these photons. what you see there is an actual measurement of the polarization entanglement that the source is providing. And then so you can see there that it's already done with significantly high fidelity, right? Now this has been tested in a long distance network, right? Now you see here what we have done. In the last 2 years, we added a second fiber communication link, which now you see in the bottom. The one in the upper part is the one that we use for the quantum memory network. Here below, we have the one that we use for this entanglement distribution. And then the way these experiments work, right? We have set up time synchronization between the 3 nodes using the White Rabbit protocol with a time jitter of about 100 picoseconds, which is way below the temporal duration of the photons. Then we have the source in BNL, and then we shoot photons towards the detection site in Stony Brook and the detection site in this data center, right? Which is a deploy mini laboratory that is located in a data center in this place called COMAC. I will show you then the results, so then you can see how this is done. And what is important here is that this time and synchronization then allows them to distinguish, right, the photons that were generated at the same time in the crystal. Then you got to trace them, compensate for the optical delay that the photons suffer, and then once they get to the detection system, because you have a shared clock, then you can time synchronize them and time tag them with respect to a universal clock that then allows you then to measure correlation functions like the ones you will measure in your lab, but now you're measuring across a 140-kilometer network. This is what you see here. On the top right, you actually see the G2 correlation measurement of photon pairs that have traveled 140 kilometers. And then you see that if you pick the right region of interest, right, after compensating for the optical delay and everything, you actually have a G2 tau correlation that tells you that then you are detecting pairs, right? The second thing you do, right, is because, of course, the source is generating entanglement in the polarization basis. You need to have polarization characterization systems that are operating remotely, right, in a way that then you characterize the density matrix in the polarization basis, but now in a remote way across 140 kilometers of fiber. So then a lot of APIs had to be developed. So then you run, Paul Quade's very famous quantum tomography algorithm, but now across 140 kilometers. And then the result of these experiments, right, this is of course ongoing experiments. This is of course super hard. We already have some results that show that over 140 kilometers with 2 independent fibers, we have right now up to 75% fidelity with the Bell state. Don't forget, you need to beat the 50% fidelity, and this is across 140 kilometers, right? We believe that there is no longer experiment in the United States right now, right? So this is very new. These results were collected since starting in November all the way to January and so forth. So this is the first time that we're showing this to the US audience. Just to finalize the construction of this, right? We have a project from the new state government and the Long Island Investment Fund that has allowed them to now, across the last year and a half, expand our 3-node network. Remember what I showed you there? Brookhaven, Stony Brook, and COMAC. Now we have expanded our fiber network to then now reach the city of New York. So then now we have another node in another data center in a place somewhere in the middle of Long Island that is called Westbury, where we will soon deploy another entangled source like the one I showed you before. And then now our colleagues at QNIC Incorporated are now hosting our 5th node. And together with them, we are now targeting an entanglement swapping experiment across 240 kilometers. You will hear more about this in the coming months. I just want to bring this back forward to what we were saying at the beginning. This is the 5-node quantum repeater hub scheme that I show you. Now you see how this is actually becoming a reality, right? Now we actually have the infrastructure, time infrastructure, polarization compensation infrastructure. Obviously, we still need to deploy the quantum memories that I show, but there's a lot of work into doing this for telecom. So in the next few years, hopefully, we will keep developing this quantum repeater testbed. All right. So with this in mind, please keep in mind all the scientific developments that have led to this. Now I can show you our next project that was just granted about 6 months ago. As you know, the National Science Foundation is now running a program that is called the National Quantum Virtual Laboratory. And then there are several groups across the United States that are working in these projects. So our project is called QNet, right? For all of you familiar with the Terminator, well, that's where that name comes from. But it actually means Stony Brook, Columbia, Yale Quantum Network. And this is a wide area quantum network that is aimed to demonstrate some quantum advantage. Along the spirit of this conversation today, this Sky QNet vision is basically to put together a system of quantum processing units that are based on atomic systems, you name it, ytterbium, strontium, rubidium, right? That then can be frequency converted to then interact with the quantum repeater network that I just showed you, right? In this way, we can have several quantum processors across a true intercity quantum network, and then we can play around trying to do teleportation gates with them. In order to do this admittedly ambitious goal, right, we have put together a team of researchers that really encompasses all the best we have there in the area, right? We have people that are doing quantum communication, like I just showed you. Now we also have cold atomic physicists like Dominic Schnebel and Sebastian Biel that are building these quantum processing units. Perhaps very importantly as well, we have quantum frequency conversion experts such as Alex Gaeta, Hong Tang, and Misha Lipson that then provide a team to then do the frequency conversion between all these different atomic species and the native 1324 rubidium transition for telecom operations. Obviously, if we want to do teleportation-based algorithms, we also have a team of theory persons like Suchi Wei from Stony Brook and some colleagues for the computer science department that are helping us to develop this. In short, you can see a little bit of what the vision of this project will be, right? You have seen that we already have the capability to transmit entanglement across long distances. So then what we want to do in this project, of course, is to increase the high repetition rate of entanglement. And we will also like to create multiplex systems in which you have several entanglement sources working together to give you basically hundreds of megahertz of usable entanglement going into these quantum memories. We are developing this in collaboration with Toptica Photonics in Rochester, New York. Once you have this high repetition entanglement, right, then now we are developing what we call quantum memory banks, which are basically next generation quantum memory systems like the one I show you. But now, instead of storing just 1 qubit, and in the experiments that I show you, now they will store 50 qubits per system, right? This is something that is allowed because of the atomic vapor platform that we have, allows to then multiplex in space. We are developing this together with Brookhaven National Labs, and actually a paper on a quantum memory with 50 qubits. It's forthcoming very soon. So, well, if you have these, and then you can drive entanglement swapping with high repetition rate through these multiplexed systems, right? Then the idea is to work with the other universities to develop these quantum processing units. I echo something that was said today here. Anything that is going to be quantum network compatible must be cavity assisted, because cavity assisted then gives you the possibility to send photons in, send photons out, and then match the bandwidth of the repeater that will be connecting them. And then so in order to do that, we're developing together with Columbia at Brookhaven what we call the fiber cavity foundry, in which we will build hundreds and hundreds of fiber cavity systems that then will allow us then to couple the strontium, the ytterbium, and the rubidium systems, and then make them compatible via frequency conversion units to this, right? As you have seen, right, we are not foreign to developing the APIs and the stack that then drives this network. So then a lot of the stuff that we've been doing on the Long Island network will be translated to Sky QNet, right? But now at a larger scale with larger multiplexed systems, right? By the way, this is a 10-year project. So this is why it looks a little bit ambitious for current tech, but it's over 10 years. Now, just to finish the conversation, let me show you a little bit how we're thinking about doing this. Of course, this is a very complicated network system. So then we're doing this in phases, right? So as I showed you before, right, now we have 5 nodes that are already connecting Eastern Long Island to Brooklyn. So then in the first part of this project, now we are developing the optical connections that will allow us then to incorporate Columbia University and Yale University, right? So Columbia University, now we are developing the optical fiber link that will connect to the QNet laboratory in Brooklyn. This will probably come online in the next couple of months. And for Yale University, we are exploring a couple of possibilities. Possibility number 1 is actually a free space optical system when we are shooting photons from the top of the hospital tower in Stony Brook all the way to the top of the, I think it's called the Gene Tower in Yale. So then that's one possibility. The other possibility is actually do this through fiber. As it turned out, there was a failed nuclear power plant project on Long Island that was meant to send power to Connecticut. It actually died, but there's a lot of fiber that we can use to actually send photons from Long Island to Connecticut. That's good for us, right? So this is phase 1, and I think this is to some extent doable given the base that we already have. And then, so the second part, of course, as we were just discussing, is to then incorporate these high repetition entanglement sources in all the different nodes, right? So then we can do entanglement swapping experiments, not only in one entanglement swapping, as we are planning for this year, but more in concatenated entanglement swapping experiments, right? And then if we can do this, right, the first proof that the system, right, operates adequately to preserve quantum information will be then to do measurement device independent quantum cryptography distribution. We have a little project there that is looking into doing this with memory assisted systems. So then that will be the first demonstration. And then we hope that this could be a first demonstration of going beyond some important bounds, for example, in this case, the TGW bound, by doing these kind of experiments, right? In the horizon of a few years, let's say maybe 5 years from now, the idea will be then to have these deploy systems where you have the high repetition entanglement sources, the multiplexing memories, right? Quantum frequency conversion, and then the quantum processing units that then are cavity assisted, and then start really doing experiments that show the compatibility of all the systems with each other, right? You start just by showing indistinguishability like we have done in our network on Long Island, and then you start then doing entanglement swapping between the qubits and the memories, eventually some repeater operation that allows you then to connect all these different nodes, right? Yeah, so then this is the vision for what we have ahead in the coming future. And thank you so much for your attention. And I will look forward to your questions during our panel. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Eden. No problem.
All right, right on time. So we have the last but not the least talk from Sir Peter Knight. I'm really looking forward to this. As Knight is the chair of the UK National Quantum Technology Program Strategy Advisory Board, and he's been involved in the creation of the UK program since its inception, during the creation of the UK quantum strategy and the commitment of about $2.5 billion over the next decade to the field. He's an emeritus professor at Imperial College, and he was knighted in 2005 for his work in optical physics. And he was the 2004 president of the Optical Society of America, and he was also president of the Institute of Physics. And he's super reputed, and I don't know what I can say. I was like reading through this and like, what more I can say, right? So over to you, Sir Peter Knight.
No pressure then. Yeah, I'm obliged to say that what I'm going to say does not necessarily represent UK government policy yet. Okay, so I'm going to run through some of the things we've been trying to do in the UK in terms of a coordinated program. Right, so about 18 months ago, we put together our vision for where we wanted to be in the next 10 years. So we have a national quantum strategy. We created within a government department the Office for Quantum, which is the coordinating body that pulls together all the threads right across the UK from different stakeholders. And you can see that we've got these 4 pillars to ensure the UK is home to world-leading quantum science and engineering, make the UK a go-to place for quantum businesses, drive the use of quantum technology, and that's really a really important thing in terms of societal value. And then really to worry about the regulatory framework so that it actually grows and could be used and can coexist with other technologies. Right, that's the strategy. Now, if we look back 10 years, because the program started in 2013-14, and we've spent £1.1 billion of taxpayers' money in the area. What did we do with it all? 44% in terms of research, 25% in terms of innovation. And by the way, that's the part that grew very dramatically in later years. Okay, we'll explain what that means. 22% in infrastructure and 9% in skills. So what did we do in terms of innovation? In particular, working on challenge-led programs with companies that will pull in the best researchers and companies and government departments to actually look at what we were able to do. The facilities we looked at, the National Physical Laboratory, the Advanced Quantum Metrology Laboratory there. I chaired the AQML at NPL. The National Quantum Computing Center, I mentioned, and one of my favorites, a lab a mile under the North Sea, the Booby Lab. And that's for our dark matter observatory. We trained, well, now nearly 600 PhD students within the program. We're also worried about where we get apprentices for technicians within the area. And so we've trained a number of technicians, principally through the National Physical Laboratory. All right, so in terms of the strategy and the future commitment, two separate strands of things that look like they're very closely related. First part of it is to renew the hubs that we had. Now, our research hubs were an experiment started in 2013-14 to get people to start to think about working together in a way where you could deliver things that you couldn't do individually. Okay, so we had 4 research hubs. They all came to an end at the end of October, beginning of November of last year. And we then, through a competition, launched 5 new hubs. Many, almost all of the active people within the previous decade are involved in the new hubs as well. So we've heard already about the integrated and interconnected one that Dominic leads. We've heard already about the the one that Dominic leads. We also heard about the networking one, which Gerald leads. You've not heard about the biomedical sensing one, which is the new one, a new area altogether. We have a hub that's very specific in terms of quantum-enabled position, navigation, and timing. Okay, really looking at the ways in which we can build resilience in the PNT space. And then finally, more generally, sensing, imaging, and so on. Now, there are research hubs. They're based in universities. So you can see that we've got 5 hubs. It involves around 30 universities in total and a lot of businesses. Now, on the right-hand side, you see the 5 missions, which are the decadal missions that we're in the middle of working out how to generate, how they get delivered, and so on. They're 10-year missions. They are meant to be bold, ambitious, and therefore might well fail. Okay? So the first one, and by the way, I always say the same thing. Given how old I am, I looked at actuarial tables. I'm pretty sure I won't be around at the end of that 10-year period to justify whether we delivered. But one of the things we're going to do, a quantum computer capable of running 1 trillion operations before it falls over. Okay, in other words, a machine at scale. Deploy an advanced quantum network. We heard already about that. Okay. We have a health service in the UK where we believe that quantum technology could be transformative in the way that we actually enable people to live healthier lives. Quantum navigation system, there's a very bold ambition there to put a chip-based PNT system on a fast jet. Okay, and then finally, network quantum sensors, arrays of sensors and so on. They're the 5 missions. They are being delivered, we hope, through a combination of industry, government departments, and the researchers. Right. Various things that we are most proud of, the way that we've worked on ways in which we can get industry-led challenges to deliver some of these things. Roger McKinley, who's in the room, leads that program, and we've invested, it's around 300 million of taxpayers' money in those sort of programs. And in the same programs with the same companies, it's triggered nearly 700 million of co-investment from those companies. Okay, it's involved a lot of, and if you're interested in the data, a lot of projects. The directory, which is on the right-hand side of this picture, lists all of the things that we were able to put together in challenge-led programs with industry. Okay. So as I said, there are the details for the next 10 years for the missions. They are really ambitious. They may not work. But the journey towards these will trigger a whole load of unexpected things that will have societal benefit. So if we look at quantum processors, for example, David actually mentioned right at the very beginning, there are no winners in this game yet that we can see. And in fact, there won't be any winners in this game because they're very much going to be application specific. That one platform will be great for this application, that platform for that. I entirely agree with that. But what we're able to do, therefore, is to make sure that we've invested in capability in trapped ions, in neutrals, in superconducting, in semiconductors, and photonics. So currently, we're in this noisy intermediate scale regime with hundreds of bits that are pretty noisy. There's been a lot of progress in error correction around the world. That's really quite an advantage. If we look at fabrication, there's progress right around the world in that way. Right, so first thing we were able to do, therefore, is to start to worry about how to pick up the great research ideas that were coming from Dominic and his colleagues within that hub into things about working with at scale. So we can actually start to look at the engineering challenges at scale. We built the National Quantum Computing Center. There's its building on the top right-hand side. It's got about 100 staff members now and is therefore running at full pitch. One of the things that we knew that we could do is to provide procurement from our startups on demonstrators so that we could actually get our hands on test beds from the various startups. What did they do? What were their capabilities? Okay, so this was an initial experiment on procurement so that we could see, for example, a photonic platform, EGIC, another one, Orca Computing, silicon quantum dots from Quantum Motion, and so on. Rigetti in the UK with a major platform in the UK. So these are ways in which we can co-install under one roof these various test beds. Users can come in, government departments can come in, working with the companies to see how they can be progressed. So let's have a look at the journey that we've been on around the world in this area. So if you look at this slide on the left-hand side, what we're seeing there is the error rate coming down, platform by platform. And there's the quantum error correction threshold at which you may well have some confidence that you can start to think about scaling. And you can see for ions, for superconductors, for neutrals, tremendous progress in that coming down to that error correction threshold. At the same time, if you look at the number of qubits, it's been growing and growing and growing. Again, ions, neutral atoms, superconductors. The challenge is to marry these things up together. More doesn't mean necessarily better. Okay, and I'm going to come to that in a moment. Okay, but the progress, I believe, in the last 12 months in error correction has been phenomenal. Okay, in particular, Microsoft Continuum, progress in building logical qubits, the Willow chip running rounds of these things is now giving us confidence that the journey we're on is in the right direction. Right, now this is my favorite, the quantum computing mountain. Okay. You can get away with terrible things with this graph because it's a triply logarithmic scale. Okay, right, so log of the number of qubits, log of the error rate, log of the number of operations before it falls over. Okay, before decoherence kills you. Right. And we've got to climb that mountain. To do something non-trivial, we've got to be up there somewhere. Okay? But where we are in the foothills. Now, how do we climb the mountain? Do we increase the number of qubits? Now, I'm going to have to walk away from this microphone for a moment. I could increase the number hugely, but it would be of no value whatsoever because you're not climbing up the mountain. What you're doing is going round it. Or we could make better and better and better qubits, but that's no good because you don't have the circuit depth to do it and the number of things to do that you can do with this, so the mountain is no good. So what I've done on this, so this is based on a concept from Andrew Steen, the data points in there, colleagues, especially David Lucas, has been putting them in to see where we are. Right. So what could you do? You could go for superconducting quantum circuits, surface noise, two-level system problems, and you could wander along there. Or you could go to super-duper ion traps with the most incredible fidelity, and you'll be over here somewhere. So the challenge for us in the next decade is to marry those concepts up together so we climb up the mountain. I've got some various numbers in terms of gate fidelities and so on there. I have reasonable confidence that there are ways in which we can go up the mountain rather than round the mountain. Okay. But it's clear to me, less clear to others perhaps, that a modular structure is the way to go, to link things together. And we've heard quite a lot about that this morning. I've been really keen on this for a long time. So, one thing you might want to do is to build local chips, file state measurements between them, link them up, as we've heard today. One of my favorites in this is actually not a British operation, but a Canadian one, which is actually in the main funded by the UK, and I'm associated with it, and that's Steph Simmons' photonic spin-out, where you have silicon 28T centers in cavities running at telecoms wavelengths, getting really good Hongou-Mandel interference dips between them, so to show that you can actually start to scale. So I think that we're already seeing other vehicles for this, and what I like about the photonic platform in Burnaby is that it's at telecoms wavelength. A lot of the switchgear is at room temperature data center switchgear. Going to telecom wavelengths, I'm sure, is the way forward, because that way we don't have to really worry too much about transduction. Transduction remains a really serious issue. It's quite possible, using optomechanics and other vehicles, that there are ways forward, but it's a challenge. It's a challenge that I find quite exciting, but there are ways, if we can stick to telecoms wavelengths, we can get there. Right. So, what I've tried to show you is that we're building on a decade already of coordinated investment. The coordinated investment means that what we're able to do is to combine budgets from various places. We're able to bring in the research councils who look after the university and the national labs, the National Physical Laboratory, the Ministry of Defense, and GCHQ, representing the intelligence community, are all co-invested in this program. And I think the whole point of the next 10 years is to start looking at ways in which we could build stuff at scale that have societal and economic benefit on this one. So we will be pushing that really quite hard. I wanted to plug finally that it really is going to be the International Year of Quantum this year. Heaven help me, I'm having to chair it for UNESCO at the moment. The launch is on Tuesday in Paris. It's not too late to register online if you want to watch. And what we were hoping to do is to use this year of events all the way around the world to inspire that next generation, because the challenge we're going to have is where do you get people from? And where do you find people that are as enthusiastic as we are to realize that very ambitious goal that we've set out for 10 years? Thank you for listening.
All right. I think that concludes the presentations, but like we swiftly move into the panel, so I would like to invite all the speakers into the panel. Please be seated.
I only got the padded. We all have chairs.
All right. So I want to start off, first of all, thank you for all the illuminating talks. I mean, this has been, I mean, we've seen Chicago, Berkeley, then we went to UK, then we came back to Long Island, and then we again went back to UK. So quite a journey between the US and East Coast, West Coast, UK. Tremendous projects with like multi-university, multi-company, multi-startup, big companies, small companies, you name it. So much excitement, amazing talks, amazing breadth. Thank you so much for all the presentations. So with that, I want to start off with like maybe I would say the first question, maybe the elephant in the room, which is what is that ChatGPT moment for quantum, and what do you think is that catalyst for quantum? I mean, is it going to be a quantum application? Is it a revolutionary breakthrough in new technologies? I don't know what, but what would be the ChatGPT moment, and when do you think it could happen? It's an open-ended question, but I would like to at least get started with that elephant in the room. Maybe this is a question for everybody, because I'd like to really listen to all the different viewpoints on this. Starting with maybe Eden.
All right, that's a tough question. Admittedly, so it's a tough question. Let me maybe start, and then our distinguished panelists will add to that. I think what we need right now is functional quantum 2.0 systems, right? I think there's, just as Professor Peter Knight was saying, there is decades of research. We have devices, we have fidelities, we have transmission. What we don't have is systems of multiple devices that work together towards an end, right? And it can be networks of computers or quantum networks for entanglement distribution, networks of sensors. And I think demonstration of these quantum 2.0 systems is a little bit like the fuel that the field needs. And scientifically is what is required to then get where quantum advantage lies, right? So I think that's what, in the next few years, I hope we see in many of these testbeds.
Just in order.
Okay. Sure. Well, one thing I think is clear when you read things like the history of technology, like the history of the transistor, and people ask this question, everyone got it wrong. So that's my prelude. I feel like we're being set up. Which we are.
No, actually, we all speak.
Sure. In a way, to me, I thought the Chinese satellite demonstration was a bit of that moment a few years ago. Both the just sheer technology achievement of being able to do it, and a proof of concept that you distribute quantum information on planetary scales. So, to me, this was a sort of a Sputnik moment, if you like. Honestly, I think that's a tough question to answer, but I'm not sure that I believe a lot of these topics will necessarily be the ChatGPT moment. Again, I think if some group in the world demonstrates MRI at the level of one nucleus, right, in a cell for disease detection, with all, I love these other areas and I work in them, I think that will be the ChatGPT moment, because I think that will revolutionize medicine. I think things like that could happen, right, and will revolutionize chemical engineering, which will amplify this field enormously and help the rest of us in these other areas. I mean, I think encrypted communication is going to happen. I'm not sure that's a ChatGPT moment. I actually think it will happen. I see technology accelerants, though. Like I see massively efficient quantum transduction happening, which I think will be a moment that will suddenly fuel all of the networks. It's dangerous to give any guess, but based on the mercurial progress, it wouldn't surprise me the next 3 to 5 years that happens at a scale that becomes practical. And I think what we heard before with error correction, it's extraordinary, the achievements of the last year. I mean, genuinely extraordinary to me. So I think we just have to keep our eyes open. I wouldn't bet on one personally, just a piece of advice. Yeah.
It's hard to come up with something new after hearing these two. So let me just say that when ARPANET started, or the current classical network started, it was the need to share data across computer systems. And people wanted to share data, so they connected the computers up to do that. So I think the ChatGPT moment will not be driven by kind of one particular technology, but by an application that is absolutely needed. And if the application is scaling up quantum computing to get to that utility scale, or that to do that challenge that David just talked about, I think that is what's going to be the ChatGPT moment on what set of technologies are needed to make that application happen. And I think, so there are many companies, both from finance and others and bio, that are looking at those applications, and I think that's going to drive that.
There's not much more to add at this point. I think I would say I'm not sure ChatGPT is a great analogy, simply because there we got very rapid progress with using very mature platforms. Yeah, and we knew there was so an interesting thing with quantum in the sense of the platforms are very immature and we don't quite know the application. So it's a slight double unknown rather than I would say the ChatGPT was a rather single unknown in that sense. So it's a question of maturing when the technology matures enough. So in terms of connecting, say, two quantum processors together, whether you can do that reliably and get significant gain from that connection, I think that'll be that particular moment where people think, actually, it's worth joining 20 of these, building 20 and joining them. That'll be the moment. But even then, that's the start of a journey, not like ChatGPT, where in a few months it went from 0 to something we could really use.
Okay, thanks. The fifth in line. No, if what you mean is when is the public going to sit up and notice, that's a difficult one. We've all seen exciting developments. There's been fantastic things have happened. I'm not sure they're in the public domain particularly. When is the public going to take notice? Possibly when a scalable quantum processor does something really useful, like it discovers a drug that couldn't be done using serial processing. I suspect it's something like that. That's way down the line, of course. In the meantime, we probably just make our incremental progress, or little steps here and there. I'm sorry if that's too pessimistic, but...
Yeah, I'd echo all of that, but it's a long journey towards a processor at scale. One of the curious things is that there's a community of us, coordinated by Michele Mosca in Canada, who look at the threat timelines, and we do our very best finger in the air guesses. And we've been saying for quite a long time, at least 10, probably 15 years. And it's enabled investors to plan. Then Jensen Huang says exactly the same, and disaster happens on the stock market. So, I think we have a duty still to be realistic about the timescale for a quantum processor. But we believe that journey is feasible now. But the real issue is that it's patient. That it's not going to be a Sputnik moment now. I think we have confidence that we can do it through the error correction. We have confidence that now we can start to see linking modular structures. To sustain that 15-year journey, we need to better demonstrate to our taxpayers and our masters that there are things that benefit from quantum technology. And that's where we should be looking at those applications that don't require these things at scale. For example, we can build brain imaging systems using OPMs. They're already being deployed by surgeons around the world to treat juvenile epilepsy and more recently dementia. We have entanglement-based ghost imaging cameras that are hugely improving the ability of oncologists to diagnose what's going on in terms of the imaging system. We need more stories like that to say, en route to this big goal over here, we're already changing societal benefits.
Okay, no clear answer. Kind of, to David's point, yeah, obviously this is a very, very hard question, but thanks for sharing your opinions. But I guess one of the things that, maybe just to sort of the first question was a little bit more futuristic, but maybe the second question is a little bit retrospective. What was the one major, technology or technology improvement? Of course, there's a bunch of incremental progress happening in the quantum field, but what do you think is the one or two, key innovations that have happened over the past 5 to 10 years
that really is setting us up on the forward path towards like making quantum computers real and stuff like that? Is that quantum error correction? Is that improvement in quantum memories? Is that like something else? What's your take on that? Maybe in the reverse order, if that's okay.
I'm going to say it's quantum error correction, and I'm going to confess something. Back in around 94-5, Serge Roche, me, and Jean-Michel Remond were drafting an article for Physics Today denouncing quantum computing something of no value because of decoherence. And we were going to finish the draft of this paper at a workshop in Santa Barbara. And when we got there, Peter Shaw and Andrew Steen turned up and told us that you can do error correction. And we ripped up our paper because we could see that we were totally wrong, because error correction suddenly laid down a path, okay? It's got to be error correction.
What's the development that really made a difference across quantum technologies? I've never been asked that before, but the one thing that probably, in photonic quantum technology has been the invention of the superconducting nanowire detector, simply because there was no way of getting efficiencies way up close to 100%. I mean, I've worked in SPADs for many years, and this has always been the competition, but this is the one, gold standard that has made a difference across all of photonic quantum technology.
So the one thing I'd have to highlight, the same thing as Sir Peter, that quantum error correction takes you from this regime where you can you have these unavoidable errors to where you can correct them. So that's the enabling invention. But of course, it only works if you have this incremental improvement in whatever your qubit is, and that's just hardware engineering.
I'm going to pass on this. I think the question has been sufficiently addressed, but
No, I was actually about to say that. There's sort of a logarithmic direction here, so I'm at zero. So my only one editorial comment is I do think it's a mistake to frame these questions solely in quantum computing. I think it's a mistake for the community, and I think it's a mistake to bring people into the field, because I think other areas are going to impact the consumer far earlier than computing, in my opinion. And I think it hurts us to frame quantum information science as computing. Yeah. I think it needs to be described as one critical part of a larger picture. I say that seriously because many, many companies say that, and it's because, you see this on the news a lot, and I get it, and it is very interesting. But I would be stunned if that was the first thing to impact society based on the way the field is moving.
All right, but maybe I'll answer this question from the technical point of view. I would say, if you look at the past, one of the greatest realizations that really opened the path for quantum communications and distributed quantum computing, whatever, is the experiments in the late 90s and early 2000s of quantum teleportation with photons. I think these experiments, well, this is the reason why they got the Nobel Prize, right? And why it opens all these possibilities. I would say in the near future, if there were to be something that I think could change things and then accelerate things, we'll be using all these pioneering ideas of teleportation and then figuring out ways to then do them for multiple set of qubits and multiple set of heralded quantum memories, such that then you can have high repetition entanglement and teleportation gates. I think if you could do that, then the gates will open to all different applications.
Just a quick follow-on to David's point about framing this as a quantum computing versus broader quantum applications, if you will. So what would be that? Just to follow on your comment, right? I really am curious as to, do you think the drug development or like I don't know, MRI improvements, like sensing and improvements would be the first to actually really take quantum into the mainstream as opposed to like quantum computing? I'm trying to understand your comment there a little bit, if that's okay. Yeah, it's more directed to David.
Again, I think it's really hard to predict. But I think quantum sensors are already being deployed, right? In the same way clocks are being deployed. So I think there are already things being used. It's not if or when it's happening. I think the issue is that what Peter was saying earlier, I think the real challenge is 98% of the public has no idea this is happening. And it's not in textbooks, it's not in high school textbooks. So if this is ever going to happen, it's only going to happen if people get engaged. And so I think, to me, the real challenge is, and it's a pretty exciting one, actually, how do you launch a completely new field when there's no information below sort of college level? Basically, how do you do it? And honestly, I hope this doesn't offend people, but I think largely the worst teachers in the world are faculty.
Yeah.
So, is this still being streamed?
Yes.
Oh, that's too bad.
That's okay.
Because I think we're not necessarily designed to do that best. And I think the people that really do it best need to get this information, and that will be a dramatic moment to help all of us. Honestly, I think that's the biggest challenge. It's a tough one.
That's a good one. Yeah, thank you. At this point, maybe I should, instead of like, me pretty much taking over all the, budget, I may want to open up for like a few questions from the audience. Anybody?
Hi, I'm Doug Fink from GQI, and we were just talking a while ago about the ChatGPT moment, but all your answers were framed in hardware. Do you think we also need to have improvements on the software side to make the quantum easier to use and more abstract in order to hit that ChatGPT moment?
Maybe you can start.
Okay, I could start. Okay, that's fine. Of course, but I think it's a systems problem, right? And so I could say that without GPUs and the training, ChatGPT wouldn't have had the chat interface to interact with so many users. So I think what I agree with, it's a hardware and software combo. Even though we talked about hardware specifically because that is critical. So if there were no GPUs, such massive training would not have led to the ChatGPT. Similarly, I think we need those hardware innovations to get to the point where you can deliver in a user-friendly way something to a mass public to engage them. And I think even though we talked about hardware here, I think we all, if you looked at our talks, we all talk about how software and integration of systems, which is software and hardware, is critical for progress. So I completely agree with you that we shouldn't ignore software, but without some hardware improvements, it will be hard to deliver it just by software.
I'm not going to add to that because I think that gets it that software development is very important. But in the end, if the hardware doesn't deliver the performance that at-scale software needs, then the two don't come together.
Yeah, I mean, you've raised exactly the right thing to say at this point. There's hardware ability to deliver, and there's algorithmic demands on what's needed to deliver things. What we're seeing is that we're seeing at least a quantum Morse law helping us in both directions. We're seeing basically a doubling in terms of the capability of the hardware it's hard to judge, I would say every 18 months at the moment. But the algorithm designers are actually lessening the demand by coming up with much more efficient use of this at the same time. So we've got a Moore's law working in terms of the demand by the algorithm developers that's helping us a great deal at the same time. And there have been tremendous advances in that. If you look at the estimates of what you would need to break RSA earlier, and you look at them now, it's a tremendous change. So the software people are working remarkably on this. Equally, there are other ways, for example, of doing error correction, where the big breakthrough, for me at least, over the last 18 months, has been ways in which you could avoid, well, I'm going to offend half the audience, the way to avoid the dreaded surface code, okay, which is really profligate in qubits. And maybe low-density parity check codes will give us an opportunity to do more, and especially given there's a lot of experience in low-density parity check codes from the telecoms engineers who know what to do about it. So there may well be a kind of software moment in this in terms of the way that you execute some of this that will give us a big plus. I am a great fan of moving away from the surface code because I absolutely detest it.
Just adding a couple ideas to your question. I think if you are a software development and then you start looking at how these things are going to become available, imagine that you have a system of quantum computers that are interconnected, right? How do you track what is entangled with what, right? If you have 100 qubits in one processor and 100 in the other one, and then you're doing basically pairwise entanglement generation, and then this entanglement dies and comes back, and then you generate it again, how do you track what is entangled with what? I think this is one fantastic problem that is super complex, that I think there is very little that has been attacked. So this will be one software component that I think it has to be developed. And then the second one is, I don't think there is much effort, or at least I haven't seen anything published recently, when you, I think people know how to do algorithms when you have near neighbors quantum computing. I think that's perfectly developed, right? And it's about the error correction. But when you have quantum processing units that are interconnected, that you go into these teleportation gate-based systems, I don't think the algorithms exist to do teleportation-based shorts or search or anything like this. So I think that's also a great opportunity. For example, if somebody were to be able to demonstrate that under certain entanglement generation conditions, a distributed computer works faster than a simple computer with more qubits, I think that will be a very important moment, right? So plenty of things to develop in the software space.
Okay, any other questions?
I think you were first.
Since you asked about the ChatGPT moment, to what extent do you think that AI is pushing out the time frame or the ability, the need for quantum advantage? To what extent do you think AI will help in some of these optimization problems and then push out the need for actual quantum computing?
I think in certain science fields, that may be the case, where AI is being used to come at a solution, but because the explainability is not there in many cases, I don't know how, I can't answer your question directly, but I'm saying is for certain fields, yes, but not for certain problems. I think AI is not the right solution to give insights or solve it in a way that is believable and explainable. And in those cases, they will be there. So I think the set of problems will change. And again, when the technology is new, the hype says it applies to every problem that exists for humankind. You apply the same technology and you'll get an answer. And I think that will change. That is what's changing.
I think if you look at the history of technology and you're trying to race and beat an incumbent, that incumbent will always move on in some way or other. And if we're looking, it's the same answer my colleague gave, that there'll be certain problems where that sort of rather linear increase in power that AI might give you isn't enough to beat these sort of exponential barriers that we're after, that quantum computing is the one way we know is going to beat them. So as I said, as my colleague said, it's going to be problem specific, I think.
I would move the question slightly away from quantum computing. What I would say is the AI is already making huge advances in terms of quantum sensing approaches. For example, in imaging, where we're doing a lot of work, AI has been used an awful lot. And what that means is that you can actually lessen the hardware demands, increase the time, decrease the acquisition time, the rates and so on. So it's already happening in that area, which is a huge area of quantum technology.
Nothing to add.
Okay. Maybe I'll say one last. Just maybe at the technical aspect, I wouldn't say that maybe let's think about them as competing elements. I would think there is a big space in the development of large quantum systems that can use artificial intelligence and machine learning to speed up the development of them. Case in point, for example, in quantum optics, and well, I mean, Professor Peter Knight basically created this, so he can tell us more about it. When you do quantum tomography of quantum states, right, you do a process that is called maximum likelihood estimation, right? That is a process that takes a lot of computational power, classically, just even like that. So then when you build large quantum systems, it becomes a problem of developing what is called a quantum process tomography. That is a huge problem the moment the number of qubits are hundreds. So then there is a great opportunity to use AI and machine learning to solve these problems that require a lot of classical processing power that then will allow then all the large quantum systems to move forward faster. I think it's an opportunity more like a challenge, if I can say that.
Hi, yes, I can actually see all of you. It's great to hear about all of the initiatives, which are mostly public and government and academia. Most of you outlined how you have industry partners. And I just wanted to hear, what is your vision for that industry, public initiative collaboration? So many of us are developing some of the technologies that you're developing and using. So are you our customers? Are we your customers? Are we competing? Are we licensing? What's that relationship over the next 5-10 years?
That's a good question. And that's one thing that I know that we've studied very hard, also looking at things that worked and things that failed. Many things failed in this model. But one thing that worked really well in actually classical electronics was the microelectronics initiatives, where companies got together, fiercely competing companies, and they worked for decades, and they're still working together, right, to solve technology challenges. Very, very successful. I mean, so to us, at least the way I think many groups in the United States look at this, is that it's very much a pre-competitive time right now. So companies work together and share a lot of things, and then if you have a particular plan or idea, going to your corner, protecting your IP and developing it is exactly the right thing to do. But the majority of the problems will be solved much faster collectively. So that's a model that's been super successful in nanoelectronics and microelectronics, and lots of companies have made lots of money doing this, and they still do it today. I mean, simple examples like, how do you make an X-ray mirror to improve scaling for chips? Right? 30 companies worked together on that, developed the technologies for doing it, and then made competing products, and they all did fine. So I think, to me, the model is, work together on these core issues, then go do your IP protected stuff. Universities, for example, think they'll make money from patents. That's almost never true. I think the president of Stanford said this best. He said if it was up to him, he would just abolish all IP for the universities, because when you look at all the great new buildings at Stanford that came from companies, they're all gifts. So, universities are great at discovery. Companies are great at implementing applications and developing products, right? And so I think this is a model that works great. And so I would encourage you to find a consortium you're content with and that you can trust and work in that mode.
And I'll just add that I think you said research and engineering. So I think it's a marriage between public and private. The research guys are never going to get engineering to a level where it is repeatable and cheap and reproducible. So I think there is always a lot of partnership here. But many companies or startups may not have the bandwidth to do research or to do an experiment which may have a high chance of failure. So I think that is where I see an important partnership.
I just wanted to add one quick thing. I mean, a nice example are startups. So for technology startups that might need a clean room, for example, which in the United States would be an astronomically expensive effort, a 5-year zoning fight to do this. Let's say you do it, or you could walk into a facility on the first day and start using it and keep all your IP. So the United States, the National Nanofabrication Networks enabled that. So a company goes in, they keep everything, right? And there are a few simple rules, but these things work really well. And so I think it'd be harder to do it on your own than to work in these modes.
I think it's all been said. Essentially, universities are nice, neutral, convening grounds, and where we generate new ideas. I'd say there's an enlightened group of universities who understand a bit about IP and startups and where actually they can get some benefit, but it's really societal benefit thereafter. So I think the IP issue is often solvable. Certainly within the UK program, we've had a great number of startups who've gone on to be very successful. In answer to Carmen's question, I think the one thing we are not is competitors. We're working together on this.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think it was most of what you said, Carmen. I wouldn't I would hope we're not competitive. It is perfectly true that some universities, certainly in the UK, are very precious about IP. And of course, if they hold it too tight, absolutely nothing happens. So we have to be extremely careful. And getting back to your point, if we're going to create, for example, a national entanglement network, we're not going to do that through universities alone. We're not going to do it through government. It's going to have the private sector involved in a major, major way.
You said okay. I have a similar follow-on question, but now this applies to more students and workforce training and stuff like that. Since all of you are pretty much, you have your leg in the university, but also you're like interfacing with a lot of these companies and startups, right? Do you see that the educational efforts around quantum are adequate in terms of like the number of students trained that can be absorbed in the workforce? Of course, it's all like supply, demand, economics, right? The field is still, the market opportunities are not as many, like compared to like AI, for example, right? Like now everybody wants to be an AI/ML engineer because yes, there's plethora of opportunities there for those. Is that true for quantum? Maybe not. But my question is, are the number of students that are being produced in the universities trained in quantum technologies adequate to sort of power the workforce, or do you see that like it's actually woefully inadequate and more efforts need to go into education?
If I could just quickly comment on just the US part of that. It's woefully inadequate. So any organization that looks at the numbers shows that the gap is so big. It's a combination of retirements happening in the industry, changes in immigration law, the number of students trained in the system. Most of our partners are concerned they can't even meet their current needs, never mind the emerging quantum opportunities. So it's a huge problem in the United States, but we again use it as an opportunity more than a problem. You have to change the model. And again, we've looked at how other disciplines have done this. And 30 years ago, computer science was faced with the same thing, at least in the United States. They were so short in the number of people. And today in the United States, they train 100,000 computer scientists a year. It's a very successful change. So I think it shows you can do it. But the short answer is absolutely not. And at least I'd be curious what companies have to say to us, because when I was certainly in California here, running another type of program, companies would always complain. I'm thinking about two in particular, but they would always complain to us and say, the last thing we want is more people like you. And they would say because 85% of their workforce are people trained through the community college system, right? People with technical skills, which is true. And somehow that's the challenge that we think is the big one in quantum, because that's the labor pool that has to be trained with the skill set. It's not so many university PhDs. I think that's not the majority. It's the other labor force.
I would just like to say that we have a constant churning set of undergraduates that are part of our project, and they get to learn, they get to actually work on an experiment with a PhD student and a postdoc, and they go, and it is really hard onboarding a new person, and they may leave their work half done and then continuing that. But I think this is something that we as publicly funded projects have to do in order to contribute, but I think I agree with David, it is still not enough.
I'd say the picture in the UK is fairly similar, that we're taking, so Peter can tell you more about specific initiatives to train graduate students at PhD level, those sorts of things. That's a small part of a larger problem. There's a larger STEM skills gap as well. So quantum is not unique in the problem that we just don't train enough engineers and scientists. The other thing I'd like to echo is the need not just to train PhDs, but to train, as Peter talked about earlier, technicians, master's degrees, making sure quantum is in the engineering undergraduate curriculum. Now, steps are being taken in many places on this, but it's never enough for the demand, at least at the moment.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's fairly obvious that in the UK, there's not enough PhDs. Many of these PhDs for quantum, that's for sure. But what's interesting is looking at where these PhDs and other degrees come from. Once upon a time, it was 100% physics. That's absolutely not the case now. we need to get computer scientists, engineers of all flavors involved. But it's just a general lack of people doing STEM. One thing we're trying to do in the hub network, and I'm sure that's happening all over the world, is to try and get high school children interested in what we do. Quantum may be a very good vehicle to do that.
Yeah, and we've got data to actually see where the demands are. QEDC in the US has done a great deal of work on that and have an excellent report on that. We have a skills report in the UK looking at this as well. So we know where the challenges are. We know pretty well where the demand currently is and what it's likely to grow to. But it is a broad area. We've probably overly focused on generating PhDs. I'm not sure I'm convinced personally of proposals that some have had of having an undergraduate degree in quantum. I think that's probably not right. I think we could have a quantum element in degree courses, for example, in electrical engineering, to have a quantum element in it, and so on. Because I think you always need that core competence of things anyway, but to be able to then link it together through options or minors, we've got to work out how do we get that next. I think the master's degrees, the technician training is going to be critically important for us. The US have a major resource through the local community colleges, and working with them is really, I think, something that I wish we had in the UK, because we do not have anything equivalent. We really don't. So I think that trying to learn from the US about what we can see underway here and trying to work out how we'll emulate it is stuff that we're working on at the moment. But in particular, trying to make sure that we can enthuse people at school levels, that this is a career that's going to be fascinating, they're going to flourish in it and really lead a happy and productive life. That will then do something about the pipeline. But the way things are going at the moment, we're going to stifle innovation given the numbers that we know that we need that we're not going to fulfill.
I think we are almost out of time, actually.
Just give me one moment, please, because they've been talking about quantum technicians and training the lower levels, and I've been working on that for some time now, and just last week they published an article specifically about that in this book that I wrote, and I'll be coming to Glasgow in May to talk more about that, and that paper's already written and available.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You guys, I think you're all right. We got to get to the lower levels and then build it up.
There's a lot more money to do it.
It doesn't cost that much. It's much less expensive than doing all the experiments and all the other things.
Let's give our distinguished panelists a round of applause. And we have only 45 minutes for lunch, so we have an exciting session. So please proceed to the lunch.
To realize quantum computing's full potential, we need systems that can run large-scale computations, meaning deep quantum circuits with many logical qubits. This requires many high-quality qubits that remain stable over longer periods of time, seconds and minutes, rather than milliseconds they are capable of now. There are two major hurdles to overcome when we speak about the hardware needed for this transition. To extend the duration of quantum computations, we'll need to rely on a process called quantum error correction, which involves encoding information in hundreds, if not thousands, of physical qubits. A qubit is the fundamental unit of information in a quantum computer. It operates based on the principles of quantum mechanics to exist simultaneously in multiple states, enabling vastly more complex computations than traditional bits. To achieve the desired number of logical qubits, say thousands, we will need to connect many quantum chips, each having tens of logical qubits, which will effectively give us millions of physical qubits. To make this happen, we need a distributed network of quantum computers, as a single monolithic system is impractical. Our focus at Outshift is on developing a network that can support various types of quantum computers, ensuring seamless communication and efficient error correction. To this end, we are pioneering the development of quantum networking. Our work includes creating quantum switches and networking protocols, innovating data center designs for efficient interconnectivity, and building orchestrators for optimized distributed quantum computing. For example, we envision two types of quantum communications in the data center network, where for short distances, like on a single rack, quantum communication occurs at the native frequency of qubits. However, for long distances, like networking between racks, communication runs at the telecom frequency range.
As quantum computers become a reality, they pose a significant threat to current cryptographic systems. Powerful quantum computers could potentially break widely used encryption protocols such as RSA and Diffie-Hellman, exposing sensitive data. This threat underscores the urgent need for enhanced security measures. Quantum encryption, specifically quantum key distribution, or QKD for short, offers a solution. QKD leverages the principles of quantum mechanics to create secure communication channels. By using the inherent properties of quantum mechanics, QKD ensures that any attempt to intercept the key exchange process is immediately detectable, maintaining its confidentiality and integrity. At Cisco Research, we are pioneering the development of scalable quantum networks to support these advanced security measures. Unlike traditional point-to-point QKD systems, our approach aims to build a general-purpose quantum network capable of supporting multiple applications simultaneously. This network will not only facilitate enhanced QKD, but also power distributed quantum computing. Our research focuses on various layers of the stack to invent solutions that make it significantly harder for attackers to succeed. This includes post-quantum cryptography, which aims to develop new cryptographic algorithms resistant to quantum attacks, and innovative key distribution methods to further secure communications. Additionally, we are investing in quantum random number generators to generate truly random encryption keys. Unlike traditional pseudo-random number generators, quantum random number generators leverage quantum mechanics to generate numbers which are truly random, providing an extra layer of security. The convergence of these technologies, quantum computing, quantum networking, and quantum encryption, will redefine our approach to data security. By integrating quantum encryption into our network infrastructure, we ensure robust protection against future quantum threats, securing sensitive information for governments, enterprises, and individuals alike.
Quantum technology holds the promise of profound advancement for all humanity. In the next 5 to 10 years, we can expect emergence of major quantum computers capable of groundbreaking achievements. Imagine rapid drug discoveries, the development of cutting-edge materials, precise weather forecasting, and giant leaps forward in AI. However, to unlock the full potential of quantum computing, it is not enough to build a few large quantum computers around the world. We need to scale this system to make them accessible to everybody. This approach opens the door to much wider range of application and helps solve current technical issues in quantum computing. By interconnecting small quantum computers through a network, we can achieve scalability and accessibility necessary for widespread use. The impact of classical computers on humanity grows exponentially once they are connected to the internet. Quantum networking aims to create a quantum internet, making quantum computing accessible to everybody. In our labs, we are developing the hardware, the software, and protocols for scalable quantum networks to connect quantum computers. This distributed approach overcomes individual limitation and unlocks the world-changing potential for quantum computing. We are collaborating with academic institutes and industrial partners to bring this vision to life. As we move forward to a future powered by quantum technology, the potential for innovation and social impact is boundless. At Outshift, we are committed leading this transformation and building the networks that will define the next era of computing.
You're watching Cisco TV. watching Cisco TV. Cisco TV. Connect here. watching Cisco TV. You're watching Cisco TV. You're watching Cisco TV. Cisco TV. Connect here. watching Cisco TV. Cisco TV. Connect here. watching Cisco TV.
An applied research lead and the chief of staff for quantum communication at JP Morgan Chase. And he's going to be talking about quantum network activity at JP Morgan.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. Thanks, of course, to Reza and the Cisco team for organizing this and inviting us out all to have this dialogue. So like you just heard, I'm Omar Amar. I am first chief of staff and also research lead at JP Morgan Chase for quantum communications. I'll be talking about generally our work on quantum networks, as well as sort of advanced functionalities that we look at. And I also, I think, have a bit of time to talk about the team itself. So what do we actually do on this team? Well, our team is focused first and foremost on quantum networks. Our flagship sort of interest there is in quantum key distribution, and quantum key distribution will be the major topic for me today. But we also look at other functionalities, something I've started calling just advanced connectivity in general. So we look at other functionalities in the quantum space, and then in sort of quantum adjacent spaces, things that share goals, things that share certain requirements. So like I said, we'll talk about QKD. I won't really look at that just a second. But something I want to highlight is a few recent works that we've had in this space. So the first is this concept that we called quantum authenticated key expansion. So what is quantum authenticated key expansion? Well, it's actually very similar to QKD, but it affords the use of, it achieves authentication as part of the same framework as QKD, which is this interesting theoretical guarantee. But more importantly, I think, is the way that we achieve that, right? And so we look at this as being part of a larger branch of work where we say, look, we know that commercial QKD devices exist. We know that they're deployable today in real world networks. If you have them in a real world network, what else can you do with it? So in this particular work, we worked with the vendor to expose additional functionalities, in particular, access to the raw data that is used to establish the secure QKD keys. We use that raw data to execute actually this altogether different protocol, right? And so we look at this as being kind of in the same way that QKD networks can be thought of as an initial stepping stone to general quantum networks. We look at this as somehow an intermediary regime, right? Where you say, I have QKD devices, I have these point-to-point or mesh or whatsoever networks, and I'm not doing something quite so complicated as general entanglement distribution, but if I have these QKD networks, I have these sources and detectors, what other functionalities can I achieve? And we think this is an interesting regime to operate in. So that work in particular, just a few sort of potential use cases that we see aligned to it. And in general, as a research team within a bank, we're always looking to have use cases that motivate the theoretical or experimental work that we do. This is largely an authentication discussion, right? It's authentication and key expansion. It also gives you the opportunity to actually reuse the authentication keys that you use in QKD. And you can see how this applies to a whole host of authentication contexts. On a sort of distinct but still somehow similar path, we have a recent work on relativistic zero knowledge proofs of knowledge. It's really a mouthful. So if you're not familiar, first, zero knowledge proofs are interactive protocols where one party attempts to convince another party of some computational statement, right, that this graph is three-colorable. Proofs of knowledge take it a step further and say, not only is this graph three-colorable, I know the three coloring, right? And so this proving of secret knowledge is exactly this authentication problem, or it's closely related to this authentication problem. So when we take it into the relativistic regime, what we're doing is saying, rather than rely on any computational assumptions, rather than rely on that one-way functions exist or certain public key assumptions exist and are relevant, we instead do this purely through relativistic constraints in that we have two parties and we can enforce that they cannot communicate faster than the speed of light, and they somehow have to still give consistent answers. Right? And so the reason we consider this as part of our same regime is because these timing questions, these direct communication networks, they're very similar still to the kinds of networks we talk about when we're talking about QKD and when we're talking about the context in which we exist. And then finally, before we move on and talk about the real reason we're here, which is QKD, the most recent work we have, which I think is really worth taking a look at, is this classically verifiable position verification from certified randomness. I think there's a couple things that are really interesting here. First, classically verifiable position verification, well, it's position verification, which is often touted as one of the potential, like, very valuable, interesting use cases of quantum networks, where one party convinces another party that actually I am, cryptographically speaking, in this location. This is a classically impossible task, similar to unconditionally secure key exchange. And in this case, rather than use quantum communication in order to achieve it, we use classical communication, right? So all the parties are communicating classically, but the quantumness comes from the fact that the verifier, the person proving, sorry, the prover, the person proving their position, actually has access to a quantum computer. And so what we show in this work is this is a purely theoretical work. We show that this is actually a task that you can achieve from a large class of protocols that are called certified randomness protocols with certain characteristics. And that many of these protocols are actually achievable on near-term hardware, right? So we look at this as somehow being a communication protocol that shows potential near-term value of quantum computers. And because I think I'm actually going to have a couple extra minutes, so what I'll do is actually say a few words about the team itself, right? So obviously we have a lot of interesting theoretical results. Our team is more than theorists, it's more than academic types, right? Our published work is going to reflect more of this academic side, but actually I'd say that first and foremost, we're a team that's very interested in deployment, right? We want to tackle the operational aspects and the operational challenges, technical challenges to actually deploying these these protocols and tasks in real-world systems. And so as a result, our team comes from many different backgrounds. We have computer scientists, we have academics, we have infrastructure engineers, we have software engineers, physicists, et cetera, right? I don't have a slide on this, but pretend I'm flashing now like a really nice slide of us all playing paintball or something like that. Okay, so let's actually jump into the main topic, right, which is QKD. And because this is a largely quantum networks oriented discussion, we haven't had a lot of actual discussion on QKD. QKD is often thought of as one of these kind of early steps towards these fully quantum networks. And so I want to motivate first why even have this discussion in case not everyone is already aware, right? So the major problem that we're trying to solve here is something that is often called the quantum threat, right? So there's all these benefits of quantum computing. There are speed ups, there are interesting communication protocols, there's lots of fun things you can do with quantum. Turns out one of the fun things you can do with quantum, and actually I was having a nice chat with Mehdi earlier during lunch, maybe the ChatGPT moment of quantum is when we break crypto, right? That'll get people talking about quantum, and hopefully there's a nicer one than that. So that's really the problem, right? Which is quantum computers, if large enough, and we seem to think that they'll be able to get there, do actually threaten the communication protocols that we use today, right? They break factoring assumptions, they break discrete log assumptions, and that means that for our secure systems, we really need to do something about that. And so there are two important tools that are relevant to this discussion, right? There's the post-quantum cryptography, which looks to replace the assumptions that we use in cryptography today. So again, those assumptions, historically, they've survived for something on 40, 50 years. This factoring is difficult, taking the discrete logarithm is different. Those difficult is no longer true when a large enough quantum computer enters the scene. And so we look to replace those assumptions with something that we expect, right? We believe a quantum computer is not going to be able to break. On the other side, and again, this is the topic of most of our discussion today, is QKD, quantum key distribution, right? Where we say rather than come up with new assumptions, come up with new protocols, that still rely on these computational assumptions. We change the paradigm altogether. We say in certain contexts, we can actually achieve this quantum channel, right? We can send photons over fiber, we can establish it over entanglement networks and do teleportation-based protocols. And actually, using the principles of quantum mechanics, we can extract a stronger security guarantee, right? That actually, this is secure even if there's no computational assumption that holds against your attacker, right? It's secure only on the basis of the quantum mechanics. And so I've mentioned already that this is often thought of as one of the major use cases of quantum networks. There are many other, maybe fancier, more interesting use cases, but this we still consider to be a major use case here. It's also, very importantly, the technology is commercially available. It's available today. You can go out and buy it. It comes in 1 to 3 unit rack mountable appliances. It is plug and play. It works like your existing network appliances. And then I do want to motivate here, when we talk about post-quantum cryptography and QKD, it shouldn't be thought of as one or the other, right? So there are existing standards today that explain exactly how and when and why you should be using both of them. And that often looks like using what's called a key derivation function, right? And there are standards on this, and I'll talk about this in just a minute. So we've seen already a lot about what's being done all over the world in quantum networks. This is a slide I like to flash to motivate the fact that this isn't something theoretical. This is being deployed everywhere. I'm actually going to spend very little time on this slide because actually we've heard from a lot of these people already, right? So we've heard from CQE, that's the Cisco Quantum Exchange for people who are here this morning. For people who are not here this morning, that's the Chicago Quantum Exchange, please. So we've heard from the CQE for the network that they're deploying for, I think it was 400 kilometers and maybe 8 nodes. Sorry, David, if you're still here. We heard from the UK where they have a similar 400 kilometer network. Of course, in China, there's a massive, still today, the largest in the world, 2,000 kilometer terrestrial network with a 2,600 kilometer satellite link, right? These are major networks being deployed to support QKD and other quantum networking initiatives worldwide. And of course, our gracious host Cisco are compatible with QKD devices. We have Juniper, Fortinet, Sienna. A lot of the networking vendors are already compatible with QKD, and that's in large part through collaborative efforts, right, and standardized efforts to make these things compatible. And the reason I focus on that last part is because actually this ecosystem play is one of the most important parts of the discussion, at least in my opinion. That's not JP Morgan's official position. But as end users at JP Morgan, I think we see it as one of our major roles as being stress testing and requirements gathering and requirements communication, right, and making it clear to vendors on all sides of the ecosystem what's actually necessary before this can be deployed at scale, right? And so I've said a few times already, QKD protocols are mature, right? The science is there, the theory is there, the devices are largely there. The question is, what else needs to be there before we can see them deployed in real production systems? And these are some of the less exciting parts of the technology, right? Not just how do they perform, but what's your reliability option? What if something fails on the QKD side? What does the encryptor do? Can you integrate with all of the different vendors that you need to? How do you monitor these devices? How do you manage them? Right? These are the engineering questions and the sort of operational questions that aren't necessarily the most exciting, but they really do need to be hammered out before you can even think about deploying this. And that's always going to be a partnership between the network providers, the QKD providers, and the end users like us. So I want to highlight some recent work that we had in this area. This is published. It's on archive. You can find it now and should be published soon. Where we took 2 QKD devices and we deployed them between 2 data centers on real fiber, right? So one of the key things that comes up when you take this to your leadership, they'll ask you, well, can we even meet these requirements? And the answer is yes, right? These are not particularly difficult requirements. They look, again, like our network providers, our network devices. So we deployed this over 46 kilometers of fiber. This was similar to this KDF idea. We were using, again, a KDF here for hybrid sort of key exchange mechanism using both QKD keys and public key derived keys. This was, I believe it was Diffie-Hellman as opposed to post-quantum mechanism, but you could, of course, extend this to use post-quantum. And this ultimately comes down to whatever the encryptor is doing. So as an encryptor here, we're using next generation firewalls that were running the IPsec or providing IPsec VPN tunnels. And the major thing to take away from this and what we communicate to our leadership is that this is stable, right? We ran this for 6 weeks. We saw perfect or essentially perfect, consistent 90 to 100 gigabit per second data throughput, which was the maximum amount allowed by the encryptors we were using. This was in a variety of contexts, both in a single VPN tunnel and I think it was 10 VPN tunnels, each running 10 gigabits per second. We had 120-second key refresh the whole time. And even in our most key-intensive consumption pattern, we only used 0.3% of the key rate, right? So there's more to do here. And that's largely what motivates this idea of this intermediate regime that we discussed, right? Can we push these devices, can we push these networks that we might want to deploy to do even more than just QKD, right? Can we use this data for something else? So that's all I have for today. These are the works that we mentioned. If you have any questions or want to discuss potential collaborations or anything like that, please feel free to reach out to me. My email is here. I'll stop for questions.
Great talk. Thanks, Mark. Could you say anything about the deployments you mentioned that you're doing this not just in proof of concept, but actually in production type environment?
No, thank you for asking that question. I need to be very clear on that point. I am not saying that we're deploying this today. Our team is doing POCs, right? We're validating important aspects of it. If you're a regulator, please don't come ask me, how could you deploy this or anything like that. No, this is POC work, it's validation work, it's deployment oriented, right? We would like to understand what will it take to deploy this work.
One of the things mentioned is AES-256 in the tests that you have done. Is that the most common encryption, or do you do higher keys, and you know how that would change?
That's a great question. So to my knowledge, AES-256 is the standard that we use. I'm not aware of contexts in which we use more. That's not a definitive answer, unfortunately, but that's what I'm aware. In that case, that was what the IPsec deployment that we were using used. If you were to use something higher, your key consumption would go up proportionally, right? But otherwise, there shouldn't be a meaningful difference.
I guess what's your you mentioned the regulator just now. What's your interaction with the regulator on this?
It's a great question. I don't know that I can answer that here. But maybe we can chat offline.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a battle between PQC and QKD. I assume that you do this for benefit of your customer and then the protection of their data. So where do you think this can which gap it feels that the PQC doesn't feel, or why you decided to explore this option?
Yeah, so that's a phenomenal question, right? So I mentioned a bit earlier, we look at this as a defense in depth approach, right?
Okay.
We don't look at it as, we need to use this here because PQC doesn't fit. We don't want to use PQC here. I think largely we always look at it as you should be using both PQC and where you can, QKD. So there are certain contexts where you have major data flows, for example, data center networks, and also the cost of deploying QKD is not prohibitive. The requirements are not prohibitive, where we say this is almost a strict value add, right? As long as operationally it's not difficult to manage, as long as the cost is not too high, why not use this and avoid an issue where the PQC algorithm that you're using or the traditional crypto algorithm that you're using breaks at some point. It's defense in depth.
Thank you.
Okay. We have time for one more question.
I'm going to ask my standard one. What is the user community view of the NSA, GCHQ, security agency, please don't do QKD advice?
Again, that's a great question. And I'm mindful that this is being recorded. I also would like to, again, stress this is my personal opinion. It's not JP Morgan's official position. But I would see the discussion from NSA and GCHQ is not, don't ever do QKD, right? It's, you should be doing PQC, which is why I'm mindful that this entire discussion to stress, we should be doing PQC, right? And we should be using QKD through established mechanisms, NIST-approved mechanism, SC-approved mechanisms, similar to if it was a PSK, right? It can't detract, it can hopefully add.
My supplement to this is that there are no security proofs for any of the NIST recommended PQCs.
I didn't say that.
we know they're immune to Shore and to Grover attacks. That's not a security proof.
Yes, so this is the question of computational assumptions, right? So we look at QKD as having this unique benefit, or somewhat unique benefit, that there are provable security proofs under like information theoretic frameworks where you get this security guarantee. Everything else has to be based on a computational assumption. You're always worried what happens if that computational assumption breaks. And that's, again, why we want this defense in depth. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for the talk, Omar. It was really nice. Next, we have Christopher Sean, and he is an experimental quantum physicist at NIST, and he's going to be talking about the challenges and opportunities for next-generation quantum networks.
Thanks. Is there a way to get my slides up here? The clicker, okay. All right, so that was a, I guess, great segue question for someone from NIST to come up and talk. Now, I won't actually be talking about post-quantum. That's not kind of my area, but there are a number of experts and there's a lot of people at NIST, and so if you have questions, I can certainly put folks in touch. If you want to, like, there's a pretty large engagement process that's undergoing for PQC. But today I really want to talk about, next generation quantum networks and what, some of my personal views are on what some of the challenges are and what some of the opportunities are. And what always comes to mind to me is the old parable about the shoe salesman in the 1800s who travel from London to Africa to see what the market opportunity is for shoes. And when they step off the ship, they see that everyone's barefoot. And so the first salesman goes back and he telegrams back and he says, situation hopeless, no one wears shoes. The second salesman looks at it and says, glorious opportunity, no one wears shoes. And I think this kind of highlights, especially like in the quantum world, we have a lot of really hard challenges ahead of us and it can be despairing at times, but I think there's a lot of opportunities there too. And so I'm going to talk a little bit today about what NIST is doing, what I think are some of the challenges, not all of the challenges, there's too many to talk about in one talk, but some of the challenges that we face as a community. And then what are some of the opportunities and maybe some of the things that haven't been discussed explicitly so far today. So it'll be a little bit different than some of the other talks and hopefully complementary. So just to give folks a kind of viewpoint, NIST actually has two campuses, the one in Boulder, which is where I'm from, and another in Gaithersburg, Maryland, which is the larger campus. And there are different quantum networking efforts happening that are complementary in both places. So over in Gaithersburg, Maryland, there is the DCQNet, is a multi-agency quantum network that's being established. And there's a lot of fantastic work that's really trying to bring together all these different stakeholders from different agencies. And there's, I would say, folks like Ali Slattery, Thomas Garrett, Alan Migdal, Sergei Polyakov are my colleagues there that really run that effort and kind of interface with people like DARPA and really trying to look at like different kind of security models and metrology of quantum networks. At Boulder, this is where I think we're trying to take an approach that's maybe going for longer term next generation quantum 2.0 networks, really distributing entanglement. And we have a lot of expertise in atomic clocks, in timing. We also have folks working on transduction. Last year, my colleague from Boulder, Tashi Dennis, spoke here as well about some of the transduction efforts. And we also have really great sources and detectors. And so I'll be talking about a lot of our efforts here in this Boulder quantum network. So first off, just at a high level, what do I think is the biggest challenge in quantum networks to overcome? And that is loss. And so you take this fiber optic cable, which is a modern miracle of engineering, right? You take fiber, which has very low loss going through it, but that loss still grows exponentially. And so if you, in fact, it's so bad, the loss, that this becomes a large challenge even for classical networks. You know, you want to take a fiber like this and string it from LA to New York unbroken, and just look at how many photons get out the end if you sent a laser in. If you made a laser where it was, you know, taking all of the photons that the sun is outputting and shoved it into one end of the fiber, and if it somehow didn't melt, and you looked, you'd have to wait for, I think it's something like decades on average to get a single photon out at the other end. So this is something like the loss exponential is something that affects all networks that we have to overcome. Classically, well, we can amplify signals. You just have your signal, and then it sort of decays over time, then you boost it up, and that way you can overcome loss. And telecommunication companies, including Cisco, very, very good at building technologies to address this. You can't do this in the quantum regime because you can't copy or amplify quantum data. Instead, what you have to do is build a quantum repeater that replaces these nodes where you're able to distribute entanglement, and then at the end, you can kind of teleport your quantum states across or share entanglement to do something useful. And that replaces this role of kind of like an amplification system. And one really key element that you need for scalable quantum repeaters is these things don't always succeed. They don't work and succeed all of the time, but you need to know when it does succeed. You need some kind of signal that heralds the success of what's going on, and every component needs to be heralded. Your sources, that's why you need memories, you need to store things. So that's important for scalable networks. And when I talk about next generation, I'm really talking in this case about quantum repeaters and trying to distribute entanglement. So I've already forgot the year, but there's this famous paper by Dewan, Lukin, Sirac, and Zoller on the first kind of quantum repeater scheme, DLCZ, where it takes matter-based qubits, entangles them with photons, and then you can use those in memories and simple quantum processes and Bell state measurements to actually build up and distribute entanglement in a way that scales and doesn't suffer from this nonlinear loss. And we'll be talking more about this as we go along. I also want to mention just briefly that from my point of view, you know, you can kind of think about roughly three scales. Don't take these actual numbers too seriously, but you can talk about three different scales of quantum networks. And you have got the short range, which we've heard a lot about today about, you know, how do you interface different quantum processing units to build a larger quantum computer in a data center. And that type of architecture is going to be very specific to the qubits and to that particular application. You've also got things that are on like the order of like 100 or 200 kilometers. They're kind of like metropolitan size scale networks. And you can think of certain types of applications, technologies being optimized for this scale. And then finally, when you start talking about, you know, the size of like, you know, nations, and you're going thousands of kilometers, you know, then you need to really get high performance memories, really, really good high performance matter-based long storage lifetime memories, along with like maybe some kind of satellite type system. So the work that we're doing is going to be focusing more on technologies that address things at this scale, the kind of metropolitan. I also want to mention that I think there are three real areas of things that we have a quantum advantage in, and that is computing, sensing, and communication. And so a lot of people are very interested in computing, and we just heard a lot about communication, and there's also been discussion, David Ashlam talked some of the things about sensing today as well. And so the kind of networking applications that we're targeting in Boulder right now are going to be focusing more on sensing and communication. And with the idea that we're going to try to build up a platform that will eventually be able to address computing as well. And so, you can think about like sensing, using entanglement to build better connected sensors through long baseline interferometry. Lots of different ways of like distributing clocks and actually entangling clocks to maybe make those things better. In terms of communication, not just QKD, but you can also think about a whole other constellation, like we heard about position verification earlier. We're doing a lot of work on device-independent protocols for communication security of new devices. And you can think about lots of different things you could do with entanglement in this area. So, taken together, the kind of problem space that I think there's a lot of opportunity to address on these metropolitan networks is this area of position, navigation, and timing. So things like, for example, people are looking at more secure alternatives to GPS. GPS goes down, that's like it's been estimated to be like billions of dollars a day kind of hit to the economy. So what kinds of things can we do to augment or replace or supplement or do things a bit more differently and robustly to really address these kind of areas of position navigation? That's the kind of problem space that we're interested in. So metropolitan networks and things that could be used to address communication security and position navigation and time. Now, I'm going to take a little bit of a break and talk about a couple of things that we've done in the lab in the past, and then where we want to go in the future. And, as a physicist, one of the things that I've always been excited about and really got me excited as a graduate student was Bell's theorem. And I think this is a beautiful result that underpins so much of our kind of quantum technologies. The idea that, when you look at these early debates between Bohr and Einstein and kind of the founders of quantum mechanics, could quantum mechanics really be so random? Could you have this non-locality and these non-local correlations? And is quantum mechanics it, or is there a better theory that goes beyond it? John Bell's theorem really answered that. It said, if you want to have a theory that goes beyond quantum mechanics, it has deterministic elements in it, and what we call like local realism, and doesn't have these non-local spooky actions at a distance, what Einstein said. Well, John Bell said that all those theories are incompatible with the predictions of quantum mechanics. So you kind of have all the advantages of why are quantum systems more powerful, and for like computing and other things, I think are summed up in some really elegant way with Bell's theorem. And so, in 2000, I guess a few years ago, the Nobel Prize was awarded in part for these experiments in these Bell tests. In 2015, I had the pleasure of actually leading one of the first loophole-free Bell tests in Boulder, where we were able to generate entangle photons and distribute them. I guess I don't have a pointer. To two stations separated by 93 meters. This is a new version of the setup. The original setup was in a little bit more of a confusing triangular setup that we had, but now we've got things in a line. And you can distribute entanglement between these two parties, Alice and Bob, A and B, and do measurements on them fast enough that anything that happens at A can't be affected by B. So this is, I would say, a very simple quantum network. And you can actually close all of these so-called loopholes. You need to have Alice and Bob far apart. You have to generate high-quality entanglement. And you have to do these experiments where loss really hurts you. And you can't do these protocols or these experiments if you have more than 1/3 loss. And when I first went to NIST, the best commercially available detectors were about 60% efficient that you could buy. So, these SNSPDs of the group I went to, pioneered by my former boss, Sewu Nam, who unfortunately passed away a year ago. But Sewu really pioneered these detectors, and this group, we've now pushed them up to about 98% efficiency. So you put 100 photons into a fiber, you will detect 98% or 98 of the photons. We've also pioneered really efficient sources too. So These sources are really good at coupling into fiber, traveling long distances, coupling out of fiber, being operated on their polarization state, and then coupled back into fiber. And with the current setup, if I detect a photon at Alice, I have an 82% chance of measuring it over at Bob. So we only have about 18% loss in the whole system through all the components, and that's taken a lot of engineering. So this has been kind of a workhorse for a lot of the, not just trying to think about like these philosophical elements of quantum mechanics, but you can actually turn this into you can think of this as a very simple quantum network where you can do something with a quantum advantage. And there's these protocols that have come out called device independent, where you can really reduce the amount of security requirements or assumptions that go into things like random number generators or quantum key distribution. We're even working on things like with position verification that are devices. And these protocols have a fundamental built-in provable quantum advantage. It's not a computational argument. The security models are, can my adversary send information faster than the speed of light? If they can, you should buy their systems. They're much better. And they're as long as you're a physicist, that's a pretty strong assumption. That's kind of where the security really comes from. So one of the things that we've really been pushing on in the last 10 years is trying to use this to carry out the first set of device-independent protocols, which we did. It was building a random number generator that can be directly certified. It's the only known way to directly certify a source of randomness. And in fact, we just recently launched a public randomness beacon where we've taken this from being an experiment that was held together by duct tape and prayers to being an actual it's something that's reliable and it runs. And so we did our first run of it for a year long. And this is a way that we can actually have these beacons that broadcast, randomness periodically, 512 bits. And so you can go to random.colorado.edu. It's got a public API. It's actually, building the quantum part of this was hard. Building the supporting classical technology felt like it was 10 times harder to do. And, but this is a service that you can run with a provable quantum advantage. And it actually now natively integrates in with a lot of existing Web3 technologies. You can actually integrate this. And so you can actually make applications based on it. The idea is that you want some independent source of randomness for things that have fairness associated, like types of lotteries, like who gets audited for this whatever investigation, or who gets selected for jury duty. You can now use independent sources of randomness to do this. So also, I don't really understand much about football, but our programmer made this like little thing. It's like a little random walk being driven by the random bits coming out of our beacon. And so this has just been put on the archive and will hopefully be coming out in Nature soon. So I want to mention, though, we're reaching the end of what we can do with this, because this experiment, we'd really like to be able to do this over longer distances, metropolitan size scales. 200 meters or 100 meters isn't quite there yet. And, you can only go so far before the losses in the fiber take us below that 1/3 level. In fact, these losses hurt us worse than that. Us being at 82% versus 70% efficiency, just a 10% drop in efficiency, means our experiments go from taking maybe 30 seconds to collect enough data to generate these bits for the beacon, to taking something like years. So it's this like exponential kind of hit that you get. And so loss really does matter, and hitting things that are high performance really matters. And what I'd love is for us to come up with, we think of ways to build like an all optical kind of quantum network that can really operate with a provable advantage at kilohertz rates and allow us to do these kind of device independent protocols. We can't do it with the way we're currently building sources, because all of the sources that you use nonlinear optics with end up being able to, they're probabilistic. You don't have a signal that says, this is when I actually have generated my photon. And so we have to go to a different way to do that. And we're going to use DLCZ and path entanglement, or single rail qubits, where we're going to use a single photon and the path it takes to actually do our entanglement, because we can get that heralding signal. So there's been a couple experiments that came out recently that have used DLCZ to do this kind of entanglement swamping. And these are heroic experiments with matter-based and photon entanglement. One was in China and the other was in Delft. And incredible results, but the quality of the entanglement isn't quite as good as what we need to do our experiments with. And these are operating at millihertz rates. So we think we can actually, in a short term, be able to kind of push things. The problem with any kind of DLCZ network is all the paths need to be phase stabilized. So you think of like LIGO, the ultimate interferometer. We don't need to quite get to that level of stability, but to really be hitting above 99% fidelity in our network links and connecting, say, NIST to the University of Colorado in Boulder over a public fiber that's about 2 kilometers long, we need to be able to stabilize this fiber at the attosecond level. So in terms of fiber stability length, that fiber needs to not drift by more than, say, 10 to 20 angstroms. That's about the width of like 10 to 20 hydrogen atoms. You need to keep stabilize that length at all times. And if you can do that, then we can actually use existing technologies to build this kind of scalable quantum network. That's going to be hard. That's definitely a challenge. But my kind of guiding principle is that that's a classical problem, that stabilization. And if you're given the choice between solving a hard quantum problem and solving a hard classical problem, well, try to solve the hard classical problem. And we're really lucky that at NIST, just down the hall from me, we have people that are really good at clock synchronization. So here's this example of people in 2021 really being able to stabilize multiple atomic clocks to a part in 10 to the minus 18. And if you look at the kind of timing level required for that stability, it's not attosecond, it's femtosecond. But we're working with these folks to try to take their designs, push them into the attosecond high frequency cancellation regime, and build sources, memories, detectors, and everything else from the ground up that can be that can utilize this level of stability. It's going to be hard. We have to co-design everything together. You can't just do this in piecemeal. And so there's another, we're partnering, and we have a lot of collaborators with AspenNet, which is another one of these National Quantum Virtual Lab testbeds that is being led by Brian Smith at the University of Oregon. And it's really to try to build phase-stabilized networks and a whole platform on this to try to address these challenges. And I just want to put a little plug that also in June 1st, as part of Quantum 2.0, AspenNet will be holding a town hall meeting just down the road in Union Square here in San Francisco. And we're also going to be launching a national kind of quantum networking seminar and tutorial series shortly as well, next month. And so we have a number of different organizations and groups in this kind of first version of AspenNet that are participating. And I just kind of wanted to end with maybe a closing thought that, I really view, if these are the kind of quantum technologies you need to build, is this top of the iceberg. The classical technologies that we need to build to support it are much larger. And I think right now, already, as we deploy our devices and build out classical technologies, we can start thinking about, can we start using things like multi-core fiber, which are going to be phenomenal for developing these new types of quantum networks with a quantum advantage, or hollow core fiber? Or can we make all of our devices meet the kind of performance levels in terms of loss that we're going to need down the road? Can we build our routers with quantum pass-through so that they're not going to have to go through the amplification chains? If you can do all of this, then I'm inspired by this message. Marshall McLuhan, he had this idea that the medium is the message, and we often think about quantum networks as being able to distribute entanglement to link sensors. But with these phase-stabilized links, the network is the sensor. And if you think about it that way, then the tremendous opportunity is that instead of just being a communications company that deploys these things, you also become a sensing company. And you can start doing incredible things with like acoustic sensing and all sorts of other imaging and data collection. And so I think one of the real near-term opportunities is going to be in this regime. So there's lots of people on our team here, and just want to acknowledge like all the people, and we're looking for collaborators and people to join with. And I invite everybody to embrace the challenges and opportunities of not just embrace your inner quantum shoe salesman. So. Thank you.
We have time for one question. Okay, well, this one. Yeah, then let's find question and.
Okay, now we start our next session swiftly. This is going to be another exciting session. We will have a presentation from Google, IBM, NVIDIA, and my favorite was Cisco, and then in this session. So let's start with the presentation from the Google Quantum AI team, Dar Gilboa, which is a research scientist in the team, and he's going to talk about distributed quantum computing with classical data. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. Yeah, I'm Dar, and I'll be just talking about essentially, given that quantum error correction is starting to work in practice, I think it's an interesting time to, imagine what one would do with such a large fault-tolerant computer if it's ever built. So this, for example, is like the Google roadmap for like what you would need to get such a computer. And people think about the typical applications. So the sort of original killer app was simulating systems where entanglement plays an important role. So, and there are a bunch of applications that sort of fall into that category, such as the ones listed here. And additionally, you'd get exponential speedups for some highly structured problems, and factoring being the canonical example. But it's also interesting to ask, will quantum computers be useful more broadly? And this is a question that Scott Aronson asked 10 years ago in this paper, and he phrased it in the following way. So will the impact of quantum computers rival that of classical computers in the previous century? And you could even ask a slightly more modest version of this, which is, will they rival, say, the impact of GPUs in the last decade? And I would argue this is more or less equivalent to asking, will they be useful for processing classical data? Just because almost all the data people care about doesn't come from quantum systems or doesn't have the very special structure that you need to get an exponential speed up, but rather it has different structure and it comes from the classical world. And it's not obvious at all whether quantum computers will be helpful for processing this data. And in fact, Aronson gives a negative answer to this question, more or less, that is mostly a result of this issue of data loading. So if you think about large-scale classical computation as it's done these days, it has like a few sort of underlying properties. When you kind of zoom out from the sort of latest and greatest models at any given time point, they seem to sort of have these commonalities. So they involve like large amounts of data, very large models that are fit to this data, and use generic and scalable algorithms. And the canonical examples here are just neural network training and inference. And these types of computations have this pretty fundamental feature where if you look at the computational volume, so sort of the product of the space and time that you need, it's typically polynomial in the input size. And this is related to some like fundamental recurring properties like overparameterization, these phenomena that show up over and over again in classical machine learning. And the problem is when you have this polynomial dependence of the volume on the input size, it's hard to see how you could get a large speed up if you were doing such a computation on a quantum computer, just because the cost of loading n bits onto your quantum computer is going to take volume n. And
And if those bits start out in classical memory, then it's hard to see how you would get an exponential speed up. And this is very different from the types of problems where people imagine there to be a potential exponential speed up, like factoring, because those problems have this property where the volume is exponentially de-emphasized. At least it's widely believed. Let's say for factoring, there are no polynomial time algorithms, and that's why there's a potential for exponential speedups on a quantum computer. And I would say there are generic quadratic speedups for problems that would be useful for processing classical data. The problem is that because they're only quadratic, just the constant overheads of running error correction are going to swamp out any quantum advantage that you would get. You need to go to enormous instance sizes. So you could ask, well, you know, is an advantage with classical data in this regime hopeless? I would say not necessarily. If you sort of go back to thinking about how this computation is actually done classically. So, you know, as these sort of problems like training a neural network are scaled up, they actually become highly distributed. You can't fit, you know, one of these models on a single machine, and now they scale to, you know, hundreds of thousands of machines. They don't always even fit on a single data center. So Gemini, which is like the latest class of large language models that Google is actually trained across multiple data centers in the same metropolitan area that were tens of kilometers apart. And then when you're in this highly distributed setting, you don't only care about computational speedups. You have all these different resources, you know, memory, communication, computation, and you're trading them off one against each other. And if you look at, there are these like famous plots of sort of the total compute of these like large neural networks. You see this exponential increase with time. Well, a lot of it comes from parallelizing the computation more and more. So here on the right, I have like a number of GPUs that were used to train some of these models. And you see that there also seems to be an exponential growth there. So this doesn't all come from developing more efficient algorithms necessarily, but a lot of it comes from just parallelizing better. And the interesting thing is that quantum advantages are known in terms of some of these other resources, things like memory, communication, and other things like privacy and potentially latency that you know, in some cases are impossible to achieve classically. And you could ask, are any of these useful for computation in this large data regime classically? And I'm going to talk about a couple of examples where there seems to be potential for utility, these types of problems. So the first is going to be a communication advantage that is just going to be in a pretty generic setting of distributed quantum computation. So you imagine that you have a quantum circuit that's just a product of parameterized unitaries, and these unitaries are split up between two players. And you have some initial input that's like n classical bits that's encoded in log n qubits, and then the state is sent back and forth, and each player applies their unitaries. Then the output is some expectation value of an observable, what I call F here. So it turns out that one can show that for this problem, you actually have an exponential communication advantage, both for the task of just estimating the loss, so estimating this F, and for estimating the gradient. So if you imagine that all these unitaries are parameterized, you want to estimate the gradient with respect to all these parameters, one can actually prove that any classical algorithm needs a polynomial number of bits in the size of the input to solve this problem, while you can design a quantum algorithm that only requires a logarithmic number of qubits. So this gives you an exponential advantage for some pretty fundamental tasks in classical machine learning. And this is joint work with Hagai Michaeli, Daniel Sudri, and Jared McLean. And you could ask, well, this is a pretty generic setup. Does it apply to sort of functions that actually look like realistic neural networks that can process, you know, interesting classical data? And we actually show that it does. So specifically, we look at a class of neural networks that is used to process graph data. So images are typically processed using convolutional neural networks. These are networks that sort of apply a convolution to an image and then some kind of coarse grading operation known as pooling. And it turns out that you can generalize these models beyond the nice geometry that you have for images, which is like on the right here. You can think of it as a graph with Euclidean connectivity, to a more generic graph. These networks are known as graph CNNs, and they're the standard model that people use to solve all kinds of problems over graphs, like the ones listed here. And turns out that you can design a class of these graph neural networks that have a few nice properties. So one is that they preserve this exponential communication advantage. So you could basically think about a distributed setting where you want to do inference with a graph like this. And any classical algorithm will require a number of bits of communication that's polynomial in the size of the graph. On the other hand, a quantum algorithm only needs a logarithmic number of qubits of communication. And at the same time, you can actually take these models and train them on real graph classification and node classification data sets. And there are a lot of numbers here, but the important thing is if we just look at sort of the model that we trained and compare it to state-of-the-art classical neural networks, the performance is about the same across a number of data sets. Some of these problems are, for example, you take a protein, you represent it as a graph, and then you want to sort of try to infer something about the properties, like the function of this protein based on the structure. And so you can essentially maintain a communication advantage that's exponential while doing something interesting of real classical data. And so this is an advantage that's very different from the speed-ups or query complexity advantages that people sort of typically target when thinking about quantum algorithms, but it seems somehow a lot more amenable to sort of this regime of large classical data. And I'm just going to shift gears and talk about a different type of advantage that you can enjoy. And this one is more related to privacy. So here again, you're in a distributed setting. Say Alice has some data, and then Bob has a neural network. Say Alice wants to run Bob's model on her data. There's this issue where if Alice just sends Bob her data, Bob can just make copies of the data, and she loses control over her potentially private data. And this has interesting economic consequences as well that have been known since the 90s. It basically means that it's hard to get your money's worth whenever you try to sort of introduce data into a market. And then if you do want to try to design a market for data, you need these pretty complicated constructions where you need to trust some entity to set the price of data and to not make any copies of your data. And because of this inability to copy generic quantum states, there might be potential to use quantum resources in this setting to sort of do something interesting that you can't do classically. And it's not obvious that this works at all just because the no-cloning theorem sort of holds for generic unstructured states, but here we care about states that can be used to do some type of computation. So it's not clear that once you introduce structure, you can still prevent cloning. And so to study this more concretely, we look at this specific model where Alice holds some data, and then there are M different parties that want to use this data. So there are M different Bobs, and say that they each have their own inputs, and they're interested in computing some function of Alice's data and their data. And we can define what we call the consumability of the data. So classically, this would be just the number of bits that Alice needs to send the Bobs for all of them to be able to solve the problem, divided by the number of bits she needs to send for only one of them to be able to solve the problem. And then you can define the analogous quantum property, this is the quantum consumability, where you just replace bits by qubits. And it turns out that for a number of problems, these two ratios behave very differently. So we proved this for a number of problems. I'll just talk about one, which is just for concreteness. So imagine that Alice has some string of bits, and then each Bob has a string of bits. And they want to check, so each Bob is interested in knowing whether Alice's string is close to their string. And this type of string comparison task is very natural classically, you could imagine that, the string is, say, like Alice's user preferences or like the sequence of some protein or something like this. And you can imagine two scenarios here. One where all the communication is classical, and another where Alice chooses to encode her data in a quantum state, and then the bobs between themselves can only communicate classically. And for these two settings, it turns out that these consumability ratios that I talked about before behave very differently. So if all the communication is classical, then this ratio is about 1. This essentially is sort of a quantitative version of this idea that if Alice sends a message that one Bob can use to solve the problem, Bob can just copy this message, send it to all the others, and they can all solve the problem. On the other hand, the quantum consumability is actually linear in the number of Bobs. So this means that each Bob needs a fresh copy of Alice's state, and Alice's data is somehow inherently more protected just by virtue of her encoding it in a quantum state. And this is without any additional encryption and using only one-way communication. So the model here is aside from requiring quantum channels, relatively weak. Like Alice and Bob don't have to agree on a complicated protocol. It's just by virtue of the encoding that Alice uses. And at the same time, we can guarantee that the Bobs can still solve the problem. So these are just two examples of potentially interesting capabilities that you can get when processing classical data in distributed settings. There are also other things that we're working on related to the Bell non-locality that Christopher mentioned as well. There are actually interesting results that suggest that these might give you latency advantages in certain situations, just because if you can solve some problem by pre-sharing entanglement without communication, then because your clock speed can be many orders of magnitude larger than the time it takes to send a classical signal, you might end up with a latency advantage for interesting problems. And see that I'm almost out of time. So yeah, just to wrap up, this has also been brought up a few times, but I think people typically think of applications of quantum computers in terms of what could you do with a single large fault-tolerant device, and at least if you're using superconducting qubits, just because of the problem of needing to sort of control each one of these qubits independently, scaling to a single monolithic chip seems infeasible, and so you need to scale out in at least one dimension. And then you might end up with a situation where you need some kind of local, network to even build a single large fault-tolerant device. And so some of the challenges might be the same as those needed to build even larger networks. And yeah, just to summarize, I think the question of could quantum computers be useful for processing classical data might sort of end up determining whether they end up being specialized research tools or something a lot more generic. And because speed-ups seem hard to achieve in this setting, it's maybe a lot more interesting to think more broadly about other types of advantages in distributed settings. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. I believe we leave the questions to the panel discussions, if that's okay with you. Thanks, that was a really interesting talk. Our next speaker is from IBM, Jerry Chao, who is the IBM Fellow and VP and also Director of the Quantum Systems. And his talk is about driving towards quantum advantage with quantum-centric supercomputing.
Okay, good. Thank you. Reza, thank you for inviting me. Really great to be out here with all the fabulous talks this morning and the really good discussions that have been happening. So my name is Jerry Chao. I'm in charge of the quantum systems area at IBM. Based out of Yorktown Heights. And what I want to talk to you a little bit about today is, what we're doing with our, roadmap, right, with building our quantum systems. And I want to leave you with this, sort of this vision of what we're building in terms of what we call quantum-centric supercomputing. And it really sort of becomes this backbone
further scaling, right, to the points of, I think, what a lot of the discussions have been about today in terms of networks on top of it, but it's almost like, well, let's start building that like quantum data center already, right? And and I want to show you the progress that we're doing there. Right? So, at IBM, at IBM Quantum, our mission is simple, right? It's twofold. One side is to bring useful quantum computing to the world, right? And of course, as we do that, as has been the topic of some of the discussions today, is also we need to make sure that the world's quantum safe. And so there's, as part of our efforts, there's a lot of the work on PQC and in terms of developing and deploying, right, those protected post-quantum cryptographic standards. I'll focus more on the quantum computing side of the equation here. Just to give you a sense of, where we are, right? We've, we first put systems on the cloud in 2016, right? Very simple 5-qubit machine. Cumulatively, since then, we've deployed over 75 systems, right? They're ranging in numbers of qubits. Today, we have the largest fleet of quantum computing machines in the world. 13 utility scale systems, that utility scale being over 100 qubits. Our primary data center is located in Poughkeepsie, New York. We also have, broke ground on a new European data center last year in Germany, and we've deployed these in numerous client locations around the world. And in some of these client locations that we place them in, we also try to build up regional centers of excellence, right? We call them quantum computational centers, but in reality, we have a whole network that an ecosystem that we try to build in these various different locations. So for example, in Japan, with a quantum computational center there, partnering with the University of Tokyo, we're also looking at other things such as leveraging testbed technologies to look at supply chain and various components there. And then, also looking at algorithm discovery at many of these other centers. So for example, at Cleveland Clinic, and to what Dave Ashlam mentioned earlier today, what we're going to be doing later this year with the launch of a system in Chicago with the National Quantum Algorithm Center. So, at IBM, we have a very roadmap culture, right? This is sort of in our DNA, back to the days of all the semiconductor efforts that have gone through, at IBM. And it was something that we took to heart within our quantum program, right from the start as we were first taking this from research and into something that we wanted to deploy as a product, that roadmap focus would come to bear. Right, tick tock is kind of the thing that you need to have in order to drive the innovation to follow, right, and to feed into what you're going to release and deploy. And so, our development roadmap really shows that cadence, right? So we have a part of it which is at the top, which is really focused on what we want to bring in terms of value and capabilities to our users, right, and to our clients. And then we also have an innovation roadmap that fuels that, right? In terms of new technologies and new hurdles that we need to overcome, from some of the fundamental physics standpoint to some of the actual demonstrators of various pieces, for example, like error correction, right? So if you look in the current state of our roadmap, a lot of the lower part of the innovation roadmap is focusing on these next generation demonstrators, right, of in this case, LDPC-based codes, right? So from Kookaburra to Cockatoo to Starling, they're all going to be looking at a practical way, right, of how we can actually scale out error correction codes to reach an eventual deployment, right, in 2029 at the scale of 200 logically encoded qubits, achieving gate depths out to 100 million, right? And so, from the point of view of the usability, a big part of the strategy is building on top of the pieces that we've already, started, and the framework that we started from a software development point of view in terms of Qiskit, and further developing the abstraction layers of the software so that we can appeal to a wider group of developers, right, to end users, right? And so and I'll talk a little bit there in terms of like how we see the software stack further maturing and further evolving, so that, as the hardware continues to improve, and the roadmap here really shows from a usability standpoint that improving in terms of scale and quality in terms measured by the number of gate operations that one can perform, that a lot of the infrastructure for the software is already in place, right? And you're going to be able to run larger quantum circuits. And yeah, I'll come back to the roadmap in a little bit, right? But I think, I like to really ground the discussion in terms of like where we're going, really from the point of view of an industry, is the capability of running quantum circuits, right? Because quantum circuits is the data representation that is differentiating for our quantum computing platforms, right? It is the unit of computation, right? That we can leverage its complexity in order to drive a differentiating value from what we can do already, right, with classical computing, be it with high performance computers or be it with GPU-based computers, right? And so, of course, the quantum circuit is really grounded in and measured in whether you can accurately run a number of qubits and a number of operations. And obviously, the complexity of your quantum circuit will drive what kinds of useful applications we hope to get out of it. I think we very much know some of the sort of pen and paper proven algorithms that we're all very excited about, from Shor's, to trauterization of molecular structure, right? That really guides us to tell us, okay, well, we need various forms of complex quantum circuits to build towards, and they can act as a North Star to that, right? But really, I think, the point is that we need to be building towards the capability of scaling the number of qubits and scaling the total number of gate operations that we can run and effectively get accurate results of those quantum circuits run on real hardware. So we can, map this kind of landscape out there, right? In terms of looking at circuit size and circuit depth, circuit width and circuit depth. And, there are the actual provable problems, right, that we want to address with quantum computers that are out there, right, in terms of materials simulation, chemistry simulation, optimization, cryptography, and so forth. And the point of the roadmap is to show that we want to traverse through this. We need to increase the complexity of the quantum circuits that are accurately runnable. We're in the regime here, right, where which is at 100 qubits and several thousands of gates. We're in this regime which we call utility, beyond what you can brute force classically simulate. A lot of room in between. And the whole point of I think what we have as an opportunity as a community is to leverage the tools that we have as a computational tool to explore what's in between. And a big part of that is how do we bring that to users, and how do we actually make that a way that it is a tool for discovery. So we had this result a couple of years ago, right, which for us certainly heralded this shift into this era of utility, right? That we could show that we can get accurate expectation values on quantum circuits of 100 plus qubits out to several thousand gates. Right? It was for a hardware efficient icing model that we were able to map onto our Eagle processor, but it showed that using certain error mitigation techniques that we can get these results on quantum circuits, which challenged the most complex supercomputer simulations of those same quantum circuits, right? And the point is that, it becomes now a regime where for certain quantum circuits, where you can't actually efficiently simulate those quantum circuits or exactly simulate them using a supercomputer, what do you actually select as the benchmark? Right? In some ways, the quantum computer execution of that quantum circuit is itself the benchmark. We're in that regime now, right? Because we're at that scale. That tells us that these computers now, these quantum computers, are a useful tool for that exploration of these complex quantum circuits, more so than using classical simulations of those same quantum circuits. And that's really what we need to lean into, right? And we've been seeing that in the field, that, since that paper, we've had a number of results from collaborators, some of our internal works, that push on looking at results in the 100 qubit plus space, in the several thousand gate space, right? So, we observe this as like as really a shift of the industry. We can look back at even when we first released our 5 qubit processor back in 2016, all the way through what we first, advanced to 100 qubits. We looked at the number of qubits that were being used on published archive papers. They were averaging in the below 20s, right? But after we came out with this 100 qubit result, we've seen a large increase in the number of results that are leveraging that 100 qubits for exploration, because there's a different regime, right, for users to actually study that is beyond what you would do from just simulating it. And so that's why, we're so excited about where we are, in that these utility scale quantum computers will help to accelerate that algorithm discovery. As we continue to make those improvements to the underlying hardware and improve the gate depths, we expect to find more algorithms that are heuristic-based and that best leverage the quantum computer in its differentiating capacity of running quantum circuits than any other known method, right? And from the roadmap perspective, we're just going to keep pushing on sort of the capability of these underlying systems to accurately return more and more gate depth, right? So last year, as part of our roadmap with our Heron, we were able to show 5,000 gates accurate performance for error mitigated circuit for observables. And if you look at our roadmap, that was the target for 5,000. In the coming years, we're going to be pushing out to 7,500, 10,000, 15,000. And then when the error-corrected LDPC codes come in, we'll take a really big step up to hundreds of millions of gates, right? So 2029, and then with Blue Jay, that'll be a 2,000 qubit system with a billion gate depth in 2033, right? And so that's the roadmap in terms of what we want to be able to deliver to users, the value that we want to bring in terms of the quantum circuit quality, right? And just to give you a flavor of what the hardware looks like, right? So we have the superconducting based technology. Our latest generation Heron second revision, 156 qubits, that leverages tunable couplers. It also has integrated 2-level system mitigation controls. That's a detail for helping with some of the coherence performance. But just in the timeline of deployed devices, you can just see there's been a market shift in terms of the improvements of the underlying 2-qubit gate performance from when we had a previous microwave-based 2-qubit gate architecture to these tunable coupler gates, right? Where we're now into the low 10 to the -3 error rates from a mean and median perspective, with some gates that go down into the 10 to the -4, right? So the advantage of the performance of these underlying tunable coupler based qubits is really clear. But on top of that is this usability aspect, right? Having good performing qubits, you also need to make sure that everything that we're building on top of it is well integrated and certainly performant in terms of speed. So a big part of what we've also continuously focused on, I think I heard one of the previous speakers talk about like how the quantum stuff is hard, the classical stuff is even harder. Well, we've been paying a lot of attention to building out a lot of that classical stuff year after year. And from the point of view of the execution engine, we've improved the speed at which we can get our circuits in and out of our quantum processors by over 75 times in just a few years. So the utility experiment, which we ran in 2023 with 100 plus qubits and several thousand gates, you run that same one now today at 75 times faster. The difference there was just a lot of optimization of the underlying engine of our execution.
So it becomes a difference of running an experiment over the course of, say, a month into a few hours. Then there's the Qiskit story, right? So building on top of the sort of engine layer, there's the rest of the software architecture in terms of the SDK, right? And so in terms of Qiskit, it's the most preferred software development kit out there. And, we certainly, when we first released it, it was a big part of, I think, a lot of community building, getting people aware of quantum. But also, we did a large effort in the past year to focus on performance, because we wanted to make sure that it wasn't the best software development kit developed just for a 5-qubit machine, right, as it was when it was released. We wanted to make sure that it was optimally performant for where we're going. And in terms of the number of qubits from 100 qubits out to several thousand qubits, we wanted to make sure that that performance is there. And so from a software perspective, a lot of work went in the past year to rewriting the internals in Rust, right? And that's certainly, one of the modern software languages to drive performance as well as security. And so we've seen, remarkable improvements in terms of just the run times for compilation and transpilation of breaking down complex quantum circuits into the instruction set architecture that we have for our physical devices. Now, with just a few minutes left, what I want to do is, talk about this, this vision, right? Which is that really where we're going is towards quantum-centric supercomputing, where the quantum computer is not just working on its own. In any type of problem we're trying to solve, really you're going to think about it from the point of view of your full computational footprint, that you're going to have access to, CPUs, GPUs, and now QPUs, right? But the point of how best to architect this is still something that I'd say has room to explore, but one that I think is very powerful, and it is the time to explore that now, right? Because much like the progression of high-performance computing from the early 2010 or early 2000s to today, a lot of that has relied on the development of things like message passing instruction sets and architectures, the right communication links, right? How we do massively parallel computations in a structure where we have CPUs, GPUs, and QPUs is ripe for us to understand and build right now. Just as an example, we had this result last year where we were actually able to work with collaborators from the Riken Institute in Japan to simulate the simulate the electronic structure of iron sulfide. So Fe4S4, it's a problem that is beyond exact simulation. We were able to actually break down the problem into a part where you're running an ansatz on 72 qubits of our Heron processor, and then we take those results from running on the quantum processor and send it over into 6,400 nodes of the Fugaku supercomputer, where subspace diagonalization eigenstates were determined on that classical infrastructure. And we went back and forth, until we got to an energy, right, for the molecular structure for Fe4S4, right? That doesn't beat the best approximate classical methods yet, right? But certainly shows the capability to run that, where we now have HPC plus quantum, and not just HPC on its own. And as we continue to improve the performance, that's a really great place for us to find where that's going to drive advantage, right? Where having that additional quantum piece of it will provide that differentiating capability. And so that's why we were already working on this integration, a more detailed integration with Riken, right? I mentioned it in one of my previous slides, right? So that was just sent over the internet. But in terms of what's the right way to share data, what's the right pipelines, this is all something for us to explore. We're going to co-locate it with Fugaku. We're going to have an InfiniBand connection. But this will be a big part of the exploration in the coming years, right? And so it's really with that I see that working with the HPC community is a tremendous opportunity for us in the next few years. especially when we look back at this picture. Where we're going is very clear. We're going to build towards that using with more efficient error correction codes and the infrastructure it'll take to build that. But the discovery is something that we all need to be part of in terms of finding advantage and leveraging the tools that are being built, right, in order to find, in concert with the most advanced computing resources that we have out there, what are those opportunities for real quantum advantage? So thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. That was a very interesting talk. I think we leave the question to the panel. And with this, we are entering into the break, first break afternoon. We have, I believe, 15 minutes break. Yes, two.
To realize quantum computing's full potential, we need systems that can run large-scale computations, meaning deep quantum circuits with many logical qubits. This requires many high-quality qubits that remain stable over longer periods of time, seconds and minutes, rather than milliseconds they are capable of now. There are two major hurdles to overcome when we speak about the hardware needed for this transition. To extend the duration of quantum computations, we'll need to rely on a process called quantum error correction, which involves encoding information in hundreds, if not thousands, of physical qubits. A qubit is the fundamental unit of information in a quantum computer. It operates based on the principles of quantum mechanics to exist simultaneously in multiple states, enabling vastly more complex computations than traditional bits. To achieve the desired number of logical qubits, say thousands, we'll need to connect many quantum chips, each having tens of logical qubits, which will effectively give us millions of physical qubits. To make this happen, we need a distributed network of quantum computers, as a single monolithic system is impractical. Our focus at Outshift is on developing a network that can support various types of quantum computers, ensuring seamless communication and efficient error correction. To this end, we are pioneering the development of quantum networking. Our work includes creating quantum switches and networking protocols, innovating data center designs for efficient interconnectivity, and building orchestrators for optimized distributed quantum computing. For example, we envision two types of quantum communications in the data center network, where for short distances, like on a single rack, quantum communication occurs at the native frequency of qubits. However, for long distances, like networking between racks, communication runs at the telecom frequency range.
As quantum computers become a reality, they pose a significant threat to current cryptographic systems. Powerful quantum computers could potentially break widely used encryption protocols such as RSA and Diffie-Hellman, exposing sensitive data. This threat underscores the urgent need for enhanced security measures. Quantum encryption, specifically quantum key distribution, or QKD for short, offers a solution. QKD leverages the principles of quantum mechanics to create secure communication channels. By using the inherent properties of quantum mechanics, QKD ensures that any attempt to intercept the key exchange process is immediately detectable, maintaining its confidentiality and integrity. At Cisco Research, we are pioneering the development of scalable quantum networks to support these advanced security measures. Unlike traditional point-to-point QKD systems, our approach aims to build a general-purpose quantum network capable of supporting multiple applications simultaneously. This network will not only facilitate enhanced QKD, but also power distributed quantum computing. Our research focuses on various layers of the stack to invent solutions that make it significantly harder for attackers to succeed. This includes post-quantum cryptography, which aims to develop new cryptographic algorithms resistant to quantum attacks, and innovative key distribution methods to further secure communications. Additionally, we are investing in quantum random number generators to generate truly random encryption keys. Unlike traditional pseudo-random number generators, quantum random number generators leverage quantum mechanics to generate numbers which are truly random, providing an extra layer of security. The convergence of these technologies, quantum computing, quantum networking, and quantum encryption, will redefine our approach to data security. By integrating quantum encryption into our network infrastructure, we ensure robust protection against future quantum threats, securing sensitive information for governments, enterprises, and individuals alike.
Quantum technology holds the promise of profound advancement for all humanity. In the next 5 to 10 years, we can expect emergence of major quantum computers capable of groundbreaking achievements. Imagine rapid drug discoveries, the development of cutting-edge materials, precise weather forecasting, and giant leaps forward in AI. However, to unlock the full potential of quantum computing, it is not enough to build a few large quantum computers around the world. We need to scale this system to make them accessible to everybody. This approach opens the door to a much wider range of applications and helps solve current technical issues in quantum computing. By interconnecting small quantum computers through a network, we can achieve scalability and accessibility necessary for widespread use. The impact of classical computers on humanity grows exponentially once they are connected to the internet. Quantum networking aims to create a quantum internet, making quantum computing accessible to everybody. In our labs, we are developing the hardware, the software, and protocols for scalable quantum networks to connect quantum computers. This distributed approach overcomes individual limitations and unlocks the world-changing potential for quantum computing. We are collaborating with academic institutes and industrial partners to bring this vision to life. As we move forward to a future powered by quantum technology, the potential for innovation and social impact is boundless. At Outshift, we are committed leading this transformation and building the networks that will define the next era of computing.
watching Cisco TV. You're watching Cisco TV.
from NVIDIA about accelerated quantum supercomputing, and it's going to be delivered by Nicholas Harrigan, which is the marketing manager and quantum computing in NVIDIA. Nicholas, please. I believe people are looking for yes.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so great to be here. So thank you so much for inviting us to talk here today. Super excited to speak to you all. And my goal for today is to really give you a kind of high-level overview about what we're doing at NVIDIA in quantum computing, our vision for how quantum computing can move forwards and how we can help with that. And also talk to you about some of the partnerships we've worked on, because we try and partner with absolutely everyone in the quantum ecosystem, and I'm sure I'll make that point repeatedly throughout the talk. The first thing to say about NVIDIA is it might seem obvious as a big computing company we're interested in quantum computing, but it really is part of our DNA to care about quantum computing. And what I mean by that is if you look historically, NVIDIA's kind of long-term strategy has been to use accelerated computing, use what we produce to enable various computing revolutions. And that has been wildly successful so far. And as far as we see things, quantum computing, obviously very different in many ways, but really it's useful to think of this in that kind of vein. So it's the next computing revolution, and one that we are really keen to help accelerate and help to make happen. And we're very, very passionate about trying to make the timeline to useful quantum computing, whatever that might be, as short as possible. And so I'm going to talk to you today about how we are hoping to do that. So the first thing to say, if I give a talk, it's getting a bit better, but it's still the case if I get up and say, I'm at NVIDIA and I'm involved in doing quantum computing, the first talk is always, are you building a quantum computer at NVIDIA? And I can answer that as no. We are not trying to build a quantum computer in the sense that we're not trying to build qubits. So we're not trying to build quantum hardware. We're not trying to build a QPU. There is an amazing ecosystem of companies who are doing such amazing work doing that. And what we want to do is help them take those qubits that they have today and to turn them into useful quantum computing devices by building what we call an accelerated quantum supercomputer. And so this is our vision. And of course, more than happy in the panel, we can talk about this and debate this. But our vision is that to make qubits useful, they need to go into an accelerated quantum supercomputing environment. And so that's a familiar message maybe, but it's one that we're very, very passionate about. And so I should explain what I mean by this, because I've committed the cardinal sin of introducing more terminology into quantum computing. But what do I mean by an accelerated quantum supercomputer? So I've got an animation now. I think someone will play a video for me, maybe, or a blank screen. Hey, here we go. So the vision of a quantum accelerated quantum supercomputer is taking quantum hardware, putting it into an AI supercomputer. And a key part of this vision for us is that this kind of setup is qubit agnostic, meaning that we have an architecture, a reference architecture, we call it DGX Quantum, that allows any kind of qubit modality to be connected to the world's best AI superchips. And so we've worked with Quantum Machines, a company on this DGX Quantum reference architecture, where we can connect our superchips, our GPU, CPU superchips, to a vendor control system over very fast PCIe. And then via that, you can connect control signals, do all the conversions you need for various kinds of qubits. And we control all of this with our software platform, which I'll talk about in a second a bit more about, called CUDA-Q. And so that's a really core part about what we are trying to do. We're trying to help the whole community. And so that's what we're working towards. Now, the reason that we think AI supercomputing, just to be clear, by which I mean the AI superchips you'll hear about NVIDIA producing today and the systems surrounding that, the reason we think that's really important for quantum computing is, well, there's several reasons. And so this vision of the accelerated quantum supercomputer means somewhere where we connect the quantum hardware to these systems, we can run hybrid algorithms on them. So a thing that's often, I wouldn't say overlooked, but it's worth being reminded of, is even the algorithms that we think of as being fundamentally quantum, so even things like phase estimation, really need classical computation, fast classical computation to run them. And I don't just mean at the level of things like error correction, but even like warm starting problems with like Hartree-Fock outputs and all these kinds of things you want to do, there's always going to be an element in which you want to perform fundamentally hybrid algorithms. So we think that's important. We think that co-locating these kinds of hardware is important for that reason. We also think that being qubit agnostic when you're doing things like developing control and error correction is hugely important. And we think AI supercomputing is useful a lot for that kind of control, error correction, calibration, and readout problem too. And so to split things another way, there's really two ways we think AI supercomputing is going to be critical going forwards in moving us towards large-scale use for quantum computers. One on the development side, so what we're doing today, like to make us get to this vision quicker, and also a key point, we think that at the actual endpoint, when you've got a useful quantum computer, it will have AI supercomputing in there, that vision I just showed you. And so today I'm going to talk a little bit about both of these. I probably won't talk as much about some elements on the right-hand side. I'll pull out dynamical simulations as one simulation technique that I think is really important today to get us towards quantum hardware that is large enough, is low noise enough, is perfect enough to sit in this kind of environment at a large scale. And I won't talk a lot about, but I want to mention it now because I will forget if there's not literally the words on the slide to remind me. Post-quantum cryptography, because we do have a library called QPQC, which I'm not going to talk about in any more detail, and that is a library specifically for implementing the NIST-approved PQC algorithms, but on GPUs. And there's a lot of reasons that that's really good. We've done like completely hardware secure implementations in QPQC, so they're secure against side channel attacks. And moreover, when you work in that kind of architecture rather than on a kind of hardware security module like an ASIC or something like that, you've got flexibility. So you've got crypto agility. I mean, as we had a question earlier about, you know, it's not necessarily guaranteed that today's PQC algorithms are going to stay secure because, like all cryptographic security, it's based on the assumption no one will crack it, and we're very new into the PQC era. So QPQC lets people run those algorithms as efficiently as they need on hardware that's reprogrammable. And we think that's a hugely important way to get adoption for people to like put out systems, new PQC systems, and feel like they can update them very quickly without like specific hardware security modules that would need replacing that are optimized for them. So I'm not going to talk more about that, but I wanted to flag it up here as one of the developmental ways in which we think that what we're doing in the realm of AI supercomputing and our products are helpful. Okay, so how are we doing this? How are we trying to like get to this vision of an accelerated quantum supercomputer? The main way, I said I'd make this point many times, is we're partnering with like as many people as we can. This is the obligatory, I am now more of a business than a science person slide, where I've put so many logos up on one screen. But this is amazing, and this is what I think sets us apart quite a lot in this sort of community, is that we work with everyone. We want everyone to get closer to quantum computing. And so we do work with all these companies, and it's growing. It's growing all the time. And so if you're not on this list, but you think you should be on this list, please do talk to me, because this is one of the reasons I'm here, is to meet more of you and help more of you get towards genuinely large-scale use for quantum computers. Okay, so now I'm going to talk more about our sort of flagship entry point software product into this vision. So we have a product called CUDA-Q. CUDA-Q's job is to make working with that vision of accelerated quantum supercomputing easier. So it's meant to do two things. When you have a computer that's hybrid, quantum classical, it allows you to use that device really simply. So it has an extremely clever and very nice kernel-based software model where you can talk to classical and quantum hardware in a very easy way, at a very high level, so that you can like use those resources when you need them in hybrid algorithms and beyond that. And it also has got the fastest GPU accelerated simulations of quantum systems that you can call upon. So CUDA-Q, you can, if you don't have access to quantum hardware yet and you want to explore larger systems to see like, what meaningfully large circuits might do for you, even moving into the era of error correction, and you want to look at larger systems for that, it's the fastest simulations you can get for GPU accelerated simulations. But also we have a huge and growing number of QPU hardware partners who can plug into CUDA-Q. So just like in a lot of these frameworks, you can switch between those two seamlessly. And we're also geared up for letting people, work. CUDA-Q was built with the vision of this kind of quantum in a data center. So it's fundamentally written and constructed for that kind of era. So what I wanted to do with the rest of the talk was just take one new piece of functionality in CUDA-Q and tell you a bit more about that. And the reason for that is, if you've heard about what NVIDIA is doing in quantum computing before this, you probably had more of an idea that we build simulators, like quantum circuit simulators. And that is a big part of what we've been doing. And we do think that's going to be really important going forwards. And so the next thing I'm going to show you is how we think that's going to continue to be important, even when we start moving into the realm of quantum circuits that are so big that you might think they can't be simulated anymore. As well as, of course, us having a vision that our hardware is going to be useful in the end goal of a useful quantum computer. And that's on this problem. We work a lot on this problem too. So as well as circuit simulations, where you're like, hey, if I had a perfect quantum computer, I want to know how an algorithm would run on it, we also work on dynamical simulations. So of course, one of the problems with today's quantum hardware is it's too noisy, even too noisy for large-scale error correction in a lot of cases. And so we really need to reduce that noise, develop better quantum hardware. And of course, everybody, including lots of people in this room, are working hard on this problem. But when it comes to building better chips, at NVIDIA, we have known for a long time that you have to simulate your chips very well. So it's kind of weird to think, but we use GPUs to simulate our new GPUs, and we do tens of thousands of simulations of those GPU chip architectures before they even go out and get taped out or even tested as prototypes. And so those tools are extremely important and extremely hard. They need the latest in GPU supercomputing just to simulate those new GPUs. And arguably, quantum processors need that even more because it's a new kind of technology and there's much more we need to reduce the noise. And so we have a product called CUDA-Q Dynamics. It's part of CUDA-Q. This is also a video. I'm not sure if this one will play. I'll click the button for this one. Excellent. And so the idea, very high level cartoon, is that you've got a quantum processor. It's performing stuff. You do a circuit simulation for that. But if you look inside, your qubits, obviously, you've got things like crosstalk between them. And then, they're also going to interact with the environment. And if you want to incorporate these effects into a simulation, you need a much harder kind of simulation called a dynamical simulation. And so we've worked with Google. They've used this quantum CUDA-Q Dynamics software to start simulating their chips. So they can really understand the noise on the chips. And so like at a technical level, this is like Lindblad evolution operators simulating full open dynamics of a quantum system. But the key thing is by GPU accelerating that, we've really made it possible for people to look at like new chip designs that would have been beyond simulation capabilities before. Because of course, simulating this in a quantum processor is very different than you would do in a normal kind of conventional tape-out process. The equations you need to simulate are different. And so by giving them access to both the hardware to run those simulations on and also like the software that now can accommodate that through CUDA-Q, we're hoping to accelerate their hardware development process. So we see simulation as a tool that's not just going to be useful going forwards to a useful quantum computer, but beyond. The second, third, fourth generation of a useful quantum computer, you're going to have this problem of how you're going to make the chips perform even better. Okay, so that's like a nice picture. There's a nice picture for you to look at about that partnership we had with Google that we announced at SC24 just last year. And kind of help me start wrapping up, I'll just mention this CUDA-Q software platform. We've also got a set of libraries that sit on top of it for research that enable researchers to start working on things like algorithm development, but also QEC development that really makes it very simple to get access to that GPU accelerated capabilities. So most frameworks that you might think of using to simulate quantum computing, under the hood, if they're GPU accelerated, they use our libraries. And so with this library, we've not only made it easier to get to that, but just in general, more easy to use CUDA-Q, and lots of primitives for like decoding that you might need in quantum error correction are exposed as simple functions so that researchers can start to play about with those and not have to worry about optimizing under the hood the parts that you can really know how to do very well if you've got NVIDIA's expertise in GPU accelerating problems. And as well as the simulation, I want to finish just by wrapping up and talking about what I started on, which is our vision of quantum hardware as it's been developed, and its development has been made possible by our simulation capabilities, of it sitting in an accelerated quantum supercomputer for a useful device. So we are obviously pushing ahead and working towards this goal, and we've got 3 different cases where we've put quantum hardware, through NVIDIA, we've managed to get quantum hardware into data center-like supercomputing centers so that researchers can start to experiment with how hybrid algorithms work, with how they're going to think about decoding and all of these problems. And so I could call out these explicitly, but we've got AIST where we've got QERA come in there with their hardware so they can start to connect to a system that's got lots of our Hopper systems of GPUs. And we've got ULIC, where IQM have got their quantum hardware going into that supercomputing center. And PSNC in Poland, where Orca are taking in their hardware. And as you'll see at the bottom, all of these systems are connecting up to NVIDIA hardware and using CUDA-Q to sort of manage those 2 kinds of hardware next to each other. And I've just got a final slide to flag again our DGX Quantum project, just to tell you about it, just so you can see a nice picture, lovely nice picture. And one of the key things about this is when you use this interface to GPUs, you get very low latency for things like decoding. So you get orders of magnitude below what, well, you can have orders of magnitude below what you need if you're just talking about the actual connection speeds, but full round time latency is below the kind of 10 microseconds that people think you need for an error correction budget. So we're looking at like about 4 microseconds and obviously getting that lower and lower. And this is what we see as one of the key things. Another key thing as well, of course, you could argue for using an ASIC or an FPGA to do decoding and quantum error correction. But a key thing about this is that you can reprogram it very easily. If you ask someone to buy a huge supercomputing center full of chips or tape out over a 6-month turnaround period a load of ASICs, and then the newest LDPC code comes out, or the decoder changes, more importantly, you don't want to have to go through that whole process again. So this is a way to get like the most power you can possibly get in a really flexible way. So DGX Quantum, I think Quantum Machines debuted this with us in the Israeli Quantum Computing Center last year. We had Quantware, and I think we had Orca going in there as well with their hardware already. And this is a kind of, this is a direction we're growing more and more in, and you're going to see more of us trying to get quantum hardware, like in the last 2 slides I've shown you, into AI supercomputers and edge us towards this vision of accelerated quantum supercomputing. So I've got some links in case you want to learn more about what we do. That QR code will take you to our main NVIDIA Quantum page. And I'm really excited to talk to you all. I'm looking forward to the panel. And please do come and find me if you want to learn more about what we're doing or you think you can partner with us, because that's what we're here to do. We're here to help.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicholas. Question for the panel discussion. So, yeah. The next talk would be myself, to introduce myself.
Doesn't converge.
Yes. So I talk a little bit about the activity that we do in Cisco Research on quantum and networking particularly, and where is our focus. So as I am going to continue based on what Bill started in the morning on the keynote. So in Cisco, the quantum network vision that we have, what we see in the R&D community and also industry and academia, that quantum security, computing, and sensing, although at different level of maturity, but they are becoming mature in terms of R&D. There is a sample of R&D of different technology for each of these category there. But what is we believe is missing, something that creates a networking or connect this thing this technology together with a network. So far, what we have seen from the R&D in both academic and industry is a more point-to-point of demonstration of this technology if there is a network involved. But what we would like to do, we build a network that we can route quantum information or switch quantum information and connect multiple of these technologies together and make it multi-tenant, multi-user. So essentially, our vision is that to create a quantum network that allows us to create a quantum data center, and further than that, build a quantum cloud computing based on that, using our network capability, and then also allows us to create a version of the parallel to IoT with the network connected quantum sensors and quantum version of IoT. On that, in that area, we are our research and innovation focus into distinct area on the hardware, which have a research name for it, we call it QFabric, and then on the software and algorithm protocol side, we call it QOrchestra. So as an immediate focus for us is the quantum computing, and we want to create a network the way that I explained it, and achieve the distributed quantum computing and quantum data center. So this is the immediate focus for us, and we are focusing on that. Why is that? Bill explained that. Because obviously the promise of the quantum computer, I don't go through that, but hopefully if the useful quantum computer comes, it has to, it's going to be useful, has a lot of impact. But nevertheless, that useful quantum computer has to be a very big one. So to do the error correction. And that error correction needs millions of qubits. And to be honest, monolithically is very challenging to assume that useful computer will happen. is going to have a lot of challenges in terms of depends on technology you're using, but definitely control and measurements, cooling system, become too complex. Makes a lot of sense, and commonly, more or less becoming common sense, that you need to move to network at one point of your roadmap, depends on the technology that you have. So what we want to do, what happened? We want to focus to build a useful and practical quantum network that can connect quantum computers in a data center. Why we think a data center is important? Because the technology is proven with a hyperscaler. Hyperscaler managed to create a scalable computing using a data center in a controlled environment, connect the servers together, a large number of them, and share them effectively between multiple applications. That also brings a lot of advantage for quantum computers. You can have a smaller version of them, and you can benefit from controlled environment in terms of the noise, temperature, stability of the data center, and you create a network which is with the technology that we can see it will come in the next 5 years. It's possible to create a stable enough network, a scalable enough network that you can envision that quantum data center would be possible to implement. The building blocks that our R&D is looking into is obviously we need for this vision to happen, we need a quantum switch, we need a quantum frequency converter or quantum network interface card, something that converts from the computing frequency to something that we can put in a network, measurements, source of the entanglement to connect or entangle two processors, and memory to basically compensate for the coherence time. So these are the technology we have interest, and we have R&D activity focused on them. And that's on the hardware. On the software side, we are looking at, okay, Cisco always has been pioneering on the protocol and signaling, how we can create an entanglement protocol that can scale and can support this hardware and is suitable for distributed quantum computing. And also, obviously, we see in the market there's this gap on a distributed quantum computing compiler. And even academic work around it, none of them look at it holistically, take into account what network technology I bring to connect what computing technology. Is sort of isolated activity on the distributed quantum computing. So these are the R&D activity focus that we have or interest in Cisco. As one of the early prototypes that we have developed our entanglement source. I go later on, I show how this fits in the architecture that we have. But this is the example that we have done in collaboration with UCSB to develop the entanglement source and telecom regime that has a very high rate. I tell you why we need the high rate later on. Has a very high rate raw power and is very efficient. And this works at the telecom frequency. The other work that we do we work often with the startups as well. We have specified for example, source which is based on the rubidium and the Ruby with the QNet to develop. So that's the reason that rubidium is interesting for us, because we can pump a laser in the right form into the rubidium, and the nonlinearity can give us two entangled photons, one in near IR regime and the other in telecom. And there are many versions of it as that we happen to use this sample. But that's bring advantage in architecture that we have. So we can have a telecom photon and a near IR photon. And near IR photon, telecom is better if we want to move around the data center. Near IR give us advantage if we want to down convert it or up convert it on frequency or wavelength to reach the frequency that a computing platform works. So that's our rationale. Now we are working on, obviously you cannot create a network without the switching element and a basic element of routing quantum information. We are designing internally a switch architecture, a hardware that is reconfigurable, allows us to, with a very low loss, high efficiency, move around or switch quantum information both at telecom and near IR regime, and is scalable, and also support, this is a good part of it, we want to get a switch support different modality of entanglement. I hope by end of summer we are in a position that we can share the publication around this or share more information. What does it look like? But nevertheless, that's where is our wish list and where we are looking to create a switch. Now, if we have our switches and sources and so on, eventually this is a cartoonic version of it. We want to create a data center that are some of the processor are closer connectivity together logically in a rack. Some of the processors are farther away from each other in different rack, if you like, connected by our network and switch, and then orchestrated by our own software tools. Now, what we want to do also, we don't want to bond ourselves for our network when we are building it to a specific computing technology. We don't know which one would be a winner one, ion trap, transmon, or whatever you want to call it. We want to be, at least our network flexible enough with minimum effort, we can choose, or eventually even, why not a hybrid data center with different computing platforms. So that's our thing. So then, therefore, we came up with some guideline design, how the architecture of our network look like. We would like to see it look like in a data center. So we want to have this principle followed, modularity and scalability. We want to be modular if we want to increase the size. We want to be a multi-tenant. We want to have support any-to-any connectivity. We want to have a multiple logical topology. We be able to create that between the processor. We want to be computing platform independent and adaptive reconfiguration and share critical resources. If we have something which is critical, expensive, especially like detectors, we want to be able to share it. So essentially, we see that our switch connect the processors and then connect, share some of the resources between these processors. So this is again cartoonic version. I go later on exactly what the architecture look like, but that's how we want a switch. The immediate adjacency of the processor shares these resources. Now, we see multiple possibility for the architecture. We are looking at different variation of them with different pros and cons to see which one works for which application better. So one approach we are looking at, basically immediate connectivity between the switch adjacent to the processor is work at near IR regime, and then between the switches between the racks works at the telecom regime. That's the left hand side, and you can get the equivalent of it at the cloud network in the data center, classical data center. On the right hand side, we are looking at the regime that all the links are short distance, and some of the processing capability are sacrificed to do a job of a repeater, if you like. So you see that we basically jump to a different processor if we need to do a longer distance to do a repeater function. And both of them use the combination of the near IR and telecom switch. And thus gives a different advantage in terms of the techno-economy of the running this architecture for us. We have a paper in archive. We have detailed description or analysis of this architecture. Now, we want to work with different computing platform. So our architecture or our network, we want to support different protocols. So essentially, you can categorize in three different categories: emitter, scatterer, emitter, emitter, scatterer, scatterer. I mean, depends on what computing platform you use. You need to trigger to emit a photon for you at the communication qubit level, or you need to send a photon in it, and then through a scattering process, you get an entanglement relationship. So that's what we are working. You see that why we are interested, for example, in one of these protocol, a source that works in two different wavelengths works perfectly. In the, for example, a scatterer protocol, we can have a source which is produce, let's say, near IR photons, can easily convert it to go to the QPU, and then another entangled photons at telecom, which can go a longer distance to the other processor, and then the swapping happens to do the entanglement relationship. Now, you can see immediately that for this successful entanglement relationship to happen is a very probabilistic event, and you need at least 4 successful events to this entanglement relationship happen. So that's reduce your chance of entanglement relationship. We solve that by using the sources that produce a lot of entanglement. So we try and try and try, and we try to beat the decoherence time of the quantum processor. Obviously, memory later on added to this architecture will help this architecture form. Now, all of these physical layer protocols, features, capability require, there is no compiler in the market, at least to the best of our knowledge, or in academia, that can bring all these things together for distributed quantum computing. So that's why we decided to build our own compiler, or compiler maybe pushing it at the low-level compiler. So we get a circuit, the similar format, for example, IBM Qiskit define circuits, and gets our data center topology, depending on which technology and how do you use it, and try to break down the circuit the best way possible and map it to your quantum computing, take into account the network. So it needs to trigger a network, all the protocols that I mentioned and so on, all take into account. So this is, by itself, is a first-in-kind type of compilation that we have. We have our own circuit partitioning. How we do that is very adaptive. We call it dynamic window-based partitioning. There is a paper was in archive and also in a Photonic West presented about this. But we are creating our own window-based partitioning. Also, we are going to the full-fledged data center. We want to see a given number of the CPUs and given number of the topology, how you can maximize number of the circuit you serve in a given period of a time. So that's what we call it, multi-job scaling job is a circuit. So we have if you see, it's like a Tetris sort of problem. So it's a classical Tetris problem, but we have solved this issue. Now, finally, we are building a digital twin for that. So we have a hardware version of this capability in our lab, or developing in our lab, building in this lab, testing. We make them available through the API to the cloud. And we have a simulated version or modeling of our own capability, and we are available to the cloud. And what does it let people, I mean, they can, hopefully we want to make it open to more and more people, let them to come and connect this, create a new architecture of a data center, create a new architecture of network, and play with it and see what the performance they get. So far, we have a version of it that you can now create, that's, for example, 8-processor connected to the tree suite using the components that we are developing and with the features that we are doing. So together, what sort of result we get. So can we play? This is just the latest result. It's very fancy at the moment. What we are working hard is to make it available to as many users or public as much as we can. So to conclude my talk, we believe that quantum data center is a practical way to achieve scalability for creating useful quantum computer. It is feasible to build a dynamically reconfigurable entanglement distribution network that is good enough for connecting quantum computer, I would say. But there are, it brings a lot of advantage, which I didn't go through that. For example, the quantum algorithm development community have not explored the possibility if they can reconfigure their circuit on subroutine level, what's advantage they can get. Everybody assumes with the fixed topology, fixed circuit, and they run their algorithm compiler. So we provide this capability, and that's we are leveraging our compiler toward that as well. We want to create a multi-tenant, multi-user. Challenges remain. The transducer, I ignored that completely in my presentation, but that's a big challenge. You need a very highly efficient transducer, and that's something that we are working very, very closely with our academic partners on that. And then memory, obviously, memory brings a lot of advantage here. especially with the protocols that we have. And the most important one, at least in my opinion, distributed error correction. There are activities being started in distributed error correction, but all of them ignore the fact that network is a problem by itself. I mean, you need to take to account. And there is no distributed error correction, as far as I know, that takes to account the network really connections. So this is based on this, I conclude my talks. Thank you. Okay, so if I ask myself and the rest of the speaking council, so since I am going to moderate the panel, I want to be fair. I have a list of questions prepared, but I want to ask audience to open up. So since I was a speaker myself, I don't want to be unfair. Yeah. Where is the other microphone? Oh, yes. So any question from audience? Yes, Dominic.
Given we have both the classical and the quantum community in the panel, what do you think about energy use arguments as system power scales to future quantum computers versus the energy use of classical machines at scale?
Am I the only one with a microphone? Oh, okay. That seems unfair. Did anyone answer that first? I've got an answer to that, but if you want to, well, I've got something I think about that. So I think, of course, energy usage is really important, and at NVIDIA we care about that a lot. We're always trying to get on the top of the sustainable top, 100 supercomputing centers. And with quantum computing, I think that the important thing to realize is we use the word data center a lot when we talk about a large-scale quantum computer, but we don't envision this being something that sits inside every city or outside every, this is something where the impact per joule is going to be huge. So it's something where, yeah, sure, even, it might be cryogenic. So there's no way to say it's not going to cost energy to run these things. But if you run it for so long and you discover like new cures, so I mean, we're thinking in the future, right? Like one day, and you discover new cures for things, the impact per joule can be huge. So it's not like we're spending these joules on serving YouTube videos. So I think that there's like an important distinction to make there from my side.
Yeah, just to kind of build off of that, I think one of the ways people motivate situations where you can get like exponential resource savings with quantum algorithms is it may not only manifest in time complexity, but also in energy. And people sometimes talk about energy being the bottleneck in, say, like scaling machine learning. Like if you look at sort of the program to like build out these massive data centers like all over the US, they're actually often constrained by the ability to basically generate enough power for these things. So that might play a role in the future, for sure.
Maybe I'll just ask, like, do people have a sense for what actually uses the most energy in some of these systems today, quantum computing? No, not the cooling.
Classical control.
Yes. Yeah. Classical control is actually what is the primary usage of power. The cryogenics scale very favorably, right? And there's modular architectures that you can build for the cryogenic side, and then on the control side, cryo-CMOS. That's the path, right? Get a lot of that and just the overall energy output lower, and also get it within the cryogenic infrastructure.
Thanks.
Okay. I mean, it's interesting if, we hear all of that, but if we can, I think energy consumption in the data centers, classical one, became afterthought. Now that GPU is becoming so much in demand, now everybody thinking, okay, how I can make it more energy efficient, how my design and so on. But in the quantum computing, I think that can be before thought now with the lesson learned. I mean, given the fact that we hear that depends on debate, is a cryogenic system or classical control or measurements that needs, but you can come up with the architecture that certainly be more efficient than for energy consumption. One of the reasons that, for example, we are thinking in our data center to share some of the critical resources, with the critical resources, the one that needs more power and cooling system as well. So that's maybe provide the opportunity to share the resources. Yes.
Actually, it's so we hear this term quantum supremacy all the time, right? So, but oftentimes quantum supremacy. I mean, I'm neutral to all my guests. So, where exactly is quantum supremacy demonstrated? I mean, sure, there's some hypothetical use cases where we can. I mean, these are like somewhat favorable towards and really unfavorable towards classical computing. But is there a realistic use case or an application where quantum supremacy has been demonstrated, or are we on a path towards demonstrating?
So yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I would say, like a convincing demonstration, it has to sort of meet a few criteria. You need to sort of rule out any sort of efficient quantum algorithm. That's typically hard to do unconditionally. You need to actually be able to efficiently verify that you sort of performed some computation, and it needs to be compatible with existing hardware. And arguably, the sort of I don't know of any problem that actually sort of ticks all those three boxes. There are some that like take maybe 2 out of 3. So say the original quantum supremacy result, and there's like an updated version of that from the last year that is much better. But these are both results for random circuit sampling. The problem with that is it's not efficiently verifiable classically. And even that, it's a problem that you're not really using the fact that you have like a programmable chip. You're sort of treating it as some kind of random process. So it doesn't really feel like you're leveraging the fact that you're building a quantum computer ultimately. So I think especially with near-term hardware, it's still very much like an open problem.
Yeah, I mean, like, certainly I think that there's directions, right? Like along the lines, there are certain ways that you can run quantum circuits where you can get sort of unbiased estimates of results, right? That you can also verify, right? To Dar's point, and I think along the lines of certain algorithms like the SQD algorithm, which I pointed to for the iron sulfide simulation, those would be certifiable if we do end up finding a lower energy, right, using a quantum computer than any other classical approximate method, right? So right now we're not there because the noise is still too high. We're not going enough layers, right, to get more accuracy on the particular variational ansatz for the quantum circuit, right? But as we increase that depth, we expect us to be able to find better quantum states in the huge state space that will drive towards a lower energy. And then because it's a lower energy than anything that you've had classically, it would be a demonstration of quantum advantage, as an example.
Yeah, so you said you were like kind of new to quantum. Was that what you said? I might have missed. No. So I misunderstood what you said. But if you're asking, the terminology is very loaded. So if you're talking about quantum supremacy specifically, I think the thing worth just clarifying is that doesn't necessarily mean you're talking about an application with a use in the sense that you would normally think of things being useful. And so what I guess we're talking to is when will you expect to see an application where someone will want to use it and see an advantage that they couldn't have got without quantum computing, that affects people, that is got a business use or a societal use or a government security use. And I think DARPA did a great job when they defined for their sort of calls utility scale quantum computing. And they thought really hard about what does that look like, because it's not obvious. Like, if I build you a machine that lets amazing research happen, but it doesn't give anyone any money yet, is that utility? And so it's a really interesting question, but we're not, I think, close enough yet to any of those senses of the word. And I think the consensus in the community would be that error correction is probably going to be necessary to get towards that kind of goal. Of course, everyone, I think, in this room is also working to try and make it happen sooner if we can. NVIDIA, we partner with people on things, like closer scale, more NISC-like ways of doing this, and I hope that can work too, because it would be brilliant. But I think that, I think the most exciting work being done towards that direction in a more convincing way is these demonstrations of error correction we're starting to see now. And that's where I would be looking to sort of see the proof points. And I think a thing we're missing in the community is it's not clear what is a good demonstration that error correction is getting closer and more possible. So we're kind of like at the start of that new era, and things like, magic state distillation, for example, are very hard. But I will talk about that far too long, so I'll hand over to... Oh, go on.
I'm going to push back on that a little bit, because the demonstrations of the error correction are fundamentally, very important for the point of view of showing how we're going to build up towards these architectures for fault tolerant systems. And, I take nothing away from all the work that's been coming, in the past year. But, from the point of view of driving towards advantage, the point is that we know that the quantum circuit formalism has complexity at a particular scale, which is unsimulable with any classical supercomputer, with any GPU-based quantum simulator. And there's value there, right? We need to find that value, but it's much like how a lot of the initial explorations with GPUs themselves happen very heuristically. We're in that moment now, right? And we can wait for error correction, or a lot of the rest of us are going to be continuing to look for advantage on these systems today. And of course, when error correction comes, even better.
Yeah, and of course, we're interested in that too. If there's a way to get to advantage quick in error correction, great, we're there for that. I've got the advantage that I pass off the mic. So
He's there the whole way.
Thank you. Actually, this question is for you, Reza. Anyone else that might want to join in? So kind of in the spirit of the last question, I was intrigued by your mention of digital twins, which try to create, software models of your system. And if we get to large-scale quantum networks with entanglement, almost by definition, those can't be simulated by classical systems. So what are the role of digital twins in terms of actually, what are you actually going to be modeling with those?
So we are not going to make a network simulator as a scientific simulator. What we are gonna digital twin, essentially you get access to our physical devices, let's say our switch, and you get a model of that switch that does the same behavioral model of that switch. So in our lab, we have, let's say, 5 of those switches available, let's say as an example. We make it available via to the cloud. You can connect them together and create your topology, but you end up in your mind, you want to have a network with 10 switches. 5 of them, you can use the behavioral model of that and create that. So that's our idea. But at the end of the day, we are not planning to do create a scientific simulator that exactly models the physical layer characteristics and features. So we want to get whatever you create your physically with the capability that we have in the lab, we create also a behavioral model of that as well, so you can see what does it work. Yes, please. Oh, guys, do you want to chime in on that? No.
You got it,
Okay. I have actually kind of 2 questions, one for you and maybe one for Nick on something you said. But the first question is, there's been a lot of talk about building huge AI data centers, and there's been also a lot of talk about how does AI help quantum and how does quantum help AI, and that's kind of maybe a back and forth type thing. Is there any thought of working with these people that are going to be building these huge AI data centers and actually try and integrate a quantum processor unit or more than one in one of those? And the second question is there a possibility of using current QPUs to help simulate the next version of QPUs?
I think the first one more goes mainly for NVIDIA and Google, maybe.
Yeah, so there's at least one group of people building large AI supercomputers who I know are trying to do that, which is us. So yeah, absolutely, we want to bring QPUs into AI supercomputing centers, and that's to bring the AI supercomputing hardware to bear on these problems. And something you touched on that I didn't at all, and it was an omission, so I'm glad you asked that question. I'll reaffirm you're not a plant. This is that we do a lot with AI algorithms. So bringing AI, the sort of algorithms, not just the hardware, to bear on the problems of quantum computing. And we had a review paper that we put out, I think end of last year, just called AI for QC, and it kind of surveys all those areas. And that's a really exciting place to look. So we've got a project called the Generative Quantum Eigensolver, where we have shown how a kind of LLM, like a ChatGPT kind of AI model, can be used instead of kind of predicting the next word in a sentence, predicting from like a group of possible operations, the next operation in a circuit that you would want to solve a certain kind of quantum problem by training it on what a good solution looks like to that problem. And it turns out if you use that in a kind of variational algorithm, you actually get around, it looks like, some of the local minima and barren plateau problems that you can have. So it's like an interesting place, quite obscure in some ways way, but then there's also more obvious ways like AI for decoding, and I know I can talk forever, so I'll stop. But yeah, it's a great question, and we're trying to do that. We're trying to bring AI, both hardware and software, to those problems.
Yeah, I would just say, I mean, just seconding the fact that, yeah, I mean, AI for quantum is like sort of an area where there are lots of like applications even today. The other direction is trickier. And, you know, it's still, I think, very much an open question whether quantum will ever be useful for classical AI. There's kind of this middle ground where, you know, if you want to say find things that are like hard to say simulate classically, you might ask, well, can you actually do that numerically in some way, like using a quantum processor that in principle can do some things that are beyond classical to like find more structured problems that are, you know, have more of like a signal in them that are still beyond classical. I think that's like an interesting open question. And it's a little reminiscent of what are known as like generative adversarial networks. Classically, where you have like a network that attempts to generate images and a discriminator that attempts to like tell apart images that are generated from a data set from ones that were generated by this network. And so you could imagine a scenario where you replace the generator with a quantum circuit, perhaps. It could be interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, so, you know, from that point of view of what I talked about from a quantum-centric vision, right, it's natural. Combining, you know, AI supercompute with quantum computing, you know, even from the point of view of like, just look at that, the work we did with Riken, that's already a, you know, that's a ASIC-based, Fugaku is an ASIC-based tool, right? And, you know, I think more, the question here is like, we're going to have at our hands these tools, which are almost two representations of math, right? One is quantum circuits and one will be with tensors. And it becomes the challenge, the algorithmic challenge in terms of how do we break down problems most effectively into these different modalities and leverage the full complement, right, of computation. So yeah, I think it's a tremendous opportunity, a big part of why we see this, you know, future of computing really being this, you know, we like to break bits, neurons, and qubits, or, you know, GPUs, CPUs, and QPUs.
From our point of view also, we see benefit of AI in the controlling and managing entanglement distribution network. We have recently done a publication that we are looking into a more complex version of it as well now. And also, I personally believe that AI plays a significant role in distributed error correction as well. So that's at least from the networking point of view. Yes, sir.
Can I add one really quick?
Yeah.
I don't want to take one thing, because you talked about using QPUs for AI. QPUs to design better QPUs. So one really interesting area I think we're interested in with that, and I think is fascinating, is using data from QPUs to train AI models to help you both control larger QPUs, but perhaps even understand how to build them. So I think like training data generation from QPUs is going to be huge, not only for things like quantum chemistry and applications where you make those quantum chemistry AI things better, but for AI that will then go on and help the development of quantum computing. Sorry.
Any comments on the QPU design?
I'm part of Cisco Research, and we're working on quantum resistant security with Reza's team and together. So about the PQC, post-quantum cryptography, and in that context, CRQC, how far do you think we are? And when do you think we'll have a CRQC, cryptographically relevant quantum computer, to be able to break some of the classical cryptography? That's one part of the question. The second part is going back to Ramana's question about quantum supremacy. Do we not think that having a CRQC is demonstration of quantum supremacy?
I mean, I think if you can break encryption, that's a very much a supremacy type of demonstration. I don't think anybody in this room would disagree with that. In terms of the when, I think the key thing is obviously, you know, the number of qubits, right? Or number of qubits and number of operations. There's certainly certain targets of that are published in literature. But the key thing is that those numbers are changing too. They're coming down to, I forgot who talked about that earlier today, right? That it's clear that the resource estimates are in fact moving, especially when it comes to starting to look at more of these realistic architectures of, you know, multi-circuits or parallel circuits or interface with other classical computing. So, you know, from my perspective, we have a very, and IBM's perspective, we have a very set roadmap, right, in terms of number of qubits and achievable gate depth that we want to return accurate results on. And so, you know, it's out there. So only 2029 at 200 qubits, 2033 at 2000 qubits. You could say that those could be cryptographically relevant for the right types of encryption problems, but it also depends on the algorithm and the resource counts that are going to be developed, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have much to add. I think, you know, if you can run Shor's algorithm, then that's like a, you know, a verifiable calculation that is very widely believed to require exponential time classically. Yeah, but it would also require, you know, doing a quantum Fourier transform, which would require fault tolerance. And then the best resource estimates are that you would need millions of physical qubits. And those numbers are going down, like, yeah, over time. So for instance, there was this, Craig Gidney had this idea of T-state cultivation that sort of brought down the cost of producing T-states by about an order of magnitude. And so that would have an effect on these resource estimates, for example. But I mean, yeah, and I don't think, you know, anyone believes we're, you know, going to be there anytime soon in the next few years. Still a while to go.
Yeah, so I mean, I would just say the same thing everyone's already said. Like, it's considered one of the sort of harder, not even necessarily first generation machine problems. That could change. Craig's work's amazing, so you never know, but it still doesn't look like it will suddenly be here in a few years. Like, it certainly doesn't look like that. But regardless, the solution is we should get PQC adopted as soon as possible, because of course, harvest now, decrypt later. You know, there's no argument not to get on top of it. So hopefully, regardless of those developments, it doesn't change the call to action.
Any question? Yeah.
I got a question about consistent benchmarking. So, you know, if there's one extreme is we've broken, you know, encryption schemes, that's pretty clear. It also seems now most companies or platforms seem to have their own special, you know, whether it's quantum volume or depth or whatever else, metrics that they like to benchmark against. Is there an intermediate regime of benchmarks that you think everybody can kind of converge to for a, you know, kind of cross comparison evaluation that's maybe a little bit more, I don't want to say fair, but it's like, you know, apples to apples. And what kind of things do you think would need to go into those type of benchmarks?
I think there's just, you know, that it's hard to get into a very consistent, just everybody measure this one particular thing. I mean, maybe one thing is we all do measure things like 2 qubit gates,
right? So there is something like that. But then, of course, people say, oh, well, connectivity, right? Or, and so there's, I think as, obviously as we further mature the industry, there'll be certain, I guess, benchmark tests that one might want to run at various different scales that we can select, right? And, but a big part of that is that, well, you want to see multiple vendors being able to run things at a particular scale, and then you compare, right? But for now, I think, where things are, there's number of qubits, there's certainly, 2 qubit gate quality, there's 2 qubit gate kind of like from the point of view of cross-entry benchmarking, there's layer fidelity, which are, kind of similar in terms of like showing a large scale operation, right? But I think standards are tough to like pin down, but we will all, I think, there is at least some level of discourse that we all can compare already with some of these metrics.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if you're comparing sort of two platforms that are based on, the same type of qubit, then that's maybe easier. And then, yeah, you could look at things like, 2 qubit gate fidelity or something like that, and like the circuit depth you can run. But then if you try to compare different platforms, then it becomes much harder, right? Like some it's easier to multiplex than others, but you have like much longer gate times, and also, like measurement is like more destructive. So it's I mean, personally, I don't have like a sort of good idea of what a good standard would look like.
Yeah, so it's a really great question, and I think a really hard one to answer. And I think that the community is still very fractured in the way that they approach quantum computing, both in terms of like the hardware implementations, but even further up the stack, as we're kind of talking about. Even what, like, if we are talking about error correction, what kind of code you use, what your decoder is. And so I think it's probably not unnatural that standards have fluctuated so much and there's no clear standard yet, but hopefully it will start to emerge as, amongst other ways of doing things, we work towards fault tolerance and error correction and start to look at things from a higher logical level. And you can start to ask, well, before, like, can you solve a useful application? Can you just do this kind of primitive? And it doesn't really matter how you do it. It doesn't matter what your hardware is, but can you perform this cycle of some code or something? There's a hope that we're moving into an era where, for at least fault tolerance, it possibly becomes easier. And also, you should look at the QEDC, of course, do some great work in trying to establish these standards. And I think they may sort of going forward start to bring to us, hopefully, some things working towards that.
I think there is a time for one more question, which I want to ask myself. All three of you mentioned one way or the other, the immediate goal is to create a hybrid classical quantum. And I want to ask, for that hybrid quantum classical computing ecosystem, what is the requirement for the network, the classical network that communicate in terms of the speed, latency, and also the error that it can tolerate? How big that network become if you want to implement your vision?
Yeah, so I can't give you any numbers, but I think that it depends entirely on how you're trying to do things, right? So it depends on the way you're trying to do quantum error correction, if we're talking about that, and your hardware, because it depends a lot on your hardware, on how fast your gates are, like what your kind of, latency requirements are for doing things like that when you hit the next T gate. So I think it's a hard question to answer, but I think that there's no question that you're going to need the fastest kind of classical networking that you can get. Like, I think it's definitely going to be a demanding problem. I think that's fair to say. And so, of course, we're working on that. We work on that independently. So our NVL72 systems are like the fastest kind of interconnection you can imagine between multiple GPUs, and then we have InfiniBand between those modules. So I think a lot of it is how locally can you work on the decoding and the problems you're focused on, and how often do you need to go beyond like small world networks. And so yeah, that's my not answering your question answer. Is that all right?
Yeah, I mean, I also don't have, a very precise answer. I mean, I would say, I think, most people here agree that once we have sort of large fault-tolerant computers, we could solve useful problems. there's an interesting question of what happens until we get to that point. So I think for a few years, people had some hope for, like sort of the NISC era as like defined by John Preskill. And that's maybe, people tried to sort of come up with applications in that regime. That's proven very difficult. But there's still the question of what happens until we have fault tolerance. Like, is there really nothing interesting we can do? And this is very different from, if you think about, say, the development of classical computers, even the very small classical computers were already useful. And this allowed you to actually, generate value to feed that back into like R&D to build larger computers. And there's still a question of like, will that happen for quantum computers as well before we hit fault tolerance?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say from what I showed with the experiment on iron sulfide, that we did the initial demonstration of it was done in the dumbest way possible. Right? We send data over the internet. We could do better than that for sure. Hence why we're putting a system there. We're exploring an InfiniBand link there.
You would get advantage if you send over.
In terms of just the number, in just terms of the more, we could just do more experiments, right? And so for some of these things, you just want to run more samples, right? Yes. To narrow your distributions. And maybe something like InfiniBand might be overkill to start, but then we need to work out, like especially if we're going to then have multiple quantum processors, right? And how we do that resource management and distribute, right? Whether you're going to do dynamic circuits between executions on multiple quantum processors, right? It's something we're going to explore, right? So I think that's like, with RPI, we're actually looking at, we already have a demonstration of Slurm integration, right? So we're trying to get in that same, speak the same language, right, of the HPC and speak the same sort of communication networks and get in that same playing field so that we can best build this architecture, right, for the supercomputers.
Great, thank you. With that, I think we thank our speakers.
So, good afternoon, everyone. We enter a second talk of other companies. I'm Luca Della Chiesa. I'm part of the optical architectural team, and I'm honored to call as a first speaker here Carmen Palacios. So let me introduce Carmen. Carmen is the founder and CEO of QUANTum. QUANTum is a leading quantum networking company that is focusing on distributed quantum computing based in Cambridge. So Carmen, before founding QUANTum, carried out her physical education at the University of Cambridge and Imperial College in London, but also she served on technical advisory board of UK National Quantum Computing Centre and is co-founder and director of UK Quantum, the UK Quantum Industry Group. So Carmen will talk about distributed quantum computing via entanglement fabric.
Thank you, Luca. Thanks, Reza, for organizing this. It's great to be here. Right. Yes, so I'm founder and CEO of New Quantum. We're a quantum networking company fully focused on enabled distributed quantum computing. So our aim is to be able to interconnect intermediate scale QPUs, quantum processing units that are high performance via this quantum photonic infrastructure. And together they create what we call an entanglement fabric. This is a system that is error correctable and that can deliver a logical compute surface that is much bigger than what we could deliver with a single QPU. So this is a really tough challenge, and as I think everyone here can appreciate, we've been tackling this challenge for almost 6 years now. We think we've got good propositions and really good progress towards it. So, I don't need to convince this audience about the potential for quantum computing, but I think it's important to recognize that 2024 was really important for this industry because for the first time, we demonstrated that we can make good enough physical qubits with good fidelities and that we can error correct them. So the challenge of scaling is really one of the only ones that is orders of magnitude challenge left to reach these high-value applications. And how we go about solving it, there's essentially two paths, which is to continue to build larger and larger QPUs, or to interconnect them. Or indeed, as I want to discuss today, we can do both at the same time. All large-scale quantum computing systems benefit from progress along these two orthogonal axes, right? It's exciting for HPC, cloud, and AI data centers when there's better GPUs and when our ability to interconnect them is also better. And really, this becomes a question of not of physical possibility. Can a QPU scale to millions of qubits in a single QPU? The reality is that we don't know exactly where we'll get to with a single QPU, but it becomes really a question of business risk and predictability. So for most QPU companies, and we work with many of them, and we're in touch with many of them, understand their roadmaps, they're fairly confident that they can get to thousands of qubits per QPU with relatively high predictability and relatively low or medium risk. But at some point after that, the risk really increases. And that's not a hard boundary, but it's when you need to really take very seriously what other strategies there are. And so why in the classical world there's these two orthogonal axes of scaling? There's a lot of advantages. So faster time to application. We'll always be able to build a larger computer if we interconnect the best processor we have, right? Than getting there monolithically. We have a way of building these large systems that is lower risk and more predictable. And here, I think predictability of time to market is so important for this industry. And lastly, modularity is our friend, always for large and complex systems. And here, this last reason is really important for quantum because as we know, individual QPUs can't be on forever, right? Like multiple times a day, you need to stop and calibrate. This limits the circuit depth that you can run, but you can imagine that in a modular system, that circuit depth could be infinite because you can carry out this calibration sequentially whilst the rest of the system is running. So again, it's about getting to sort of more mature business services. All right, so what do we mean by a distributed quantum computer? So here I've got a monolithic, a single QPU with qubits inside, and these qubits are entangled together with a particular connectivity, so that might be nearest neighbors or other connectivity. So a distributed quantum computer is one where you've got multiple of these QPUs, but you've got non-local entanglement links between those QPUs. It's the same entanglement that you have inside the QPUs, but just between QPUs. And the role of the network for distributed quantum computers is to create those non-local entanglement links. That's the sole purpose of the network. So what you're trying to create is one large, single, coherent computer that is just larger than your individual QPU nodes. Okay, so how do you do this? Multiple people have already spoken about this, but just to be on the same page. So I've got two QPUs down there. And the first part is the qubit photon interface. So at the interface, you have two qubits, one in each site, and you create qubit photon entanglement. via a particular protocol. So photons are emitted from the qubits, and these photons are entangled with the spin of the qubit. The photons then are launched into fibers, and they arrive at a sort of quantum router via a switch that has previously selected which two QPUs you want to entangle, and then you carry out a Bell state measurement, which basically enables an entanglement swapping, and you enable the creation of an entanglement link between the distant qubits. That's all that matters, and all that matters is the performance of this link. The performance of this link needs to be comparable to the fidelity of the entanglement between qubits inside a QPU. So the main challenge, why we don't have good quantum networks of entangled qubits, not of entangled photons, is because of this, because we don't really have yet good ways of interfacing qubits and photons and creating good entanglement. This is a huge challenge and one that must be solved. No matter what network connectivity you end up with, whether you want to introduce memories or not, whether you want to do long distance or not, you need to be able to interface a qubit and a photon. We can categorize qubits roughly for what respects to this interface into two. So that there's qubits that already emit optical photons, and there's qubits that deal with microwave photons. For those that deal with microwave photons, like superconducting qubits and silicon spins, that interface that gets you at the end, an optical photon that is entangled with that qubit is something called transduction. This is basically frequency conversion from microwave to optical, and it's something there's been a huge amount of progress on it by companies like QFOX and Mirex, but it's still sort of far away from the metrics in terms of fidelity and rate that we would need to enable fault-tolerant distributed quantum computing. For the other category of qubits that already emit photons in the optical regime, then it's a matter of extracting them with high efficiency and creating that entanglement with high fidelity. That's where New Quantum is focused first. And we partner with QFOX as well. As and when transduction comes online, we've got ways to integrate that into our system. But for the rest of the talk, I'll be talking about these sorts of qubits. The state of the art is still some way away from enabling fault-tolerant distributed quantum networks. And this is still a really big challenge, and one that we've been working on for a while. So what we do here is that we work with optical cavities, so optical resonators that are put around these single qubits, like trapped ions and neutral atoms. And there's many advantages of these cavities. So we've developed a new spin photon entanglement protocol that allows us to do time-bit encoding, that allows us to extract photons from the ion or the atom that are close to telecom wavelength, so we don't need to do frequency conversion. And we found that it's more robust and higher fidelity than other protocols. We've been working on these cavities, on these microcavities for many, many years, and that has been one of the things that used to be the highest scientific risk, because getting to the specification that you need for these cavities that need to be almost atomically precise in a few dimensions is really hard, but we've now achieved that. So I think we now have the best microcavities in the world. And we've now built in this core technology into two integrations. One for neutral atoms and one for trapped ions. The one for neutral atoms was tested optically by inflection a few months ago. Next step, and the other one for trapped ions, we're testing with the National Quantum Computing Center optically. In about a year, we'll have the results of that test with qubits. And we've been working with a few of the leading trapped ion and neutral atom companies in this country to understand how would we integrate these devices inside commercial QPUs. We don't want to open anyone's compute chip. No one's going to like that, right? But we found a way. So you have your compute chip and you have your networking chip adjacent. They're adjacent to each other. They're sort of edge coupled. And in between them, you have a shuttling interface. This shuttling of qubits is already something that all or most QPU companies use as part of their way of doing computing. What that means is that we can eventually standardize that interface. We can work on our networking chip, they can work on their compute chip, and they can come together in an integration that is essentially a slightly adapted vacuum system and packaging system, what they call a physics package, which changes anyway in every generation. So we've been working on this recently with QPU companies, and we're fairly confident that this can be a great way of integrating with QPU systems, because this shuttling of ions and atoms has been shown to be very high fidelity and fast. Okay, so the next bit, once you have photons into fibers and they're carrying high fidelity, high rate entanglement from the qubits, you arrive at the router, or the quantum networking unit, as we call it. So this has a switching layer and a Bell state measurement layer. This is a render, but this exact module is now living and working in our lab. The first generation has just commercial off-the-shelf optical components, but the IP really is in the control layer. We need really exquisite time distribution and synchronization of signals, and so we have integrated CERN's White Rabbit technology to achieve that. Our second generation will have our own proprietary switching. We've been developing switches on lithium niobate because we need very fast, very low loss switching, and that isn't really available. So we've been working with a foundry here in the US to develop that, and already have good results that match commercial off-the-shelf switching on loss and exceed the speed in speed performance. So with these innovations, what are the system performance parameters that we're aiming for? The state-of-the-art is 97% fidelity, 10 to the minus 4 entanglement success rate. With these innovations, we believe we can get to eventually beyond 99.5% fidelity, and we're not the only ones that think this is possible. Chris Monroe and others have published papers recently stating the same, and over one order of magnitude improvement, really 2 orders of magnitude improvement on the rate. And this is what matters. Ultimately, what is your entanglement link, fidelity, and rate? Because that's what matters for distributed quantum computing. And these metrics we've now shown, I'm going to show it in a minute, that these can enable distributed quantum computing in a fault-tolerant way. Okay, so our roadmap at a high level. So in this period, we've developed the generation 1 of our interface and router technology. And with these, in this next 3 years, we're going to use demo trapped ion qubits. We've already set up a trapped ion lab to do this. And we're going to build a first MVP of a distributed quantum computer. At the same time, we're going to build Gen 2 of our interface and router. This time, they're chip-based solutions. We're working with 2 different foundries on this. And we're going to be integrating with QPU companies. At the moment, we're defining what that collaboration looks like with more than 1 QPU company, and we'll carry that out over the next few years. What that means is that in the next period, we can build distributed quantum computing systems that now don't have our demo qubits, but have the best qubits out there and our network. And what that means is that by 2027, 28, we can offer a big leap in compute power, right? So we can, for example, interconnect 10 QPUs. That's a 10x in qubit number. We've shown that that's a 9x in quantum volume in a single leap, which is pretty much unprecedented in quantum. We never really see a company go, to do a 10x leap in qubit number in a single go. But this is what you can enable if you can interconnect computers. So you can, take your QPU, your favorite QPU roadmap, and now you can start to multiply it. That's in the sort of intermediate stage. But we want to make sure that we're developing technology that will get us all the way to fault tolerance. And these are the results that we've published this week, which I'm really, really excited about. So we've published a paper this week that is about distributed quantum error correction. This paper uses hyperbolic flow K-codes, which are novel codes that are very high rates. So you need very few physical qubits to encode a logical qubit. So in that sense, they're similar to LDPC codes, but they have more forgiving physical requirements. So instead of all-to-all connectivity, you just need a little bit of long-range connectivity. So these are really, really exciting for distributed quantum computation. And in this paper, essentially, we show that it's possible to build a system made of networked quantum computers and to do quantum error correction in a distributed way. So the logical qubits are spread across the system. We show that it's feasible to build. What I mean by that is that this system tolerates higher noise from the network. So the QPU will need to have kind of fidelities of 4 nines, but it allows the network to have around 99.5% fidelity, which is lower than the local fidelity, but we think it's achievable with our network architecture, and it tolerates it. You can still get a fault-tolerant system even when you have these noisy links. And the second thing is that it doesn't require all-to-all connectivity. So you just need a fixed percentage of the qubits to be connected long-range via the network. This percentage of qubits that require long-range connectivity is fixed, no matter if you're building a 100 logical qubit machine or a 1,000 logical qubit machine, that requirement stays fixed. So the network complexity doesn't explode. That's what we mean with feasible. And the last thing is that it's efficient. So you might think that you sacrifice physical qubits to introduce the network, but because these codes are so high rate, actually we need the same number of physical qubits to get to a certain utility than a monolithic system that uses the surface code. And that's because even though I showed the diagram earlier where the non-local links were all kind of nearest neighbors, actually what a network allows you to do is to have this flexible entanglement topologies, what we call the entanglement fabric. And that unlocks the use of these novel high-rate codes like LDPC codes or the Flow-K codes that we use. And perhaps there'll be new codes. So these are some of the results. So essentially, these codes are planar locally and then have some distributed non-locality. And what we've shown is that this modular architecture that just processors, interfaces, switches, and Bell state measurement stations, that architecture can enable the use of these codes. And this is a truly modular architecture, i.e., you build a bigger system by plugging in more of the exact identical modules. But the modules don't change. This is really exciting, not only for networking companies like us, but for QPU companies, right? You can now build a bigger system by selling more QPUs, not by doing more R&D. So just to finish about quantum, so we're a spin out of the University of Cambridge. We're based in Cambridge, UK. We've recently opened an office here in California. And we're about 60 people overall. We're a very multidisciplinary and diverse group of people because what we're building is a multidisciplinary complex system. And we're led by some of the people that understand quantum networks the most. For example, Claire used to be a PI at the University of Cambridge, where she built one of the fastest ever demonstrated quantum networks, went to Microsoft and then joined us. And we have also people looking after our commercialization, like Sam Funnell, who used to be the chief IP counsel at ARM for over a decade and now helps us with our IP strategy at the leadership level. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. Are there any questions for?
Could you talk about the scale of your switch? Because when you switch, if you go larger and larger with multiple penalties, you will end up with a lot of loss. Could you talk about that part?
Yeah, so with this modular architecture, what we demonstrate is that essentially we need switches that are not very deep. So we need fan-in and fan-out switches that are low loss and fast, but we don't need them to interconnect more and more nodes. We can build a network of different switches to get the sort of connectivity topology that we need.
So it means that you have independent switches and you're calling them together.
Sorry?
have a few independent small switches and you're calling them together?
We have different switches that are essentially, you can think of it as like top of rack near the QPUs, and then other switches that are sort of at the router side of things. And like that, you can build these topologies. That's part of what we are seeing with these codes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry. Talking about the switches. How often do they reconfigure in terms of when you're running through these cycles? Are you looking at a relatively static switching fabric, or is the switching fabric almost providing some of the processing power, if you like?
Providing the processing power.
Right.
Yeah. So that's why they need to be fast. They need to be faster than the qubits can emit photons, because you're first of all interleaving attempts, but also you're reconfiguring the network, and that's how you create the logical qubits.
Right. Okay.
Question, you mentioned that you're doing demos right now with neutral atoms and with trapped ions. Is there any fundamental reason why you could not do the other modalities like superconducting or spin qubits?
There's no fundamental reason, is what I sort of explained at the beginning. That requires a particular device called transduction device. And that device is I think the progress in the past couple of years has been of 3 orders of magnitude in performance improvement. Huge progress, but still not quite there to enable the sort of rates and fidelities that we would look for. So we're watching and waiting. We partner with companies like QFox. We've done some specification and architectural work, and as that becomes ready, then we can integrate it into our network.
Thank you, Kevin. Let's introduce our next speaker, Arun Jagannathan. Arun is Chief Engineer and Distributed Quantum Computing and Networking Products at IonQ. Long experience and experimental work on ultra-cold neutral atom, quantum networking, and product development at Microsoft.
Thank you very much. So, thank you, everyone. I'm Arun Jagannathan. I'm the Chief Engineer for Distributed Quantum Computing and Networking at IonQ. So today I'm going to give a very high-level talk on the advancements that IonQ has made both in computing as well as networking, and how all these two capabilities connect together to bring advantages to the area of distributed quantum computing. And I spoke to Carmen and I told her she's going to make my life easier by going before my talk, and she did. Thanks for the excellent talk. So, we are a small public company, so I have to say you this. This is forward-looking statements. Having read that, all right. So let me start with the advancements in computing. So we are a trapped ion quantum computing company. What better way to start this talk than showing you a beautiful image of a 64 ion chain, a linear chain. The ions are sitting above a custom designed and fabricated trap. And I call this beautiful image because during my introduction, he said that I did ultra-cold Fermi gases, and the reason I got into AMO is by looking the image of a 3D mark. So I went around grad schools, and Duke showed me a red mark that was trapped in 3D, floating around, and then I said, okay, next 6 years, this is what I'm going to do. So this is a 64 ion chain. One of the best things about our architecture is that it allows all-to-all connectivity, which means that the user can execute 2Q gates between any of those two ions in that chain. We also recently showed 99.9% 2Q gate fidelity on a 2-ion chain. And one of the nice things about using trapped ions is that these are natural qubits, which means that they have long coherence times. So if you take the ratio of the gate time to the coherence time, trapped ion qubit modalities will at least have an order of magnitude advantage over other modalities. And recently, people have shown coherence times of about an hour in ytterbium. They couldn't even take measurements for an hour, so they extrapolate the measurements that they were taken to show an hour of coherence time. Moving on to the networking advancements, recently we acquired QBTech, which is a major player in the networking space. The acquisition of QBTech has expanded the number of products that we can offer to our customers, in addition to extracting maximum value of our existing quantum computing systems. So some of the capabilities that we are currently developing are the high efficiency quantum frequency conversion units. So when you have a visible photon, as you couple those photons into a network, it's going to suffer attenuation. You convert them into telecom frequencies to mitigate the attenuation at visible wavelengths. We also are working on photonic switches that are customized for distributed quantum computing. So if I have 3 or 4 QP nodes connected to each other, or any number of QP nodes connected to each other, the switch can choose between which nodes to execute in a certain sequence. It's customized because it's a software stack that's both at a higher level and the lower level has to work synchronously to execute that operation. We have entanglement sources from QBTech. BrinkNet is one of them that is being shown here. And the most important thing is deployment of a quantum network. So if you have a pre-existing fiber optic network, we can go there and we can deploy a full quantum network. The image shown on the right is a Bohr 4 network at EPB in Chattanooga, Tennessee, that QBTech has deployed. It's an 8-kilometer loop. So, all right, so on the left of this slide, you have one of the best-in-class quantum computers. On the right, you have one of the best-in-class quantum networking equipment. What is the technology that connects both? As we saw in the previous talk, photonic interconnects is that technology that connects both. We call them as photonic interconnects. Distributed quantum computing is another nomenclature that was used here. So that's the technology that connects both, because on the computing side, we have the best qubits. On the networking side, we need a good photon. Photonic interconnects does just that. It helps us to generate a photon from a trapped ion qubits so that the networking space can take it over and couple it into a network. And I would like to highlight 2 important things in this slide. One of them, as we have seen from the talks in the morning, there have been excellent academic demonstrations in the space. However, with only limited number of qubits, 2 qubits, DQC on 2 qubits, distributed quantum computing on 3 qubits. We are excited about connecting nodes, but we would like to push the frontier a little further. We would like to not only just connect nodes for the sake of connecting nodes, because once you connect them, it begs the question, what are you going to do with that? We want to connect nodes where each node is a fully capable quantum computer. The second point I want to drive home is photonic interconnects for IonQ is not an afterthought, because there are multiple players in the space. They build the QPUs, then they realize, well, modularity is a path to scaling. For us, it's part of our DNA. And case in point is that paper that came out in 2014 by Jim Sang and Chris. And legend has it that that paper resulted in the founding of IonQ. And even before that, Chris has shown in 2004 in a Nature paper that you can do ion photon entanglement where he proposes modularity. So we build our architectures not with the perception that we need to build an architecture where a single QPU works best, and then let's think about modularity later. We build our architectures with modularity in mind.
Aaron, sorry, they ask if you can get closer to microphone.
Oh, right. Sorry about that.
Remote audience.
Yes, sure. All right. So once we combine these two technologies for on the computing and the networking side, it breaks open a number of use cases. One of them is the distributed quantum computing. I don't have to explain it because today is full of distributed quantum computing and the benefits of that. The next one is blind quantum computing, which I will briefly explain in the next couple of slides. Acquisition of Qubitech and the networking and venturing into the networking space. We can also do quantum key distribution. We can also do device-independent quantum key distribution using our trapped ion processors. We can also deliver products on the time synchronization space, as well as connecting multiple sensors which are distributed. If we put all this together, what do we get? This is what we would like to see. This is our vision. So you have quantum computing nodes. Transducer is used in a very general sense because there was an excellent question of why we can't connect superconducting modalities. So it can be any quantum computing node. It can be trapped ion, superconducting qubit modality. So that the photons gets down converted, and we deploy the quantum network. So that's the communication channel. We plug in a repeater, and then it goes to a switch. The switch is a reconfigurable switch with the full software support. And on the top, you can see the QKD stack, where you have a classical network that's muxed with a quantum network. And we are also interested in coupling a quantum channel between a fiber link and a free space optical link. So just a quick, I understand that this is not a business talk, but I just want to give you a flavor of the customers that we have been working on, and we have a track record of success. This includes both customers in the networking as well as the computing space. All right, so I'm going to highlight two of our works that we are currently doing. One is on the distributed quantum computing, where we are actually providing value to our customers today. So distributed quantum computing is not a pipe dream for us. We are working with AFRL on this. And there are well-defined metrics that we have to hit, both in terms of rate, fidelities, and performance. And on the blind quantum computing side, so whenever we talk about distributed quantum computing, and especially this happens when you speak about distributed quantum computing to a classical networking audience, they will always ask, is the network secure? And the answer to that is blind quantum computing. As shown here, you have a client and a server. The original thought regarding this is the client does not have enough resources, so you can assign the job, you can delegate the job to a server, and then you can get back the results. Both paths are going to be encrypted, so the server doesn't know what task it is executing. So it's blind to the task that's been delegated by the client. Oxford did an excellent demonstration, as was shown in the morning, with an active and a passive node where the client is not a quantum computer. The problem becomes extremely hard when you have two nodes which are both quantum computing nodes. So we did this work, and then we plug in all the numbers with our current architecture, including the Bell state pair fidelity, the swap gate fidelity, the 2Q gate fidelity, and we analyzed 3 different cases: baseline, worst, and best. In all of these cases, the Hellinger fidelity clearly showed that our current architecture performs in a way that it will validate BQC. All right, and here is how do we plan to scale? So right now we are on the single core, and we are actively working on multi-core as well as photonic links. What it shows on a single core is all-to-all connectivity. On the reconfigurable multi-core, you have multiple ion chains, which all have all-to-all connectivity. And then you use photonic interconnects or distributed quantum computing, as it was explained today, to connect them all. So that's the path to scalability. So how does it look in terms of ion chains? We have multi-core technology, which is multiple chains. We start with in terms of numbers, we start around 200 qubits, and we interconnect them, and then we scale them even further. So one of the things that I would like to emphasize is that photonic interconnect technology, as Carmen correctly pointed out, is an extremely challenging problem. So we need to build architectures with that in mind. But once we solve that problem, and I know I'm making a loaded statement, once you solve that problem, scalability becomes a trivial issue. Because once you solve the problem of connecting 2 QPUs, it doesn't matter. You can connect 5, 10, then it becomes a software problem. And somebody else asked a fantastic question, does the software matter? Software is extremely important, and that's an understatement. Both the software stack as well as the classical communication channels are extremely, extremely important. So here is a very high-level overview of one choice of an architecture that supports photonic interconnect as well as a full-scale quantum computing capability. So we have QPU-1 and QPU-2. These are quantum computers with long ion chains. For the purposes of today's talk, consider it as a 200-qubit ion chain or a QPU. And we have the circles shown in blue is a network qubit or an interconnect ion. The circle shown in red is a memory qubit. So the way we execute the operations is we excite the interconnect ion, and you have to excite them at a very fast rate. But there is a limitation. You cannot just keep exciting them. If the excitation rate goes higher and higher, it doesn't mean that you can get higher and higher rates, because there's a fundamental limitation on how quickly you can prepare that ion. And once you excite them, you get a photon from each QPU. You send them through a Bell state analyzer. Once you have heralded entanglement, then you immediately execute an operation that swaps this quantum state of the network qubit to the memory qubit. And this should be much less than the coherence time of the network qubit. That sets the limit. And then once you swap, you shuttle. In the case of IonQ architecture, these are not 2 different chips. These are the same chip. And that is what is special about our architecture. And once you swap and shuttle, then you execute circuits across 2 nodes. From our perspective, we want the user to experience, when they run this kind of circuits, they shouldn't see the difference between 2 QPUs. It should be act like one single QPU. So where are we? So today, we are here, the first milestone, which is the ion photon entanglement. We demonstrated, if I remember it correctly, Q3 2024. And we also demonstrated ion-ion entanglement in Q4 24. We are actively working on the swapping the quantum state of the network qubit to the memory qubit. And once the swap is done, the next step is to interconnect multiple QPUs. So that's the end of my talk. I'm happy to discuss more. Please talk to our team. Our team is here. Rima is our Chief Revenue Officer. Ariel is the SVP of Products. And Oren Brodage is an expert in quantum error correction and quantum information. Duncan, he can't be here today. So if you have more questions, please talk to us.
I will defer the question to the break, because we have a break now. We'll be back in 15 minutes.
To realize quantum computing's full potential, we need systems that can run large-scale computations, meaning deep quantum circuits with many logical qubits. This requires many high-quality qubits that remain stable over longer periods of time, seconds and minutes, rather than milliseconds they are capable of now. There are two major hurdles to overcome when we speak about the hardware needed for this transition. To extend the duration of quantum computations, we'll need to rely on a process called quantum error correction, which involves encoding information in hundreds, if not thousands, of physical qubits. A qubit is the fundamental unit of information in a quantum computer. It operates based on the principles of quantum mechanics to exist simultaneously in multiple states, enabling vastly more complex computation than traditional bits. To achieve the desired number of logical qubits, say thousands, we will need to connect many quantum chips, each having tens of logical qubits, which will effectively give us millions of physical qubits. To make this happen, we need a distributed network of quantum computers, as a single monolithic system is impractical. Our focus at Outshift is on developing a network that can support various types of quantum computers, ensuring seamless communication and efficient error correction. To this end, we are pioneering the development of quantum networking. Our work includes creating quantum switches and networking protocols, innovating data center designs for efficient interconnectivity, and building orchestrators for optimized distributed quantum computing. For example, we envision two types of quantum communications in the data center network, where for short distances, like on a single rack, quantum communication occurs at the native frequency of qubits. However, for long distances, like networking between racks, communication runs at the telecom frequency range.
As quantum computers become a reality, they pose a significant threat to current cryptographic systems. Powerful quantum computers could potentially break widely used encryption protocols such as RSA and Diffie-Hellman, exposing sensitive data. This threat underscores the urgent need for enhanced security measures. Quantum encryption, specifically quantum key distribution, or QKD for short, offers a solution. QKD leverages the principles of quantum mechanics to create secure communication channels. By using the inherent properties of quantum mechanics, QKD ensures that any attempt to intercept the key exchange process is immediately detectable, maintaining its confidentiality and integrity. At Cisco Research, we are pioneering the development of scalable quantum networks to support these advanced security measures. Unlike traditional point-to-point QKD systems, our approach aims to build a general-purpose quantum network capable of supporting multiple applications simultaneously. This network will not only facilitate enhanced QKD, but also power distributed quantum computing. Our research focuses on various layers of the stack to invent solutions that make it significantly harder for attackers to succeed. This includes post-quantum cryptography, which aims to develop new cryptographic algorithms resistant to quantum attacks, and innovative key distribution methods to further secure communications. Additionally, we are investing in quantum random number generators to generate truly random encryption keys. Unlike traditional pseudo-random number generators, quantum random number generators leverage quantum mechanics to generate numbers which are truly random, providing an extra layer of security. The convergence of these technologies, quantum computing, quantum networking, and quantum encryption, will redefine our approach to data security. By integrating quantum encryption into our network infrastructure, we ensure robust protection against future quantum threats, securing sensitive information for governments, enterprises, and individuals alike.
Quantum technology holds the promise of profound advancement for all humanity. In the next 5 to 10 years, we can expect emergence of major quantum computers capable of groundbreaking achievements. Imagine rapid drug discoveries, the development of cutting-edge materials, precise weather forecasting, and giant leaps forward in AI. However, to unlock the full potential of quantum computing, it is not enough to build a few large quantum computers around the world. We need to scale this system to make them accessible to everybody. This approach opens the door to a much wider range of applications and helps solve current technical issues in quantum computing. By interconnecting small quantum computers through a network, we can achieve scalability and accessibility necessary for widespread use. The impact of classical computers on humanity grows exponentially once they are connected to the internet. Quantum networking aims to create a quantum internet, making quantum computing accessible to everybody. In our labs, we are developing the hardware, the software, and protocols for scalable quantum networks to connect quantum computers. This distributed approach overcomes individual limitation and unlocks the world-changing potential for quantum computing. We are collaborating with academic institutes and industrial partners to bring this vision to life. As we move forward to a future powered by quantum technology, the potential for innovation and social impact is boundless. At Outshift, we are committed, leading this transformation and building the networks that will define the next era of computing.
watching Cisco TV.
Okay, let me introduce our next speaker. Please. So our next speaker is Eric Osti. Eric, you sent me a too long presentation, so I will make it short. So Eric is Chief Product Officer of Aliro Technology, and he has a very long experience in quantum technology. So let him.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, and thanks, everyone online. I heard we had 700 this morning.
Wow.
So I'm curious what it's at now. I'm guessing a few Europeans may have gone to the bar. And
Lost the Europeans, yes.
Yeah. For over 400, that's good. I'm Eric Ospey. Great to be with you all. This is a really awesome conference day. So Reza and Cisco, thank you for hosting. I told Reza today I'd have to go to probably 3 conferences in 3 weeks to meet all of you, and I probably wouldn't even get all of you. So this is wonderful. The contingent from the UK and so many great companies and academic institutions. It's great to be here with you today and talk a little bit more about quantum networking. I'm the Chief Product Officer at Aliro. Aliro is a software company focused on entanglement-based quantum networking. We don't make any hardware. A lot of people ask us, like, where's the hardware? It's in there somewhere. We don't actually make hardware. We partner with many of the companies here and around the world on quantum networking. And so that's our specialty, is to build software to make it easy to simulate, design, plan, and build and operate quantum networks. So that's what we try to do, make that job easier for you. And at the end, I'll talk a little bit about our products, but today I wanted to focus more on the reason we're all here, which is quantum networking of QPUs. So today I'll talk through a little bit about the evolution of computing. We've heard some great talks today about quantum and classical and hybrid. We've heard about Moore's Law. I'll talk about some of the challenges with Moore's Law. The energy efficiency was alluded to, including by Google, about the efficiency of quantum computers and how it's an advantage. I'll talk about how we need to integrate these QPUs into data centers. I think some people have said this should happen. I'm going to say it is happening, and then leave some time at the end for questions. So thanks for staying here. First, just wanted to say computers have always been a part of my life. I was born in the 80s, and here I just wanted to talk a little bit about that evolution of computing. Many of you recognize some of the computers on this slide here. The bottom left is IBM's first personal PC. So Jerry, represent. I'm sure you have one in your garage. The second from the bottom on the left is my first computer. It's the Apple Mac Performa 6116 CD back in 1995. That was my first computer. They look pretty similar. I haven't had all these. I didn't get to see the ENIAC at the top left. But what I reflect on here is that we really have had two types of computers through the years, and we still do. There is HPC, so the ENIAC was arguably an HPC. What we have in Summit on the bottom here is a Summit computer that was retired a bit sadly for me, because that was the computer when I was at Google we used to benchmark the quantum supremacy experiment. That was retired recently. And we have Quantinuum, and we have IQ, and we have Google's here. Really, we've had HPCs and personal computers. That's what we've had since arguably the 90s, and we still do. The PC is a little bit different form factors. You have an iPad, you have your phone, you have a laptop. We're still married to that. But the HPCs have survived going forward. And now we have quantum. So what are quantum computers? I'd argue they're much more in the HPC camp. So I don't really envision having a personal quantum computer. If I'm wrong, I'll be happy with that, but I don't really expect to lug one around or wear one on my watch. And so we're in this world, and we're developing, but there's becoming some of a blend of compute and HPC and data centers. So they have different relative strengths when you look at what you use data centers for today versus HPC and quantum and how they fit in. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the similarities and some of the differences. So data centers really came into fore in the 2000s, massively parallelized, really drive down the cost of compute and storage. Large storage tend to do repetitive actions. Some of the simple processors, it's changed since then. And now data centers are arguably looking more like HPC and being used for those purposes. HPCs traditionally large data, large memory, very fast networking. That was the claim to fame for them, and multimodal cores. So that's where you'd go to get, that was the first place you got CPUs and GPUs on the same chip, because it was a custom chip from IBM, for example. Now there's blending, and I think we need to re-envision in the future, what is the position of HPC? Is it going to be a large government facility? Is it going to be actually run by Google or IBM or Microsoft? And then quantum, how do they fit in? Quantum is very much an HPC device. They're small. We heard about the small fan in, fan out. They generally do best with complex or correlated data sets that are smaller data sets. They have really good exponential scaling on computational complexity. And of course, as Feynman shared with us, they're naturally really good at quantum simulation. So that's going to be one of the great applications. So this is kind of how the world's developing. I think in the future, we'll see a blending of the data centers and HPC. It'll be interesting to see how HPCs are purposed in the future, but I'm confident that both data centers and HPC will integrate quantum technologies in the next 5 years. Moore's Law was a great benefit to us through the 90s and the 2000s into the 2020s, really challenged, and now we talk more about the parallelized processing. But what happened was we have had a problem with Moore's Law becoming more of Moore's Achilles heel because of the energy consumption and energy dissipation. So this is a chart of the US energy consumption in terawatt hours per year from 2000. You can see until 2020. It was very gradual rising. This is not an exponential plot, not a logarithmic plot. It's linear on the y-axis, on the x-axis. You see very flat growth in electricity consumption, but then look what's happened since 2020, really where AI started to take off, and we talked about ChatGPT. And then the colors are projections from about a year ago of where we're going. And we're definitely in the higher growth magenta regime, where energy consumption is off the charts in terms of where the US is going for consumption, not only for AI, which is a big driver, but also electric cars and batteries, et cetera. So it's really been a challenge going from welcoming the increasing need to cool these chips as well as to power them, to now, as we heard, a big challenge of where do you locate these data centers so that you can power them. And now it sounds like with the new administration, they're planning to actually cut through a lot of the regulations and start just building huge natural gas power plants in Texas to power these big data centers. So it'll be really interesting to see how that develops, but no question that energy is king. We've seen in the news the last year a lot of challenges about the scaling problems of AI. So I put a couple of the headlines here: energy crisis, explosive demand, running out of power. The last couple of weeks we saw from DeepSeek a potential to have more cost-effective AI computation. We'll see how that bears out. There's a lot of discussion about, was that really cheaper? Did they shift the cost from training to inference? Did they train their model on ChatGPT and that way save a lot of money? But no doubt more and more energy is needed in the future as we convert our energy grid more to electrical, as we have a lot more computational usage. And if everyone's dream is like Elon's to have a Tesla bot in their home, there'll need to be an even more need for computation. Quantum computers offer the ability to have a savings in energy. In my work at Google, when we did the supremacy work in 2019, the time to solution advantage was the one we talked about, we published. We actually computed and talked about internally the energy advantage, and it actually was higher. If you go and you actually calculate, and I did, the energy consumption for Sycamore versus Summit, it's a 2,000 times higher energy advantage compared to the time to solution. So time to solution is debatable, and it is a horse race, and we're always under challenge, but the energy advantage actually was higher. So the takeaway is that for some quantum algorithms, it is more energy efficient to run them on a quantum computer than HPC. We know that algorithms in the future will be a combined HPC plus quantum in terms of the algorithms that they run, but this is a possibility for us in the future that there'll be a significant energy savings for some of the algorithms. We talk about networking of quantum computers. We've heard today mostly about the clusters on the left here, and that's the focus of my talk. Distributed quantum computing requiring long-distance amplifications through repeaters. That's commonly seen as the quantum internet, will be in the future. I think today we're all focused more on the QPU clusters in the quantum data center. And to scale up to those regimes, we've heard about networking being critical, and I agree. The single chip dies that we've seen are reaching limits of order of 100 to 500 qubits. Companies like Rigetti, where I worked as well, have shown multi-chip dies that can get you a factor of 4, maybe to 10. But really, to get above 1,000 qubits, networking will be required. I've spoken to some organizations that think that some of the neutral atoms can go even higher in terms of density on a single chip, you could call it. But I think no doubt networking will be required to scale up to a fault-tolerant quantum computer. And to get there, we'll need to integrate it into the classical data centers that will become hybrid compute facilities. In the next 5 years, I'm confident that we'll need to be integrating. You'll see QPUs moving in and quantum networks into the data centers. The US Department of Energy requested information 3 years ago of how you'd integrate an accelerator into a national compute facility, and I was at Rigetti and wrote that response, and now you're starting to see programs come out to realize that vision. And so I think we're all excited we're here, and we'll all be playing a role as we migrate QPUs from kind of a standalone lab benchtop into actually these compute facilities. And we've seen a lot of development in the last year. We heard today from IonQ. We heard from New Quantum about their development, which is great. Xanadu published a paper recently about their optical networking of their photonic quantum computer. I see that Rafa is here. Hi, Rafa, in the back. So it's awesome to see the development. He told me we did that work in 2023. I was like, I can't wait to see what's next. But you see there's development. The pace is really picking up. For me, I think we talked about this chat GPT moment in quantum. I think error correction last year was really it for me as an insider, that this is happening. We're scaling, and Carmen talked about now we've addressed error correction. Now we need to scale up. And I think that's really true. And then finally, I wanted to just mention, Lero, we have a contract with AFRL to network QPUs from IonQ and Rigetti. So seeing these programs come out is really exciting. And I think this year will be the year of quantum, but I think really it's going to be the year of quantum networking, as you see increasingly the providers talking about the need to network and that progress. Well, that formatting didn't turn out very well. It's great to have a number of experts here from the UK. Europe took the lead in hybrid quantum classical computing, in my opinion. There's a number of programs there in Germany and the UK where they're bringing together quantum compute into hybrid classical compute facilities. The US, I think, is not quite there. We'll likely be making good progress. We heard from Jerry about the work in Japan of their quantum computer with a supercomputer. So this is happening. I think the US is a little bit starting the race behind, but will likely pick up a good pace. But we'll see this increasingly, these bringing together to provide for people access to multiple types of processor units. A lot of companies targeting the need to do hybrid computing. We heard from IBM and Jerry today, NVIDIA, IonQ as well, Azure Quantum and their progress. I think it's awesome to see that. I would say let's focus on accurate benchmarks. It's really hard when you have claims from different companies about their performance of their quantum algorithm or a hybrid compute. So I just reinforce we need these chances to come together and talk apples to apples. So I support consortiums and government activities to really bring us together and have that benchmarking done. And publishing, I encourage everyone to keep publishing, sharing the data. That helps us all accelerate our work. At Aliro, we work on two use cases. We work on networking to quantum computers, and we'll talk about that today. I won't focus on secure communication, but it is an area that Aliro focuses on. We do have work in entanglement-based QKD, so you can come up and talk to me afterwards and ask questions. I was just talking to Omar about that. We see PQC as an important part of the solution to protect data, but almost an interim or temporary solution. These algorithms will need to improve, and quantum computers will keep improving their performance. And so I really agree with what Omar said about how you need to marry defense and depth, that you have the strongest encryption that you can on your data, but you also marry it with the strongest protection in physical communication based on entanglement. So I think you're definitely on the right path, and it's aligned to how Aliro sees it and how we're seeing success with our customers. This slide, I think, is not going to surprise anyone too much because we talked about it today, but just to put it on one graph, the first QPUs to be networked, in my opinion, are the ones that are already optically connected from IonQ, from Quantinuum, Guerra, Atom Computing, and that's because of the small band gap, the small frequency gap between the emission wavelength and the operating wavelength of the photon. So you see like a Xanadu, it's built in, optical networking, PsiQuantum. I don't think we have anyone here today in the room, but of course their system is designed from the start around flying photons as the qubits, and so networking for them is built in. As you move on down in the emission wavelength to get to larger and larger wavelengths, you'll see that the conversion efficiencies are much different or much lower. And so you'll see the trapped ions and the neutral atoms will likely have a much easier time to network than the superconducting. I liked Carmen's data about kind of the fidelity and the scaling gap. I'd argue, I think superconducting is even a little bit further away. I think it was a generous, but agree that these trapped ions and neutral atoms will be easier to network. So this is what Aliro is focused on in partnering with companies. We partner with Rigetti as well. It's just going to be easier for those trapped ions and neutral atoms to distributed network. We announced in August a partnership and a contract with AFRL to network QPUs. We have a partner in IonQ and Rigetti as well. And AFRL's ambition is to have multiple types of QPUs that are networked together for computational purposes. And I just wanted to give you a little bit of an overview of that program that we're working on. And so at Aliro, we have two main products, software products, a simulator that's used to simulate and help design quantum networks. This is this phase that we're at with the AFRL team right now in simulating these networks with QPUs and the transducers. The orchestrator is used to operate quantum networks, and we're actually implementing this with AFRL now and connecting to their quantum hardware. And we'll use both of these to design the quantum network, evaluate different types of transducers, make selections for actually implementation in the lab, and then test these networks and look at how they perform together. And the steps along that program are moving from simulation to design into actually orchestrating distant entanglement distribution. AFRL is going to repeat a couple of their experiments they've done before with our software to be integrated in a professional operational manner. Evaluate transducers. AFRL has transducers they want to evaluate. IonQ's been asked, as I understand it, to actually have a solution for transduction as well. And so they're going to compare and pick what's best for the performance of the system. And then orchestrating first IonQ to IonQ QPU entanglement, running gates across different QPUs. Carmen had great slides about how that will look. And then once that's working successfully, they would like to try a Rigetti to Rigetti and then a Rigetti to IonQ. So those will be harder because of the transduction needs, but the vision is to have different types of quantum computers that are integrated and can be used on a network. We heard about EPB from the team at IonQ. They're a partner of ours, also with Qubitekk. So Aliro provides a software that runs the quantum network. If you're looking for something to do in Chattanooga, Tennessee, I'd definitely recommend a tour of their quantum network. It's actually fantastic. Southern hospitality, they're really kind, and it's an awesome experience. So our software is deployed for EPB. Here's a chart showing the map of their network. They have multiple quantum data rooms as well as fiber that links not only EPB facilities, but also UTC, so University of Tennessee, Chattanooga. So just in summary, before I end, what Aliro makes, we make software for quantum networking, both a simulator and orchestrator. We have a lower level software called Aliros, our operating system that goes down to the device layer that some of our vendors are choosing to evaluate. It provides some additional functionality in implementation of protocols. That will launch this year. And then you'll see on our website, we don't make hardware, but some customers have said, we trust you in how you helped us design the network. We trust you to how you operate the network with other people's components. Could you actually deliver a network? And so that's what we're being asked to bid on now. We don't make the hardware, but some of our customers say we would like to work with one organization. And so that's why partnerships are so important in this field, that we can find the best solution for customers. At Aliro, because we're not a hardware company, we really focus on for customers, what is the best solution for them, not trying to bring a solution to give it to them, but actually design the best one in software and in collaboration with the hardware partners. And thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Alec. Okay. Our next speaker, Madi. Okay. Madi Namazi is, if I read correctly, Madi, you have your PhD at Stony Brooks. Yes, and then you founded QNET because you wanted to make it real. So building let's say ambient temperature, rubidium-based quantum networking component. Okay. Namadi will show us hardware for large-scale distributed quantum computing.
Awesome. First of all, super happy to be here. This title is a little bit different than the title you probably saw on the webpage, mostly because I forgot I already gave Reza a different title. But also, I really wanted to use this chance to not just talk a little bit about us and what we've been up to lately, but also talk about these vapor cells and bring this a little bit more to the front that these small vapor cells have so much potentials, and we've been developing so many different quantum hardwares for use cases today in quantum securities and different applications, but also with a lot of use cases in the future in the theme with this conversation that we have today in distributed quantum networks for connecting quantum sensors and quantum computers to each other. And it's just such an amazing thing that such small systems filled with, in this case, atoms of rubidium can give us so many capabilities and how much we could harness their power. And this is just a random cell, to be honest. I just picked something in the lab that wouldn't bother anyone who's working on these things. Most of our cells are actually a little bit smaller than this. Now, I'm going to spare you from like the introduction because people have shown this exact slide to you with different photos many, many times today. But at the core of everything that we want to do with quantum computing, sensing, and communication is this idea of entanglement, whether depending on the scale of it. And a quantum computer is between two qubits sitting very, very close to each other. Communication can be even using satellite across countries, but it's always about distributing entanglement. And since day one, QNET had a very, very simple mission. We are officially in our year 5, I would say, like at least the 5 year that we had money and a team. And our mission since day one was very simple. We always wanted to see, can we build practical networks and we can practically distribute useful entanglement by building hardware and infrastructure that can be universally used for different applications. So it's the same hardware that we would use today for like security use cases would be the same hardware that we put in a data center, a quantum data center, would be the same one that we use to connect quantum sensors with each other. Is a vision like this possible or not? And we really didn't want to get ahead of ourselves. So we basically spent our first 4 years as a team really building every device that we could have think of from scratch to see if a vision like this is possible. And as a result, last year we launched our first like complete sets of products, which we call it Gotham Rack, named after the network that we have in New York City, Gotham Q. And Gotham Rack is a full hardware software solution, which pretty much almost everything in it is either invented by us or by very amazing partners that we have. But everything in it is designed to give us those capabilities, the capabilities of building very good networks today and also use the same devices in the future. At the very heart of these devices are unique entanglement sources, which at the heart of these entanglement sources are the vapor cells. So these are the first entanglement sources that use atomic systems, vapor cells, in a forward mixing processes. So these are rubidium atoms, and we use transition of rubidium atoms that can give us these bichromatic features. So we can create entangled photons that are entangled in polarization space, but one of them comes out, for example, at 795, the other one comes out at telecom 1324. Very similar to the things that Reza was talking about, and I will be talking about them later. It allows us to simultaneously be able to interact with quantum devices. Obviously, if they're rubidium-based, like a lot of sensors and computers or quantum memories, our job is basically done because it's compatible directly, but also at the same time, it's compatible with the telco fibers. But more importantly, we could get so many features by using atoms instead of the typical crystal systems that are out there. Pretty much right now, if you commercially want to buy an entanglement source, they're all SPDC sources. These are the nonlinear crystals out there, which are amazing. It's great that you can grab a crystal, shine a laser to it, and it gives you entangled photons. I love it. But there's so many features we can get out of this system that wouldn't be possible to get easily out of those crystals. For example, not only this is by far the brightest and one of the purest entanglement sources that exist in the market, very easily we can get better than 10 million pairs per second out of this, the commercial system. And we can easily push it to like 70 million pairs per second. And at very, very high fidelity. So the lower bound fidelity that we have for 10 million is 95% fidelity. And at around 1 million, it's honestly, it's better than what we can measure. But from the GSI, we can get numbers better than 99.9%. But also, this is also a very narrow line with entanglement source, which plays a very big role in every mission and everything that we are developing. Because we are using atoms instead of the crystals, instead of dealing with photons that are multi-terahertz wide, our photons are all sub-gigahertz in line width. So we are getting these tens of millions of photons per second that are very, very narrow and super compatible with a lot of quantum devices. Because all atomic systems, whether you're using ions, rubidiums, or even like silicon vacancies, a lot of these technologies at the core of our atomic systems, they only interact with photons that are of the order of a few hundred megahertz or so. So if you want to interface them with an entanglement source that is giving you terahertz photons, you already have a factor of like order of 3 or 4 order of magnitude loss directly. So this actually enables us to build a lot of systems that interface with each other much more efficiently. As a small company, sometimes when you build something new, you also have to build the hardware around it. We had to go out of our way to build the full laser system for disentanglement sources, which is already included in the rack. Also, this would enable our partners and everyone to not to go through the trouble of learning how to interact with atomic systems and instead just have a laser system and a software that does the job for them. But of course, one of the big capabilities that we also have is not being able to generate very good entangled photons, but also preserve them. One of the devices that we spend a decent chunk of our team developing them are these automated polarization compensating systems. We are polarization people, or at least up to this point, and single mode fibers do not like to preserve your polarization. They constantly rotate it by nature. So we wanted to build a device that we start with very high fidelity in New York City, for example, or in an deployed fiber, and we end up with very good fidelity. And this device can basically do this for us. This device acts like a noise canceling headphone. You can basically send a signal like this. We actually emulated with a fiber scrambler because we wanted something noisier than the fibers we had in New York City. You can send something that is incredibly noisy and drifts your fibers a lot. And when you turn on the device, it pretty much keeps it at very high uptimes at better than 99% constantly. So it's designed to very optimally and efficiently gives you end-to-end high fidelity. And of course, as a full system, we call this our infrastructure rack. We give the entangled photons to the user at the end. The whole goal is that people install these racks at different nodes and they can get entangled photons for different use cases. And we build and we integrate all the time taggers and detectors and wide rabbit systems and our software that allows them to constantly in real time monitor and make sure that the rate and fidelity and the performance of the system is good. This rack basically does everything we want to do for quantum communication. It gives the people the entangled photons. You can use it to build entanglement-based QKD systems. We are developing protocols that are for quantum augmentations. Can we use entanglement augmented with classical networks in order to do threat detection in real life? So it's not for encoding information, but it's more for monitoring the network as an added layer of security. You can use these things multiple times today. The conversation came up for quantum position verifications. These are very good systems for those applications. So it really provides us a lot of use cases for quantum communication itself. And in New York, we have a testbed. It has grown significantly longer than this. As Eden was talking this morning, we are now fully connected, GothamQ also to the Long Island and Stony Brook and Brookhaven labs. And we are trying to connect also to Columbia as we speak. So the network is now much larger than this, but currently we have 3 active nodes that we're working with. Jawad is here from NYU University, which we pretty much since day one been actively working together. This paper is there. I'm not going to talk about it because it's been there out there to show how good these devices work. It's a work that we did actually literally last year around this time. We took the data for it of showing that our full system over 34 kilometers of deployed fibers are capable of doing automated polarization distribution without interruption, pretty much 24/7 with the highest fidelity and uptime ever recorded for polarization in a deployed setting. And ever since, of course, that was a fiber loop, but we do a lot of experiments with Jawad's lab at NYU to show these capabilities between 2 remote nodes. This looks very small, but this is a 16-kilometer fibers. Fibers in New York City are very tricky. But we do a lot of these experiments also with his team and his lab to show remote node capabilities. But now that we are confident at our capabilities of being able to do basic entanglement distribution with good quality and reliability, we have started to move to the next level. So now we have another node. This is a location we're using at a data center called QTD in 60 Hudson. 60 Hudson is one of the world's most connected buildings. This is where the transatlantic fibers come. So now we pretty much can connect to anywhere if you happen to be in the region. But now we have 3 active nodes, and we are putting our quantum racks there because we want to do other experiments that should be very much easier to do with our entanglement sources and with our racks versus other things out there. To start with is the idea of entanglement swapping. I didn't mention it earlier. One of the big advantages of our entanglement sources is indistinguishability. When you use atoms, the photons are always identical because the atoms are always identical. So we don't have this problem of having to share a laser between sources and phase match them or anything. By default, we always get identical photons, which is critical to do teleportation or entanglement swapping. These data are from two entanglement sources sitting right next to each other without sharing any laser or anything. But now we want to do it across 3 different nodes in Brooklyn and Manhattan to show the capabilities. I actually have data of over 68 kilometers that I'll show you later, but this would be the first time we do it over really separate nodes. We're actually trying to do this also with Reza's team, because one of the things that we want to do is to always be focused on our mission and let the people who are very good at their capabilities take over and help us. That's why we use time taggers and detectors from our partners who can do it significantly better than us if we went there and develop these technologies. Cisco is amazing with their quantum orchestrator, so we really would want to start using that orchestrator to control Gotham Q as our experiments becomes more and more complicated. All of these are us towards the mission of building these quantum repeaters to be able to go through longer distances. And of course, at the core of a lot of quantum repeaters is this idea of being able to buffer, being able to store entangled photons and entangle your telecom photons with a quantum memory, because you need to preserve these things. Doing entanglement swapping on its own does not give you any advantages for quantum repeating. You need to be able to preserve the photons to be able to do the buffering and then know when the swapping was successful and so on. That's where, again, these vapor cells come into play, because we also build room temperature quantum memories that use rubidium vapor cells. And these are EIT systems. But the very, very great advantage is that our EIT systems are perfectly compatible with our entanglement sources. They basically use the same exact transition. We have commercialized this quantum memory long time ago. This was the very first version of it, and the paper is out there. You're more than welcome to look at it. But we had to do a ton of much more improvements between the quantum memory, the first version of this quantum memory, and a quantum memory that was actually capable of storing from the entanglement source directly. We needed a more broadband quantum memory, because EIT quantum memories are usually very, very narrow line width. They're like a megahertz or so, and they still had photons that were like 800 megahertz. So long story short, in a couple of weeks, you'll see this paper coming on arXiv, which would be the first time we showed, and to the best of my knowledge, anyone showed entanglement between a room temperature quantum memory and a telecom photon. This is full polarization entanglement between both systems with a fidelity of around 90%. This is amazing, because for the first time we actually show these quantum memories, these room temperature simple systems, they're actually doing quantum stuff. And there is a ton of room for improvement of these systems, which I will briefly talk about. But I want to use the next like 2-3 minutes or so, or 4 or 5 minutes, to talk about Cisco's recent paper for the quantum data centers and how all these things can eventually come together, because Reza was actually showing this plot earlier today of the vision Cisco has on like how a quantum data center protocol is going to come together. And one of the ones that they mentioned, because obviously it relates to us, we build entanglement sources that happens to be bichromatic that can do this kind of scatter protocols for you. Was this part C, the scatter protocols. So it actually made me a little bit curious to see, okay, Reza did mention that it relies on very high rate for photon coincidences. You need to be able to do entanglement swapping at high rates if you want these things to be successful. And in the paper, if I'm not wrong, they estimated something around 100 pairs per second should do the job for these systems. So I actually got curious to see what is like the best thing that is published around. No surprising, the number is ions, because ions usually can do good systems with these things. And at least to the best I could find, I'm actually very interested to know if anyone knows better numbers than this. The number was 182 pairs per second from 2020. I found a review paper from late last year that they still claim this is the highest recorded number. 182 is amazing, but even a little bit more amazing is that last year we did this for special projects that we had. We did entanglement swapping between 2 of our entanglement sources with 68 kilometers of telecom fiber in between. And we could get 0.25 pairs per second entanglement swapping between these 2 sources with almost 30 dB loss. So these room temperature entanglement sources, if you backtrack the loss, they can give you the same or even a little bit better than the state of the art of the technology in academic labs that is possible. In fact, theoretically, we should be able to get even up to 20,000 pairs per second entanglement swapping if we can fix the detector jitters and stuff like this that usually nanowire detectors have. So these are really good candidates to be able to integrate into these systems. But we can even go beyond this, even in the protocols for emitter stuff, the places that you do want to do frequency conversion. the amazing things about forward mixing system is that our entanglement source is also a frequency conversion. We just tested this recently without even doing that much optimization. We could do end-to-end fiber to fiber 35% conversion from 780 to 1324. It's perfectly symmetric. You can pick any of the transition of rubidiums to any telecom transition that it has. And we're pretty sure we can push this significantly better than these numbers. But this actually gives us this capability of being able to directly convert, for example, in neutral computing outputs systems to telecom to be able to do these splittings. Since then, we also have improved the quantum memory quite a lot. The paper that you saw that we are putting out there, the entanglement between the quantum memory and entanglement source was done by only 5% efficiency, storage efficiency between photons from the source and into the quantum memory. We have more or less lately pushed that number closer to 50%, and we are still trying to now integrate this improvement into the quantum memory that can interact with the entanglement sources, because the eventual idea is to build these buffered frequency converted systems for modular quantum computing systems. We want to build atomic switches that you can actually use, store the photons that are coming out of the quantum computers or want to go to the quantum computers, and you can choose what wavelength you want to release them. Are the racks next to each other? You can release them at 795, 780. Are the telecom racks? You can release them at telecom. You could choose to optimize how you want to do. And of course, right now, as a company, we build things to the best we can do. We are a team of 21 people who are very, very good at prototyping. So the systems that we have deployed are the ones that are at Cisco Labs, and other people here in the audience probably have already. With the lasers and the source are for you. But to be honest, there's not much in these systems that cannot move through 1U or even be multiplex and gives us many, many modes outside a single one rack system. Is just not something that we have the capabilities in the lab right now. But at this point, it's pretty much a matter of engineering for us to be able to build these 1U systems that are extremely bright and useful for these applications. This is us. We are in Brooklyn. If you're ever in New York, you're more than welcome to visit us. We have a lot of cool things to show you always. And thank you all for listening.
Are there any questions for Mehdi? No? Okay.
And so I like the comment that every atom is the same, but not every environment's the same. So how susceptible are you to environmental differences between these different racks in terms of like?
Well, fortunately, not only we're room temperature, we're very Arizona room temperature. These entanglement sources, we heat them up around like 95 Celsius. Okay. So they're so hot, and more or less like they don't even care to like a couple of degrees plus minus, that they're like so isolated from the room temperature that so far we never saw the problem, to be honest.
Thank you.
This brings us to our last speaker. Last speaker is Makan
Mohage. Mohage. Thank you.
Okay. Makan is a lead physicist in Boeing, and is actually leading some very interesting experiment that will bring us quantum networking in space.
All right, thank you so much for the introduction. I guess I'm the last speaker. Thank you all for your energy, for your attention. I know like many of you were waiting for this, right? You've made it to my talk, so congratulations. Before I get started though, who's a Cisco employee here by show of hands? So just so you guys know, my nephew Alex is gonna start an internship this summer at Cisco. Not necessarily in the quantum group, but in the hardware development group in San Jose. So Alex Mohagig, same last name. And my email here, so please email me, reach out, right? I think that based on what I learned from you all today, we have a lot to talk about. So hopefully we find ways to advance this quantum networking technologies together. So space quantum networking, title of my talk. So a lot of calls for establishing long-range quantum networks. I really appreciate today the distinction between like a local quantum network that might be used to connect like modular blocks of qubits versus a quantum network for a building or a campus, right? Different length scales. And ultimately, if we want to establish a worldwide or nationwide quantum network, we're talking about very different approaches And we call all three of those quantum networks, but practically they're going to look very different, use different technology to have different requirements. So a lot of people calling for, different applications of long-range quantum networks, long range, long distance. So how do we measure distance? Okay. How do we measure distance? So Boeing has nothing to do with this company, KS Fiber. I pulled this from the internet. This is a map of a fiber network in the state of Kansas, okay? And so in this scenario, you want to connect, quantum information between Topeka, Kansas, and Dodge City, okay? So, you can measure it on a map. It's 400 kilometers as the crow flies. But if you go through the fiber network, it's like 700 kilometers. And not only that, there's about 18 stations where something happens. There might be an amplifier, there might be a repeater. So then for the quantum guy, you have to go and make accommodation for your quantum signal, which can't be amplified and can't be repeated. And on top of that, there's a network manager that's managing the flow of data through this whole fiber network. And if there's maintenance or like a tornado in this yellow arm, they might reroute you. Okay, so then you go from a 700 kilometer network to a 900 kilometer network with twice as many intermediate nodes. So that changes the complete quantum channel dynamics and cause your protocol to fail. And so Krister had a good review of loss in fiber, exponential loss, Beer's law, as they say, kind of loss mechanism. An alternative, I can point two telescopes to each other and send quantum information, send light from one telescope out across free space into the other and recover it. And so the dominant loss mechanism there is diffraction. It's like a 1 over r squared kind of loss, or a radar equation kind of thing, right? If you think of that way, 1 over r squared loss. And at some point, that free space channel would have less loss than going through fiber across the same distance. So there's a turning point there. And for going from a hyperlocal network to a metropolitan network to a regional or national network is where we start to reach that turning point where it might make more sense mathematically to go to free space propagation versus through fiber. And so that takes us to space, okay? Through spacecraft, primarily so far we've seen low Earth orbiting or LEO spacecraft. They can create quantum states and distribute them down to Earth. Most famously, 2017, the MISSIUS mission from the China National Space Administration had 2 telescopes on board a spacecraft that also had a Sagnac SPDC source, so they could create entanglement and distribute it down to 2 different ground stations on Earth. They also had single photon sources they could downlink down 1 telescope at a time. And so they used this to show entanglement distribution from space to Earth and also to do QKD from space to Earth. One of the cool things they did was establish a trusted node QKD between China and Austria, which through 32 orbits, they integrated something like a kilobit of key that they reused 1 million times to secure a quantum video conference. So if you reuse a one-time pad 1 million times, it's not, but still, I give them full credit. And that's like, for me, that's like a personally inspiring demonstration to continue to push this. Singapore in 2020 had Spooky 1, and the successors of that became the Spectral company, which has plans to launch more quantum satellites in the future. Chinese National Space Agency Administration, again, has launched Jinan 1, 2, and possibly 3, which are low Earth orbiting single telescope quantum satellites, successors to MISSIUS. Earlier, or late the summer last year, the CUBE mission from Germany, it's a QKD CubeSat, is in orbit, and we're eagerly anticipating publication of results. In November, SEEK was launched. I'll talk about SEEK later. And there's a number of other planned, and when I say planned, I mean missions that have a published launch date that are going to go into orbit soon. What's missing from this list is SPOX, which we heard about this morning, and so I took the action to update my slide with that. So it's getting crowded in space for quantum, okay? It's not just 1 or 2 oddballs. Like companies from around countries from around the world are doing this. They see a value to it. They're advancing it further. So far, I would argue what we've seen for quantum networking in space has all been very QKD centric, okay? And that's a good thing. But what we've heard today is that there seems to be a deeper interest or broader interest in a general quantum network for exchanging quantum information between nodes, maybe for cryptography, but possibly also for supporting these quantum computing applications or distributed quantum sensors. We saw that the famous entanglement swapping protocol is central to that. And so whether we're using broadband SPDC light or narrowband entangled sources derived from some atomic transitions, whether we're in the visible or telecom or microwave frequencies or wherever we're at, this entanglement swapping protocol is central to everything. There's a number of review papers out there that talk about how one might use entanglement swapping in the context of a space-based quantum networking mission. I got the picture there from Jasminder Sidhu's. He led this paper a few years ago about just that topic. So I'll talk about two things today with all this context: America's quantum networking space missions. If you read the SPIE publications, like last month, there was a article released about quantum networking in space where they talk about all these great projects and they make the point that there are no American quantum networking space missions, which is surprising to me because I have one in space right now. So, you know, and also like as like I was given lifetime membership to SPIE several years ago. It's like, come on, guys, you know. Anyway, we'll talk about these two missions, SEEK and Q4S. I start with Q4S. So Q4S is a Boeing mission to do entanglement swapping in orbit, led by Julie Fisher of Boeing. Also, Jennifer Ellis of HRL is our principal investigator, and Shen-Yin Kui is the program manager. We have support also from Paul Kwiat's group at University of Illinois. So what is on Q4S? Q4S is a self-contained satellite, okay? So we have no telescope, no uplink, no downlink. The whole experiment lives inside the box, so to speak. We have a femtosecond laser pumping an SPDC crystal in two paths. So we break up the pump laser into two, go through SPDC crystal, produce two pair of entangled photon, and conduct the entanglement swapping. And also, I want to point out, like our Bell state measurement, right? We have 4 detectors, right? So that way we can detect like the psi minus and psi plus Bell states, like unambiguously. So let's stop using the 2 detector, right, BSM in our diagrams. This is the setup. The whole satellite is 9 liters. The quantum payload, like the whole entanglement swapping setup, is about the size of 2 laptops, like stacked on top of each other. So very, very small. You know, if you look at the JSI of our entangled photon pair source, it's pretty broad, right? So if you stick this into an entanglement swapping experiment, it will fail. So we have to apply filtering and other conditioning in order to make the entanglement produce useful for the experiment. And we're able to do that, okay? I had a couple, these are kind of technical slides, but you know, in order for this swapping to work, right, we have all our diagrams where two photons come into a Bell state measurement apparatus. So, you know, practically we have 2 beams of light that need to arrive at the interfacial layer of a beam splitter at the same time, in the same spatial mode, along the same like pointing vector, along the same direction. So this is difficult to do, especially in the regime of space, where there's, you know, 13.7 billion years of history are like working against you, right? They created this like astrophysical environment where there's temperature fluctuation. You're always either getting hot or getting cold. There's no such thing as steady state temperature in space. You're being bombarded by radiation, which is degrading your fiber. It's degrading your detectors in real time. And you're in a vacuum environment, which is going to degrade optical coatings if you make the wrong design choices. On top of that, you've built your optics on some sort of, you know, elastic medium, which is reacting to all of that and bending and twisting and moving. And to do this entanglement swapping, it's essentially creating an interferometer. So you have to maintain interference at like the sub-wavelength level in the midst of all these dynamics. And so like when I heard people talk about like, oh yeah, the quantum part is easy, it's the classical stuff that's hard. Dude, welcome to my world. Like this is really hard. Okay, thank you. And yeah, this is like a main challenge. And, you know, another thing, of course, like, you know, doing the timing. So I mentioned we have femtosecond lasers. So we have these femtosecond pulses coming out. And now we have to overlap them in time so they arrive at the beam splitter at the same time in order to see maximum visibility. So a lot of like, you talk about non-physics, like a lot of control law stuff and a lot of like basic like mechanical engineering and optical engineering to produce something that maybe passively gets most of your requirements done so that it makes it easier for the control servos to pick up the slack. So we've built this thing, and Mehdi was showing like the entanglement swapping rates of different experiments. I wish I could tell you what our swapping rate is, but I'm not going to do that today. I would say it's 182. I would love that. So we're in the ballpark of what you would find from the published literature. And now we have like working system, and we're putting it through like thermal cycling and thermal vacuum and environmental testing to make sure that it works end to end. And we're on track now for a launch in 2026. It's pretty exciting stuff. I also want to point out that like the leadership of this project, it's like all women, okay? And I think that's pretty rare in the quantum industry and also in the space industry. And for me personally, like it's been great. So I just want to acknowledge that. Other mission I talk about is SEEK. This is for Space Entanglement and Annealing Quantum Experiment. Professor Paul Kwiat is the lead of SEEK, supported by Professor Mike Lembeck. And Mike and Paul and I, we started SEEK back in October of 2021. Since joining Boeing, Boeing became part of SEEK as well. And there's a broad group of institutions that have contributed to this project, including National University of Singapore, University of Waterloo in Canada. So what is SEEK? SEEK is a 6U, okay, so roughly like cereal box, like a large cereal box size quantum payload that deploys an integrated optical quantum entanglement source, okay? So fiber and waveguide based laser and SPDC crystal that launches into a Bell state measurement apparatus, or Bell test apparatus. The mission goal was to demonstrate that this integrated photonic technology, can work in orbit, as designed. Also, we have an annealing laser. Okay, I mentioned earlier that radiation environment in space, that bombardment of radiation is going to degrade the single photon detectors we're using here, which are semiconductor based. And so on Earth, people have used lasers to periodically anneal the radiation damage of the detectors to return it to the performance pre-exposure to radiation. So we've deployed that on the spacecraft. Also, I recognize that I'm the last talk, right? Which like that shows a lot of like trust in me to like make me last. But I wanted to I don't know, show you a different perspective. Like this is a time-lapse photo of the launch of the rocket carrying SEEK into orbit. That's me and Professor Lembeck, Spencer Johnson, Liam Ramsey, Paul Kwiat, and Kelsey Ortiz. We were invited by NASA to go and like witness the launch, which I'm going to remember for the rest of my life. It's like one of the great moments to see like what we built over those years, like go into orbit successfully. And this is a picture of ISS, and it indicates where SEEK is located. So this is where that company Aegis Aerospace come in. They're a private company that has space on the space station that they use to host experimental payloads. So they have this MISSI platform. Each of those blue boxes is an experiment that some company or some university, they buy space, it goes up together, it operates, and Aegis even has the opportunity to bring it back down. And so if, this is me speaking as Makan, not necessarily as like Makan, the guy from Boeing, like I recommend Aegis, okay? If you wanna do something like this, they're good people to work with. And I told Professor Kwiat that I'm coming here today to Cisco to talk to you all about space networking. And he said, this is a good opportunity to give the first public release of like SEEK data. And so I have one slide of that, and that's it here. So good news. So the entanglement source works. It works exactly the same way it worked on Earth. And we're able to conduct quantum state tomography, and it looks almost the same as it did when it was in the lab at Illinois. So the Bell violation is greater than 2, so we fail to find local hidden variables in space. So, you know, all shucks, but what a relief. But, you know, the mission, the journey continues. And, you know, now we've gone through what we would call like a shakeout period. You know, and people here in the room, you've deployed hardware in the field. So, you know, once you get it out there, the first time you turn it on, you're going to have to, you know, spend a little bit of time getting it straightened out and stuff. So we're past that now. And we're at the point where the grad students, they produce a week's worth of script. And then it goes and chug, and then spits out, you know, all the data. And then they have fun analyzing it. And then Friday morning at 6 a.m., it's my pleasure to call into those SEEK meetings and see what the latest data analysis looks like. So since we launched, we've been bombarded by radiation. There were a number of what's called coronal mass ejection, where like the sun just like, you know, out of fury and anger, like shoots radiation at us. And we've been on the receiving end of that multiple times. And many of these pulses have exceeded like various safety thresholds that are like set by NASA. SEEK continues to operate. As expected, we do see the dark count of the detectors increase as a function of that radiation flux. And we're nearing the point where we will run the annealing laser to try to repair and recover that. I also want to point out in terms of like public outreach, there was a question about this. Paul Kwiat has led the development of a SEEK video game where they're going to bring it to APS March meeting and allow people to like play a video game. And based on the video game performance, they'll generate Bell test parameters, which will then go up into space. So this is like a very small first step towards perhaps a human decision Bell test, which could be done in real time at some future mission. So fun stuff. So that's the end of my talk. We're doing a lot more at Boeing than what I showed you. We have some pretty exciting work with terrestrial fiber-based networks that we hope to talk about soon, as well as this kind of general linkage between a quantum network and quantum computers or quantum devices at the nodes of the network. Hopefully in coming years, coming months, we can talk about that more. And also, we are working with the US government under contract to help advance multi-node space-based quantum networks. So hopefully more on that to come. The company is very much committed to quantum networking in space and making it happen. Thank you very much for your attention. I stop talking.
What a great talk to close. So any question for Martha?
Any airplane safety? I think. Sorry.
No, it's a good question. I think that you know it's important because like the environment, right? The same engineering standards that they hold like apply to all of us, and so like ultimately, you know, if the goal of Boeing is to like, you know, bring people together, you know, whether through airplane or through some quantum network, the same standards apply. And so the bar is very high in terms of making sure things have the sufficient quality before going to the next step.
Maybe a silly question, but I've always wondered with like ground to space communication. You talked about how whenever there's a tornado, you'd be rerouted and have to go through like some really long, you know, fiber network. But what if there's like clouds or fog? Like, how does that?
Yeah.
How do we make? I mean, it sounds really silly, but like, how do we make robust kind of space?
So the answer depends on who you're working with and where you are. So what a lot of quantum people do is they rent time on astronomical telescopes for the ground station. The astronomers don't like to open the dome if it's like too humid or too cloudy. But I built a ground station that, you know, we just operated ourselves, 1.5 meter telescope. And if you architect a telescope right, you can see through a lot of clouds. So, you know, a cloudy day doesn't necessarily kill your rates. It's not a good thing, but there's some wiggle room. Certainly, if it's raining, you know, you're probably better off waiting for the next day. And so, in terms of architecting like a system model, like let's say a constellation of spacecraft and an array of ground stations, weather is part of that calculation. So there's a lot of like historical data that you could go to and factor into the, you know, the optimization of like how many satellites, how many ground stations, and where the ground stations are located. And you could create a weather resilient network. You just have one, you know, like on today, maybe it's not good. Good question.
There's more question?
But one technical question. So what's the main purpose of just using the direct pump configuration but not use SANAC?
Can you repeat?
Why don't you use the SANAC loop to do the entanglement generation? Because it's more stabilized.
So there is no Sagnac loop.
Yeah, I mean, why don't you use SANAC loop?
Why don't I use the
Yeah.
Sagnac loop? That's one more thing to stabilize, right?
Yeah, but it's like the SANAC loop itself is self-stabilized in terms of this.
Yeah. So if we did use a Sagnac loop, you would get you could get direct entanglement, right? What I showed there is like post-selected entanglement. There's also a technical issue with photo darkening in the SPDC crystal that we're using, which would be exacerbated if we had a Sagnac configuration.
Thank you.
Okay. Great. Thanks. Thank you, everybody. We really appreciate it. I think that was excellent. Closing remark, I have been 1 year with Cisco almost, so it's not right, but what I learned, Cisco has a great talent and always try to do the best of the breed of the technology development, but at the same time, is very open to look who is doing better or complementary so we can use and partner. So that forum hopefully creates an opportunity. You know what in Cisco we are thinking, and we know what you are doing. So if you see the opportunity, we are looking the same way. Please, we want to use this forum to create an ecosystem that also we can all develop faster the technology together. Thank you very much. And there is a reception, don't forget, is hosted or sponsored by